dip or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we step or jello. I gotta move and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Lullaby love, again, 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 again. And I know you deserve respect. Wow. Somewhere on the sea, it got a little longer, so it seems. I burned out, so to speak. Now come a little closer. I feel a little light in the light track. I felt a bit of bad, but I came back. There's still a little light in the light track. There's still a bit of good, so good. And I know just what to say. And I know just what to do. And I'm so sick of pain. But it's hard to agree with you. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you deserve respect. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason right and take our time and choose whether we green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. Sometimes when you mean, you want a little bit of gasoline. I burned out, so to speak. Come a little closer. Please for disclosure. Do you mind to quit your pretending? Truth or false, the shit never ending. Hear me now and stop condescending. You see, I'm begging you, hear me beg. If you seek for love, don't try to hide it. Find it deep inside and try to hide it. If there's a way, I wanna know we tried it. Quit your games and now that you deny it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you deserve respect. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason right and take our time and choose whether we green or yellow, whether we deep or shallow. Please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stay or jello. I gotta move and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Lullaby love, again, 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 again. And I know you deserve respect. Wow.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. We are back in our conference for the second and final day. Today is the day of yellow innovation and data ports. Yesterday, we've reached the number of 9,300 unique viewers of our yesterday session. But I would like to call the conference co-chair and moderator, Mr. Angelos Roupas.
To also greet you good morning and welcome back to the second day of the conference. Indeed, as Despina said, we did expect there was a thirst for information and discussion, but it did exceed the conference's expectations. And we expect today to have a very enthusiastic audience. So please join us for a number of sessions for the parallel conference on data ports running between noon and 4:20, for discussion on cybersecurity, on investment horizons and perspectives in shipping, including a poll on the investment perceptions and expectations for the year ahead, whereby over 500 people have responded. So join us for all these good unfolding pieces of information and events, and we hope you enjoy the day. Thank you.
Welcome to everybody. I'm going to be introducing the next keynote speaker, who is Mr. Espen Pousson, the Executive Chairman of NSL, Chairman of the International Chamber of Shipping, Board Member of the Maritime and Port Authority of Singapore, Vice President of Mission to Seafarers, and much more. Espen, it's a pleasure to be welcoming you to Shipping Finance 2022.
Thank you, Gina.
The theme of this year is euphoria in the shipping world, and I'll give the stage to you to comment on that and whether you think this is the case and if it is sustainable in the long term going forward.
Thank you, Gina, and good day to everyone. And many thanks to Despina Travelou for inviting me once again to the Shipping and Finance Conference being held in Athens. I wish I could be there in person, but I'm speaking to you from the Austrian Alps, actually. Euphoria in the shipping world, is it for real, is most certainly a very topical theme in the current environment, especially in the container segment, where the major lines have in recent days been reporting eye-watering profits at levels simply unimaginable as recently as Q1 of 2020, when the COVID-19 pandemic burst onto the scene and brought about so much change. Dry bulk too is enjoying a much healthier environment, and in recent days, as the Chinese New Year celebrations have drawn to a close, the BDI has seen gains once more. Tanker, sadly, remains the one segment where there is currently no euphoria. On the contrary, but many analysts still maintain that better times lie ahead for this segment also. I've often said this before, but I think it's worth saying it again. We know the size of the world fleet. We have the statistics on new buildings on order. In other words, we know what the industry's carrying capacity is. What we do not know, and what we continue to get spectacularly wrong, is, time and again, is demand. Can anyone attending this event in all honesty claim to have predicted how the container market would go from a situation of blank sailings and laid-up tonnage, some 25-30% of the fleet, in the early months of 2020, to what began to happen in Q3 of that year, and which has remained the case throughout 2021 and into this year? No research that I have seen foresaw this situation, and it is just another example of how extremely difficult it is to accurately predict demand. Other examples would include VLCCs fixing at close to $300,000 a day and dropping to below 10,000 a day in the 2019 mini boom. But to answer the question, the euphoria at this point of time is for real, even if history teaches us that eventually, as has happened time and again, supply will exceed demand or demand will simply reduce. and rates will return to levels that are more normal, if I can put it that way. This said, the variables and numerous uncertainties ahead seem endless. We continue to face the vexed problem ongoing of affecting crew change. Political risks are great as ever. New technology is bursting onto the scene, challenges us at every turn. And on top of that, we have committed ourselves to net zero carbon emissions by 2050. In this respect, whilst operating their businesses as efficiently as possible, taking account of the demands of complying with the EEXI and other, quote, here and now measures, unquote, in the run-up to 2050, owners recognize the demands for and trends towards greener ships, and many are running pilots, be it with methanol, biomethane, or synthetic or e-methanine, just to name a few examples. And how do we get access to these fuels when in fact we will be competing with land-based industries for them, let alone ensuring that an infrastructure can be built to supply these fuels, in which shipping will of course play a major role in distributing them. And just to add yet another challenge, politically motivated restricted trade practices are always lurking. And in this regard, perhaps it is worth highlighting that a study we at ICS instigated in 2021 shows that cutting restricted trade policies could actually boost global economic recovery by as much as 3.4%. I recall many years ago, a professor of mine using the phrase, "Don't bring me the problem, bring me the solution." I have not done so in these remarks because my crystal ball is in no way better than yours. But I will conclude by saying that one should never underestimate the resilience, let alone ingenuity, of the shipping industry. I would argue that throughout history, we have been the servant and enabler of global trade. And whilst tomorrow's picture will no doubt look very different, I'm confident that we will continue to fulfill this role, whether we have euphoric markets or otherwise. One of the many positives of the current euphoria is that owners will have the potential to invest just a little more in preparing for the many challenges of tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Espen. Such valid points as always, and indeed resilience is in the heritage and tradition of the shipping industry, those were very, very accurate predictions within the scope of what we can predict, of course. Drawing from that keynote, there is a couple of points we would love your input in as a spotlight before we wrap up this session with you. And the first is, you have already touched on a few aspects like demand for greener vessels, greater decarbonization regulations, and a shift towards automation, and a lot of fascinating things going on within the industry at the moment. What do you feel will be or has been so far the greatest game changer, and how have owners adapted to this tragedy, or what you have seen from your role within the ICS?
Well, I think the biggest game changer in, let's say, the last 2 to 3 years has been the switch by so many to LNG and or dual fuel, preparing for a fuel beyond LNG. I think there's general agreement that LNG is seen as a transition fuel, but nonetheless, last time I checked this, I think about 30% or slightly more of the world new building order book is LNG and or dual fuel suitable. So I think this is actually the single biggest thing that has happened. The ongoing picture now is there's a great need for R&D. Many small to medium-sized owners simply do not have the capacity or the ability to invest huge amounts in tomorrow's fuels, and so therefore research and development, and I would particularly mention the ICS $5 billion R&D fund, which is still at IMO, being looked at again at the upcoming MEPC in June of this year for the third time. We're hoping that this, which we see very much as a catalyst for R&D, will be approved, and that governments will do what they need to do to help us on regulation, so that owners can invest in with some confidence in tomorrow's fuels, and without early movers being disadvantaged. So it's really a balance between the owners who are investing huge amounts of money at this point and are able to do so, and the many SMEs who I think would benefit tremendously from R&D from other sources, be it there's a Global Center for Decarbonization been established in Singapore in August of last year. There's a Maersk Mc-Kinney Model for Zero Carbon Shipping that has been established a bit longer. These are just two more examples of I think, information sharing where possible. Some of it, of course, cannot be shared because it is an investment by a particular group or owner, but where there can be information sharing on this subject, I would certainly very much hope that there will be so.
Most definitely. I mean, the Research and Development Fund of the ICS is such a great initiative, and you really need everybody in the industry to be able to follow through on this. So let's hope that we will see it happening soon. And on a final maybe note, while I know there's no crystal ball, we can't really foresee how the markets will be changing and how dynamics will be shifting. But from a commercial perspective, maybe if you had to advise the industry on an area that they should be going all in or investing in, or whatever that may be, what would you pick?
Well, I thought about this question, Gina, and I don't feel that I'm qualified to say it, because I think the jury is out. I think these are relatively early days. There is a tremendous amount of R&D going on already, and there will be a great deal more. And there are many theories, many owners have their strong views on this. I just think it's too early to say which fuel is going to be the winner, if anyone. I think most experts that I talk to feel that it will be a mixture of different fuels, even recognizing that the infrastructure challenge required around that will be very, very significant. I personally think it is unlikely that it will be one single fuel, but as I've said many times, I'm extremely optimistic that this train is in motion, no doubt about that. And I think owners are largely on the train. They recognize what we need to do, and are going to do it. But I would love to answer you, but I simply don't feel that I can, because although I know something about it, I don't know enough about it to make that judgment. So if you ask me again in a year or perhaps two, I think we will have a much, much clearer idea, because the speed of this R&D is certainly tremendous. And the pilot projects being undertaken will tell us, there are pilot projects going on at great speed now in all sorts of jurisdictions. And I think from these, we will learn a lot more, I hope, sooner rather than later.
Sure, most definitely. But if we were to move away from the commercial and fuel kind of aspect of it, like say if it was digitalization or crew welfare or people or other solutions that we would say we should be really heavily investing in going forward as an industry. I'm asking because I know you're passionate about certain things. So I would really like you to share those thoughts as a final note.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the investment in people tends to be, I don't say it's certainly not forgotten, but it's perhaps not emphasized as much as it should be. I think that ship owners realize that the skill sets required for a lot of this equipment, which we don't even know exactly what it is going to be, we just know it's going to come, is really a huge challenge. Because you're trying to train for someone for something that you don't actually know exactly what it's going to be. Mm-hmm. But I do think that that the whole data data is the big thing, and teaching or having seafarers become more familiar with not only how it is obtained, but how it is going to be used will be a very, very important factor. I think a lot of ship owners feel totally overwhelmed by these masses of data and are saying, well, this is fine, but how can we actually channel this information into something concrete and useful that enables us to operate more efficiently and in a more environmentally friendly way, et cetera, et cetera. So definitely, I do think that the training aspect, we must be very ready to undertake and invest in crews and make seafaring an interesting and properly rewarded career. The crew change issue has certainly made that job even more difficult, because many seafarers, there's anecdotal evidence, are questioning whether this is really something for them. So we hope very much, as if this pandemic does end, as we hope it will, and the crew changes can be carried out more normally and more smoothly, that it will then become a bad memory that we can look back on as an experience, but that going forward, seafaring will still be a great career for aspiring young people.
Most certainly. Thank you so much for that. I truly think it is a very exciting period to see how this will be evolving going forward. So thanks for sharing your thoughts and ideas with us. As always, very inspiring. So we anticipate to what the future holds. Joining us today was Espen Pousson, the ICS chairman, and I am Gina Panayotou, the founder of Oceans Arena. Thank you once again for being with us, Mr. Pousson.
Thank you very much, Gina. All the best.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to one more session of this year's Slide to Open conference. With us today, we have the privilege of having Professor Kostas Sinolakis, who's a member of the Academy of Athens, president of Athens College, and professor of civil, environmental, and aerospace engineering at the University of Southern California. Professor Sinolakis, thank you for agreeing to come to this session, and thank you for agreeing to share your thoughts on what is a very pressing issue amongst the shipping community and, of course, society at large. We're talking here about the environment. We're talking here about how to find better means, cleaner means of transporting our goods, feeding society, warming society up. And there seems to be a tug of war, in my view, between governments, organizations, society, and the ship owning community. One quick statistic is that shipping only pollutes less than 3% and transports 80% of the goods which we consume. And there seems to be the impression that there's a blame game going on, an unnecessary blame game. So that's my introductory thesis here for you, to sort of allow you to expand on this and give us your views.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Rupas. I'll be happy to discuss this. This is something that I work on. The other hat I wear is I am the chair of the BRICS National Scientific Council on climate change. So these are some of the issues that we work on. First of all, I do agree with you 100% that this has to be a collaborative approach by all parties. But before we discuss that, I mean, in terms of I'd like to comment on your argument about the shipping being only responsible for 3% of global CO2 emissions. Another way to look at this is that global shipping, which is about 100,000 ships globally, accounts for more CO2 emissions than Germany and the Netherlands combined. So that puts it a little bit in a different perspective.
But again, for transporting 80% of the goods that as society as a whole we consume.
Right. But the bottom line is that number needs to change. I mean, I think there is wide consensus that we cannot move forward going into 2030 with minus 55, not minus 55% of the emissions of what we had back in the early 90s, and then going to net zero in 2050 without shipping and the air transport industry really coming in on board. So the question is not whether shipping should be part of it. Of course it is, and shipping, in my view, cannot possibly wait until governments impose restrictions and they over-regulate it. Shipping, in my view, has to be more looking ahead and try to avoid over-regulation, which is not good for anyone.
So your view is what? If you were addressing, as you are today, part of the ship-owning community, my view is that the ship-owning community maybe is not lobbying in a correct way. For example, just some food for thought. In no other industry do we see the owners of an asset being responsible for reducing their footprint. Ship owners have had to install scrubbers, for example, and clean their own fuels. The aviation industry doesn't do this. We, as owners of vehicles, cars, don't have to do this. Why this burden of proof, if I may say so, on ship owners? And what would you advise the ship owning community worldwide to do in order to be more proactive, maybe?
Okay, all of them are good points. First of all, in terms of the cars, you go out, you buy a car, you buy the cleanest technology, available. Now, in terms of shipping, it is not a question of lobbying. I mean, in world organizations, at this moment, and I participate in international panels, there's a standard question: what are you doing in Greece about your marine industry? So this is very much in the on the magnifying lens of many world fora, and to simply think that one can simply make it go away by lobbying more is, in my view, not the right solution. In my view, the solution is the shipping industry acknowledging that moving forward into 2050, we need to reduce emissions globally, and that the shipping industry will do its share. So part of it is, and if the industry doesn't acknowledge this, there will be regulation, and and I fear that might be over-regulated. So part of it is the acknowledgement we are going to do our share, which is slightly different point of view than saying, we are such a small part that we should not be part of this. So
I'm not advocating that, but just to play devil's advocate. For example, why can't we have it in shipping the way we have it in the aviation industry? So someone goes to Boeing and to Airbus and says that by such and such date, you need to produce aircraft in such and such a way. And they end up doing their part. Why in shipping can it not be that organizations go to the shipyards and say, if you want your ships to be legally sailing the seas of this planet, these are the elements that you have to introduce. Otherwise, you will not get the necessary paperwork to have your ships sail. Why is this burden falling on the shoulders of the ship-owning community? That's just for argument's sake.
Okay. The analogy with the aviation industry, I think, is a good one. In the aviation industry, very soon there will be carbon taxes. For example, for a small airline, which right now pays about 80 million euros to 100 million euros for carbon taxes, looking forward in a period of 10 years, unless things change very, very drastically, that amount will go to about $1 billion. So the market needs to regulate itself so that it doesn't regulation doesn't come from governments, which is is inevitable if there's no self-regulation. What do I mean by self-regulation? There are technologies out there right now that are promising, and the airline industry is trying is trying alternative fuels, is trying synthetic fuels. Of course, in the aviation industry, the technology threshold over which a technology needs to be totally proven so that it is implemented is much higher than it is in the shipping industry, where it's a bit less costly in terms of the risk of something happening to try new technologies. The question is not in my view whether the industry should be burdened with the cost of cleaning or synthetic fuels or alternative fuels. I mean, green hydrogen is coming down the line. This is inevitable. The question is, what is the best way to go forward? What is the best technology to invest in it? If I was a ship owner, I would definitely want to know, if I bought a ship today that's going to sail for 20 years, what is the best technology to have in my ship right now or in the next 4 or 5 years, so that my ship doesn't become obsolete. Let me tell you that by 2050 there's going to be net zero. So the cost, and this is universally acknowledged as as a deadline. So people who buy ships by 2030, they need to be thinking that by 2050, at the latest, perhaps way before that, their ships, because of regulation, may become obsolete, or they may need to invest more in new technologies. So in my view, what the shipping industry needs is to work together and trying to identify which are the most promising technologies. And there isn't that many. I mean, there's right now a flurry of small activities in different places of how you produce hydrogen, ammonia, methane, and how you're going to use it. I mean, technologies, carbon capture on the ship. I mean, there is I think what is needed is concentrated effort to try to understand which one of these technologies is going to be, the most promising. And within that scope, of course, there will be a lot of development of technologies. For example, what do I mean by this? Some people talk about ammonia versus hydrogen. Okay, what is the best technology? Who is going to provide that answer? Unless the shipping industry takes over, and what I mean by the shipping industry, it's not just the ship owners, the people also who build the ships, the shipyards. Unless they take over this question and they try to solve it, inevitably regulation is going to solve it for them. And I'm sure this is not a good solution for anyone. A, because this is going to take more time, so there's going to be more pollution. And B, by the time regulation comes in, it's going to be more costly to the ship owners.
But here's a catch for you. You say that we need to spend the upcoming 4 or 5 years to decide on which technologies to use for moving forward. But in the meantime, if people are not building ships and the existing fleet is becoming obsolete, then we are faced with supply and demand issues, which shipping, to the delight of many sectors of the shipping industry, is experiencing. We see what is happening in the container ship space and the dry bulk space. Rates are really high. If we wait for another 4 or 5 years, my fear and the fear of many people is that society will pay an amazingly high cost for transporting these goods, because there'll be fewer ships to carry these goods if owners are not committing to building new ships because the technology is not yet there. So my one question is, what do we do in the upcoming 4 or 5 years? And in 4 or 5 years, do you believe that technology will be there to build ships in any meaningful scale that serves the needs of society?
Okay, two different questions. But let me start with the easier one first. I do think the technologies will be there. I'll give you an analogy in the solar panels. In the beginning, they were extremely exotic, very expensive. Now they are at a level that if you have a single family home, certainly in the US, it is more economical to install solar panels in places like California than pay your electric bill. So this is something that has taken the industry a decade, a little bit more than a decade, maybe 2 decades from the initial development, but we're now at the point that in some places in the world, of course, depends on sunlight, depends on costs, etc., the technology is very competitive. Take electric cars. Electric cars in 2015, from 2015 up until now, in a period of 7 years, we have about six times the numbers worldwide. So, and in fact, if you look at the curve of how electric cars are being are getting into the system, and it's almost exponential penetration into the market. Why has this been the case? This has been the case because the industry has gotten a message, and the governments actually passed on a message to the industry saying, "Hey, we are not going to have cars with conventional fuels past certain threshold." I think right now in Greece might be as early as 2030, but it just depends. On how the government sees the climate law and does its cost benefit analysis. In a certain ways, the governments, the ship owners, need to send very clear message to the shipyards that this is what they need. This is how the adjustment, this is how the market works.
To apply pressure is what we're discussing here.
Right. So who applies the pressure? If the shipping industry does not apply pressure to the manufacturers, immediate pressure, there has to be a signal out there. And what the governments have been doing so far in the shipping industry, the message has been fairly subtle. But unless there are initiatives, I fear that is perhaps the wrong word. My prediction is that the message is going to be much stronger to the shipping industry. And this is while we're at this stage, it's extremely important for the shipping industry itself to try to, as I said, first acknowledge that we are going to take care of our share. This is what everyone should be doing. Our share. We all. This is fair for everyone. We'll take care of our share, and then at the same time send clear signals to the shipyards of what they want to see in the next 10 years or so. Technologies are becoming available. There's no question that for near-shore transport, people will use battery-powered ships. I think these things. It's already there in, for example, in Norway. It's obviously not in Greece. It's not widespread, but it has started. As I said earlier, the technologies for shipping worldwide in transoceanic shipping, there aren't that many technologies. It's not as if one has to pick from 20 different options. There's 2 or 3, or maybe 4 technologies, and fundamentally, basically, only 2 that people should decide, early on which way to go and which way to invest. But in my view, there has to be a clear signal from the industry to the shipyards that this is what they need, and the shipyards are going to respond in exactly the same way as the car industry responded.
So then to wrap up our discussion, and if I read between the lines of what you're saying, is you're hopeful that we can even have the scale required to replenish the fleet within a reasonable amount of time. Do I read what you say correctly?
Absolutely. I think we're getting there, and the more that we have, the more investment that there is into clean technologies, the more this process is going to accelerate. And I think this is going to be much, much better for the shipping industry.
I think all I can say for now is really thank you for your insights. We have to make this a collaborative effort among the industry, society, governments, and the various organizations, so that society ends up better off. And with these thoughts in mind, we'll maybe have this opportunity a year from now to see what milestones we've achieved and readdress these same issues, Professor Sinolakis. Thank you so much for contributing your time and thoughts to Slide to Open. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. It was absolutely great conversation. Thank you.
Konstantinos Papapanagiotou is responsible for the cybersecurity solutions that OTE Group of companies offers to its corporate clients, customers. And he is going to present the new cyber normality.
Good morning, everyone. For the past 2 years, we have been living a new normality. Our lives changed dramatically and quite suddenly. Over one day, we had to change completely the way we are living, the way we are working, and the way we are thinking. And this has affected us a lot, not just in the way we conduct our day-to-day lives, but in the way we work. So suddenly, we started to work from home. We had to start to work from home. And this created a lot of challenges. For example, maybe at home we didn't have a space to work. We also had our family together because children had to follow school from home. And this created a lot of problems, a lot of tension. And again, it changed the way we had to live, we had to work, we had to think, we had to manage a lot of problems, a lot of different difficult situations. This also created a lot of challenges in the IT world. For example, we had to create the proper environment, the proper infrastructure to host remote connections, VPN connections, to provide access to corporate applications remotely, to corporate information, to sensitive and critical corporate information. Of course, this also gave an opportunity to the attackers to take advantage of this unique situation and try to penetrate our systems. So we saw a rise of attacks that were not necessarily different from what we had seen up until then, but we saw very big spikes. For example, we have a lot of phishing attacks, and we have a lot of ransomware attacks that we saw them emerging during these 2 years. The main difference was that the environment was completely different. Our users are not protected in the corporate perimeter anymore. They are at home. They are connecting through the internet, and they are more exposed. Again, this creates a lot of challenges. For example, it's difficult to detect an attack since our users are not in our corporate perimeter, and of course, it's more difficult to understand what is going on and to mitigate a potential attack. But let's see how the COVID-19 pandemic has helped us also improve, and what we have understood from the COVID-19 pandemic has helped us improve our resilience in the IT security business, and how what we have learned from the pandemic can also be used in the IT industry. You will find that there are actually a lot of similarities. For example, in the detection field, when it comes to COVID, the first thing we had to do was to understand how to detect that someone is infected with COVID. And we very quickly realized that the symptoms are not much different than the symptoms of the common flu, which created a very big challenge because we couldn't understand if a person was infected with COVID or with the common flu. Exactly the same with the IT industry. It's what I previously mentioned. The attacks are not different. They're just happening in a different environment. They might be more severe, but we still need to detect, and it's crucial to detect an attack very early, understand exactly the impact of the attack in order to be able to better and more effectively mitigate it. So the importance of detection in the cybersecurity in the IT world is very big. It's the first step to be able to protect our business. In order to be able to do this, it's very important to get data. And again, we saw this during COVID. We needed to get a lot of data regarding the number of infections, the number of vaccinations later on, in order to be able to make informed decisions on the measures that we're going to take. Are we going to enforce a quarantine or not? How do we make this decision? We need to know how many are infected, how many are hospitalized, how many are in risk, if our health system can still cope with this pandemic. Again, exactly the same in the IT industry. In the IT industry, such kind of data are called cyber threat intelligence. With cyber threat intelligence, we can understand what is going around the world in terms of IT risks and how this might affect us. In OTEC Group and in Deutsche Telekom, we have created our own cybersecurity intelligence network. We create data from all over the world, correlate it in order to understand what are the most modern attacks, what are the most emerging attacks, and how these attacks can affect us and our customers. We share this information with our customers in order to proactively inform them about new threats, new risks, new attacks that might affect us, and this way we can better choose how to protect them. On top of that, we are working closely with a company called Cognite, who is the leader in the cyber threat intelligence field. Along with Cognite, we can create a personalized, tailored cybersecurity intelligence feed specifically for your organization. This way, you can get visibility of what's going on both within your organization, but also beyond. You can understand what's coming up next, and this way you can be proactive about identifying threats, prioritizing your security budget and your security investment, and at the end of the day, you will be able to build defenses around your organization in a much more informed way. Cyber threat intelligence is crucial in order to be able to understand the risks on a worldwide basis and effectively protect yourselves against those risks. The second step after detecting, for example, COVID-19 or a cybersecurity threat is testing. And again, with the pandemic, we understood that testing is crucial. And we still have a lot of testing going on right now. All of us are very familiar with the COVID virus test. Either this is a rapid test or a PCR, or we have become experts on that. We all know what the differences are, what we need to do, when to test, when not to test, and what to do after we have tested. It's exactly the same thing in the IT industry. We need to test. We need to test continuously in order to understand our security posture, understand our vulnerabilities, and make informed decisions on what we need to do to protect our systems. In OTEC Group, we offer a managed vulnerability assessment platform and a managed vulnerability management service. This way, we take the burden off you, the burden of testing off you, and we let you know what the findings are, which are the areas that you need to focus on, which are the areas that you need to protect, and what you need to do to protect them. If you do not test your systems against cybersecurity vulnerabilities, you don't really know if you are vulnerable or not. You don't really know if you are secure or not. Testing is crucial, and it's not just a one-off thing. We are moving into a world that continuous vulnerability testing has become very important as cybersecurity threats keep changing, keep evolving, and new threats are literally coming up every day. Last but not least, prevention. So we know how to detect vulnerabilities. We do testing. We also need to build countermeasures. We also need to protect ourselves against threats. It took us a bit of time in regards of the pandemic to understand how we can protect ourselves. So we are using masks to prevent us from getting infected, and for a year or so, we also have the vaccines that immunize our systems and strengthen our defenses. In the IT and the cybersecurity world, we have a lot of vaccines and a lot of weapons to fight against cybersecurity attacks. In OTEC Group, we offer a variety of services and solutions that can help your organizations protect and defend themselves against cybersecurity attacks. We offer network security solutions. We offer data protection solutions to protect your crown jewels, your most important and confidential and sensitive information. We offer cybersecurity operations center services. We can detect potential attacks to you and inform you accordingly. We can also help you mitigate these attacks. And at the end of the day, we can protect your business end-to-end, offer solutions to take the burden of cybersecurity off you so that you can focus on what you're doing, your own business. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, join us next for the next topic, which is from pirate attacks to cyber attacks. You will see a live presentation from Mr. Alexandros Mavromatis and Paul Deftereos, who are security and data protection consultants at Space Hellas. They will help guide us through a more holistic approach to risk management in shipping. Through this presentation, you will find out how to keep your business continuity plan always up to par and up to latest developments. Thank you for joining.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to introduce myself to this audience, both those of you in Athens and all around the world. I've recently taken over as the president of Inmarsat's maritime business. I'm new to this industry with a background and experience forged in a very different arena. And I know that while I may bring some fresh perspectives, there's a great deal for me to learn. To paraphrase a very famous ancient Athenian, there is wisdom in knowing that one knows very little. I'm therefore very sorry that I'm not with you in person to meet, engage and learn from the distinguished attendees of your conference today. I was in Athens only a few short weeks ago, visiting partners and customers, and I hope to be back very soon in what I know is one of the great hubs of the maritime world, and of course the cradle of a great civilization. This year's edition of Shipping Finance poses the question, is the euphoria in the shipping world for real? I can't answer that question on behalf of the entire shipping industry, but I can confidently say that there's a great deal to be excited about in the world of maritime connectivity. And Inmarsat, as the world leader in trusted, global,
I'm back again. Please excuse this last interruption that we had. The speech you watched is coming up next. It was inserted out of sequence. So please welcome Alexandros Mavromatis and Paul Deftereos, security and data protection consultants at Space Hellas, who will talk about private attacks, going from private attacks to cyber attacks, keeping your business continuity plan in check and up to speed, and providing a holistic approach to risk management in shipping. Thank you once again, and excuse the interruption. Thank you.
I wanna know which way they quit your games and now that you're denying it. Losing this game, I can't afford to be losing this game. And I know you deserve respect. Losing my mind, can't find the words, no, I can't seem to find. But I'm really trying to get reason why I'm sick and tired. Whether we been on yellow, whether we deep or shallow, please me now, 'cause we're about to lose. Whether we buy or hello, whether we stick or jello, I gotta move and make amends, but can't go through the same regrets. It could feel so good on mine. Not if I love again. And I know you deserve respect.
Good morning, I'm Paul.
And I'm Alex. We are Information Security and Data Protection Consultants on the GRC Department of Space LS. Unfortunately, Ms. Nadia Liapi couldn't be here today, so we are going to make the presentation. And we're going to talk about cyber attacks. When we're thinking of the shipping industry, usually our minds doesn't think about cyber attacks. But now the things that have changed. The technology is increasing. There's a growth use of industrial control systems, also satellite communications. So hackers have a new playground to play. Also, the use of advanced information and communication technology, of course, operation technology is increasing. So a ship is not anymore a closed, isolated system that it is protected. It has now opened its doors to cyberspace. So let's see some facts. On a survey at 2020, 77% of respondents of marine professionals view cyber attacks as a high or medium risk to their organizations. Only 64% said that their organization has actually a business continuity plan that can be followed in the case of cyber incident. Only 24% claimed that this business continuity plan was actually tested every 3 months on a regular basis, but only 15 said that it was tested about 1 or 2 times per year. 2 of them said that the organization actually has technical and organizational measures to protect the vessels and the ships from these cyber threats, but the other respondent says that their company is careless about all these cyber risks. So when we are talking about a shipping company, they're not only the vessels, the boats, and the ships. These are communicating with the land. We have the marine infrastructure. We have services. We have the terminals, support services, security and safety services. All these are communicating with each other, so they must be protected. We also know that there are state-level hackers that are targeting shipping, and they're waiting for a chance to be activated and to attack. Usually, military conflicts give these kind of opportunities, and now we can see there's actually a war, the Russian-Ukrainian crisis. We are reading articles, and we're seeing that there are increasing cyber attacks that also are targeting the shipping industry. So why is cybersecurity important to ships? We have communication, internal and external. We have departments that they want access, also the passengers. We have data, confidential information, cargo. We have navigation systems, ship safety systems, passenger management system, also the related sensor. All these are assets that must be protected. If we lose one of these assets, there's a potential impact upon the health and safety of staff, and this is actually very important. It's the most important thing. Also, the ability of the ship to operate safely and not to endanger other ships, maritime structures, or the environment. And of course, it has an impact on the speed and efficiency at which the ship can operate.
The IMO, who is the International Maritime Organization, is the global setting authority for the safety and the environmental performance of international shipping. Has adopted on June 2017 the resolution about maritime cyber risk management and safety management systems. The resolution was complemented by the IMO and entered into full force in January 2021. Of course, when we have such resolutions, we need some technical and organizational measures to address them. Additionally, we have the best practices for the implementation of cyber risk management, which are cybersecurity guidelines for ships supported by the International Shipping Organization, BIMCO, CLIA, ICS, and also the ISO for Information Security Management 27001, which demands the implementation of an information security management system which has policies and procedures to address cyber risk and information security. And also there is the framework of the United States International Institute, NIST, of standards and technology for the improvement of cybersecurity infrastructure. Apart from this, we have two very important regulations, such as GDPR and NIS Directive, which has a significant impact on the shipping industry. GDPR has to do the way we handle personal data and privacy information for passengers, crew, and visitors. Let's say, for example, we have a passenger who is a VIP. We have to do a lot in order to keep his information confidential. The NSA Directive has to do with critical infrastructure, such as hospitals, power suppliers, and sometimes it has to do with transport for maritime. And it is very important to be compliant with this directive also. Our model solutions includes the following. Cybersecurity assessment. We have a team of experts who can identify cybersecurity threats and propose measures to address them. Also, a cybersecurity plan and an emergency response exercise. We have to be ready when a cyber threat appears and have a plan in order to address the risk. And also we have to test this plan so as to see if it works, if it is efficient, and if we can improve it. The training, the personnel training is also very important. All personnel has to know our policies, procedures, and the emergency response plan. Also very important is penetration testing and vulnerability assessment. We have to identify risks and threats in our information systems. And of course, always we propose technical measures and organization to address the risks. Finally, we can implement an integrated information security management system and the business continuity management system and be certified with ISO 27001 and ISO 22301. What are the benefits of this model? It's a holistic approach to risk management in shipping, which is not only fully aligned with IMO resolution, but also prevents us from cyber attacks, improves the confidence of stakeholders in the shipping industry. It's a model based on prevention and not on correction. This means that we avoid correction which can have extra funds, fines, or extra costs. It reduces the risk of identifying deficiencies in case of audits. It has a positive effect on compliance issues and therefore reduces the risk of fines. As you know, in nowadays, also a lot of organizations use use cybersecurity insurance. Insurance companies always check the level of cybersecurity of an organization before signing a contract. So if the level of cybersecurity is high, the cost will be less for the companies. It has a very positive effect on reputation of companies, and it provides a competitive advantage of the pioneers who adapt this effectively. Thank you very much for your attention. You are welcome to come to our booth to discuss about cybersecurity.
Ladies and gentlemen, join us next for an engaging presentation with certainly an engaging topic, Geo, Leo, and all that jazz, by Mr. Ben Palmer, President, Maritime, Inmarsat. Mr. Palmer will guide us through shipping's increased connectivity possibilities. These have become all the more important in the last 2 years, whether it be called COVID, the Ukraine crisis today. There's a need for ships to remain connected. There's a need for crews and officers to remain connected. Doing so gives shipping companies a competitive advantage in attracting and retaining talent. And the next speech will explain how this can be made possible today. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to introduce myself to this audience, both those of you in Athens and all around the world. I've recently taken over as the president of Inmarsat's maritime business. I'm new to this industry with a background and experience forged in a very different arena. And I know that while I may bring some fresh perspectives, there's a great deal for me to learn. To paraphrase a very famous ancient Athenian, there is wisdom in knowing that one knows very little. I'm therefore very sorry that I'm not with you in person to meet, engage and learn from the distinguished attendees of your conference today. I was in Athens only a few short weeks ago, visiting partners and customers, and I hope to be back very soon in what I know is one of the great hubs of the maritime world, and of course the cradle of a great civilization. This year's edition of Shipping Finance poses the question, is the euphoria in the shipping world for real? I can't answer that question on behalf of the entire shipping industry, but I can confidently say that there's a great deal to be excited about in the world of maritime connectivity. And Inmarsat, as the world leader in trusted, global, mobile satellite communications, is right at the heart of that. In my short time in the company, I've been hugely impressed by its commitment to guiding the shipping industry into a new era of connectivity, where the benefits for owner, operator, manager and crew are significant and diverse. So let's talk about LEO, GEO and all that jazz. The transition to a new age is being driven by one overarching theme: the exponential increase in maritime data usage, which itself is driven by the twin trends towards decarbonisation and digitalisation as a means of unlocking more efficient, effective, sustainable operations. Ship owners are rightly looking to reduce their environmental footprint in line with tightening regulations. And to do so, they require insights into the efficiency of numerous shipboard systems, as well as the ability to gauge the impact of external factors on machinery and overall vessel performance. That means collecting, storing, and analysing significant volumes of data, and then transferring this data to various stakeholders. A series of processes that relies on stable network connections and ample bandwidth. Another response to a rapidly changing regulatory landscape sees many ship owners adopting sophisticated digital applications to enhance efficiency, safety and sustainability while easing the administrative burden on crew and onshore personnel. Like performance monitoring, running cloud-based applications requires high network stability and considerable bandwidth. And as ships become more digitally mature, with a greater number of advanced applications and a higher degree of automation, these requirements only grow. Essentially, commercial vessels are becoming an extension of the shipping company's office, a floating operations center that must maintain contact with shoreside headquarters, whether via email, collaboration platform, or video conferencing. Other data-intensive activities gaining traction in the maritime industry include remote inspections and maintenance, with companies looking to reduce costs and downtime by enabling vessel inspection and equipment servicing without having to make extended port calls. The cost benefits are obvious. Interestingly, while the drivers and use cases are very different, I see very real parallels with trends prevalent in the world from which I have come, that of defense and national security. The demand for ubiquitous, secure, reliable networking and connectivity as an enabler of competitive advantage is as real in the battle space as it is in our business space. However, the single greatest factor behind the exponential increase in data usage at sea is a growing appreciation of the importance of crew welfare. Since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, several high-profile incidents have drawn attention to the challenges and difficulties facing seafarers, with the infamous crew change crisis depriving shipboard personnel of timely shore leave and repatriation. Many owners and managers have responded to this situation by investing in better connectivity for crew and offering access to digital services such as 24-hour helplines. In this way, there's always someone available for seafarers to talk to share their feelings with a third party, or seek guidance from a mental health professional. And even as the situation improves around the world, interest in crew connectivity remains high, demonstrating a sustained commitment from ship owners and managers to provide a healthier, happier working environment for seafarers. This is crucial because even under normal circumstances, crew face long periods in the same surroundings, away from home, family and friends, for weeks or even months at a time. Reliable high-speed connectivity allows crew members to combat feelings of isolation by keeping in touch with loved ones and staying up to date with the latest events. It also offers them access to streaming and entertainment platforms for much-needed respite from their daily duties. In fact, seafarers increasingly expect an onboard internet connection similar to what they get at home, and they are evaluating and comparing prospective employers on their ability to deliver such a service. So, for ship owners and operators, stable, high-quality connectivity provides a competitive edge, not only in terms of vessel efficiency and regulatory compliance, but also in the war for talent from a crew recruitment and retention perspective. In a maritime industry where requirements are constantly evolving and data usage is skyrocketing, existing connectivity services are being pushed to their limits. At the same time, it is increasingly obvious that customers care rather more that their need for ubiquitous connectivity is met than they do about how it is met. Inmarsat's solution is a unique, multi-dimensional, dynamic mesh network that will redefine connectivity at scale with the highest capacity for mobility worldwide and at hotspots around the globe. Orchestra, so named because it brings together multiple components in perfect harmony to produce something far greater than the sum of its parts, is designed to meet the accelerating bandwidth requirements of modern shipping. It combines our geosynchronous or GEO networks, Illyra and Global Express, with terrestrial 5G and targeted low Earth orbit or LEO satellites. A word on LEO, about which there is much euphoria. Too often, I see this discussion couched as a binary competition between one or the other. The reality is more likely to be a world in which, as the title of my remarks implies, the two come together. GEO, LEO, and all that jazz. For each of these components makes a unique and equally important contribution to Orchestra. Illyra, the world's most reliable and technologically advanced L-band network, provides a critical layer of always-on connectivity with all-weather resilience. Our other GEO network, Global Express, operates in the Ka band and is the first and only high-speed mobile broadband network to seamlessly span the world, delivering fast and reliable global coverage with security and full redundancy. Terrestrial 5G contributes ultra-high capacity at specific high-demand hotspots, such as busy ports, straits, and sea canals, while LEO is a small, targeted constellation of 150 to 175 satellites that will bring additional high capacity over further high-demand areas. Complementing all of this is a dynamic mesh network that allows individual terminals to act as nodes, routing traffic to and from other terminals. The ability to extend the range of direct links to others beyond that range, for example ships beyond the reach of 5G, will bring a powerful new dimension to networking. And the result will be a single advanced solution for global mobility that will offer the fastest average speeds and the lowest average latency of any network, either planned or in existence, with seamless connectivity around the world. For the maritime industry, Orchestra represents an enabler of the next generation of ships. Wherever these data-driven vessels are sailing, whether in an isolated stretch of sea or a bustling shipping hub, they will be able to rely on high-speed connectivity to facilitate safe, efficient, and sustainable operations. Quick and easy access to insights from AI-based data platforms will support decision-making to enhance performance and minimize costs, while autonomous technology and automated processes will greatly reduce the workload for crew and therefore mitigate the risk of human error. Crew will also benefit from uninterrupted access to communication and entertainment platforms, as well as to services that help them to keep a healthy and positive outlook in the face of challenging circumstances. In addition, remote inspections and maintenance executed anywhere in the world and supported by high connection speeds will help to maintain safe and efficient vessel operations while saving time and reducing costs for multiple stakeholders. Overall, the advantages of Orchestra and the new generation of ships that it enables are numerous. The only limit to their potential is the creativity of the applications providers whose solutions Orchestra will offer unlimited access to. So, to return to the question raised in this edition of Shipping Finance, I believe that the euphoria surrounding the shipping industry is very much justified, at least from a connectivity perspective, and I expect this to become increasingly apparent in the years to come. Thank you very much to everyone, wherever you are in the world, whether in Athens or elsewhere, to listening to me, for giving me your time and attention today. And I look forward very much to working with you to keep global trade flowing, enable our connected world, and ensure the safety and well-being of seafarers.
It is time for our technology session as an enabler of digital transformation in the shipping industry. That session is chaired and moderated by Ms. Irini Liadi, ICT Senior Sales Specialist of the OTEA Group.
Great. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome on board. My name is Irini Liadis and I'm a member of OTEA Group of Companies in the ICT division. Today we have the pleasure to talk about technology and the enabler of a digital transformation in shipping industry. 4 key words: technology, digital transformation, shipping. as they stand alone, are easy to understand and adopt. But when they come together, you have to have a partner for better insights. OTE group of companies are the key facts, the largest telecommunication provider in the Greek shipping market. OTE is among the largest listed companies in the Athens Stock Exchange. Our goal, to be the leader for digital transformation in Greece and a role model in Europe with superior customer experience and operational efficiency. The strategic plan that takes OTE Group to the future. Technology superiority. We invest in the technological experience of our networks and IT systems. We always place our customers at the center of our actions. We put emphasis on the services with significant growth prospects. We leverage on our strong brand, our fully fledged product portfolio, and our sales network. We transform our company into a modern digital provider. We upgrade the skills of our people and adopt a culture of growth and innovation. Over edging, we build sustainable business. During the past years, OTE has taken significant commercial actions to strengthen its market presence, having a positive response from customers to its upcoming initiatives. Successfully project implementation and services operations in more than 20 customers, EU institutions, international organizations, and agencies in 14 European countries. The implementation of the Recovery and Sustainability Plan is a decisive factor both for the financial prospects of the country's member states of the EU and for the activity of OTE in the field of ICT, the importance of which is expected to increase significantly for the group in the coming years. Single touch point is involved in the European Data Ports research project, which aims to create a data platform, and OTE is in that. OTE data platform will allow information to exchange not only between ports, agents, but also between other ports and optimize port services, strengthen the supply and transport chain, and reduce emissions of pollutants into the air. The project brings together research partners on research pillars such as real-time control of operations, streamlined decision-makings, accurate predictions of future events and situations, predictive analytics for the end. Now, let's go how we systematically approach. We are laying the foundations. We are laying the foundations for constantly strong technological performance in the years to come. We are dynamically accelerating the development of the fiber-to-home network, and we're expanding by delivering end-to-end ICT projects at a fast pace, also strengthen our commercial activities, and we are constantly improving our customers' operational efficiency. We focus on efforts on these areas because they are crucial both for the future, our future, and for the development of the markets in which we operate as a group. With systematic approach, integrated technology gives leaders better insights into the data by conveniently keeping relevant and related information in one place. So one can see patterns and inconsistency in data easily. They can also pinpoint the business bottlenecks and find opportunities for growth. In the era of artificial intelligence, big data, and metaverse, we utilize our know-how and the special gravitas of a group of global range to support the vision for business, digital transformation. Our presence here today is a confirmation of our commitment. Before I finish the presentation, let me say something that we use in shipping. You can't direct the wind, but we can adjust the sails. May you have fair winds, the following says. Please stay with us today as next session panel, Act with Tact and Vision, the key for holistic transformational development is starting soon. Thank you. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to be here and have the opportunity to address today with the subject panel, Act with Tact, and the key for the holistic transformational development. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce you our panelists. And first of all, let me start for the ones that they are abroad. Peter, welcome.
Hi, Irene. I seem to be the big head on the screen today. So.
Yes, you are, my dear. Yes, you are.
Welcome from the UK. I'm so sorry I can't be in Athens. It's one of my favorite cities, and I'm hoping you're having a great event, but I'm sure that we'll meet up soon.
Doesn't matter. You will come again another time. I'm getting to our next panelist and expert, Mrs. Veniami Irini. Welcome today.
Thank you for having me.
Mr. Nikos Botinis.
Thank you, Irini.
From Cisco, and of course, Mr. Yannis Anastasakos from Space Hellas. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. But before we go there, I would like to introduce, of course, the companies that you are representing, and Mrs. Irini Veniami, she's principal of BeWise, and she is recently joined as a vice president ICC Women Hellas. Congratulations, Irini.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Botinis, he is the Cisco sales manager, regional manager, excuse me, for Greece, Cyprus, and Malta. And Mr. Anastasakos, he is the general manager, sales and system integration for Space Hellas. And last but not least, Peter Broadhurst from UK, Inmarsat, and he is the Maritime Senior Vice President, Safety and Security, Yachting and Passengers. So first and foremost, satellite connectivity, Peter, I will start from you, from your end, plays a vital role in this industry. Today, you will share with us the perspective, but before, allow me to say a few words about you. You have been 7 years in Inmarsat, and you are responsible for the safety, of course, security, yachting, passenger services in the maritime business. Your career is as a radio officer more than 25 years, and of course, you are Vice President of Commit International Radio Maritime. Long resume and bio. With your experience, we right now want to hear just what we have heard, of course, from your president about the orchestra and the developments with Inmarsat to facilitate a digital connectivity into the future. However, do you feel the shipping industry is ready to embrace the digital era, the connected ship, and will this technology support the industry's vision for the future?
Thank you, Irene, and I'm glad you didn't stress on the 25 years too long from my experience. Yeah, thank you for the question. So here at Inmarsat, we believe the shipping industry is ready. But obviously, I would say that because I'm the guy that sells the data that connects the ships. So what backs that up, really, in terms of why we believe the shipping industry is ready? So as a satellite operator, the hardest part for us is network planning for the future. We need to ensure that we have the bandwidth and the capability that our customers need in the future. And that's not just now, it's well into the future, because it takes us 5 years to plan and then to launch and to put into service a satellite. A satellite, whilst it's in space, is planned for 15 years, but we generally get 20 plus years from them. So we're looking now for services that are going to be operating in the 2030s, 2040s, 2050s in our planning. So knowing what the industry is doing and the trends is really important for us. And so we're already seeing the growing data usage pattern in maritime. It's driven by digital technologies. There's no doubt about that. There's also some voice that's driving that. That's for sure. We can see where that's coming from. But we're definitely seeing shipping evolving towards the more use of data. It's not a revolution. You know, we're not seeing that that swift change that comes from regulation, for example, and I guess that's my way of saying, you know, the autonomous ship is still a long way away, but we are seeing a lot more automation. We're seeing a lot more adoption of digital services. So the current ship today, well, the connected ship is nothing really new. It's building on the culture and the good working practice that we have in shipping today. Connected ships and digital applications and all of that can improve not only the operational and financial aspects, but also the safety and sustainability, which is a kind of what you heard from my president. However, also I would say that, you know, the burden of change is not just on the shipping industry. I can't just say the shipping industry is ready. There was a sermon by John Donne, and he said, "No man is an island," and essentially everyone relies on others. And in the future, this will not change. You know, the maritime industry has a very strong tradition of suppliers, providers, manufacturers, systems integrators, and all that. And that ecosystem will continue to provide the value to the industry. So it's not just about the shipping industry itself, it's about everybody coming together. Industries do not go away. The way they operate and change is different. So we shouldn't be afraid of the digital changes that are coming. We should embrace them and where it makes sense, take a pragmatic and practical approach to deploy them. That's my position.
Indeed, we have to embrace, we have to explore, and we have to go ahead with agility. Thank you very much, Peter, for sharing the thoughts with us. But let's go to our next guest, which right now has a more interesting question to place. But before I introduce Irini Veniami as a next question guest, I would like to talk about a few words about her. She born in and raised in Athens. However, her origin comes from the island of Chios, which is truly loves. Everybody loves Chios. I'm from Chios as well. Irini joined 2014 the family-run shipping company, Golden Union Shipping, and moreover, she's the principal in BeingWise, IT service company, and currently Irini elected as a vice president of ICC Women Alas, and a member of Chamber since 2020. Congratulations, Irini, for your new achievement. Let's go to a more interesting thing. As someone who is concerned with the increasing reliance we have on technology, how should I think about cybersecurity?
Thank you for being here. Managing cybersecurity starts with understanding it. Let's start by framing the question in the context of digitalization, because we hear cybersecurity and it sounds kind of sexy, but then many of us immediately assume everything that follows is either not our immediate responsibility or likely incomprehensible. That is incorrect. Let's review the basic rules of cybersecurity, but let's also introduce analogies to help us understand it. Imagine your organization is your home, and your data are your possessions, which includes your furniture, your jewelry, your fancy TV, your food. Imagine all these lovely possessions are your data. You don't want to lose your possessions. You don't want uninvited guests to touch them or consume them, and you probably don't even want most people to know they exist. So we have to protect them. Let's look at the rules. Firstly, cybersecurity starts at home, and it's everyone's responsibility, and you cannot outsource it. Recognizing this is the beginning of managing cybersecurity. The analogy here is to assume that you install a very secure door at your house, and then your kids to allow the pizza delivery guy into your house and onto your couch where he can enjoy eating your food. You have done your part in installing a secure door. They need to do theirs in not allowing anything other than the pizza through that door. Secondly, your security is only as good as your weakness point. The best door lock in the world will not save you if you leave your windows wide open. 3, there is no single turnkey solution that takes care of our cybersecurity requirements. A secure house needs more than just a good door. It needs a secure windows, an alarm, cameras, and above all, trustworthy inhabitants. Not only in the sense of keeping their hands off your possessions, but in the sense of knowing to whom they can open the door and to whom they should keep them firmly shut. All these measures are necessary, as any one measure not in place can lead to abuse of your possessions. 4, an obvious one, but you will be amazed what we have seen. Your security must be effectively placed in your system. It's not good buying a guard dog, investing in his training, and leaving him to your neighbor's house. You'll be amazed at how many companies have been have the fanciest equipment plugged in, updated, but not configured to protect the network. And 5, you cannot simply do cybersecurity and then call it a day. Technology keeps evolving, and so must your security. The analogy here is perhaps hard to believe. Did you know that the best door lock today, at best, only a couple years away from being overridden by all lock pickers? And think about how many times someone may have been able to make a copy of your keys. And when was the last time you actually changed your lock? Consider one more thing. In the world of cybersecurity, your opponents are invisible. Nobody will see the locker picker arriving in your house, unless you check all your possessions all the time. You might not even notice that some have been gone missing. And the worst thing that can happen, he superglues all your possessions to the ceiling and changes your door on the way out with a door that resembles the vault of a bank. Good luck. To correctly manage cybersecurity, you need to understand it and take responsibility of it. Aside from the equipment, firewalls, monitoring tools, and biometric passwords, you need trained users, policies, and how to navigate your network, and competent installers. 90% of cybersecurity failures originate with human failure. And human failure doesn't limit itself to just your staff, but includes your human IT installers that you contracted to install your cybersecurity. And while the industry has fantastic guidelines on policies, companies need to take time to ensure that the policies are amended to cater to the specific company's needs. Actually, for one of our clients, we drafted its own government security management plan based on the IMO regulations, which sets out the company's data security guidelines and provisions of its technology infrastructure. In fact, 200 staff members of our client participated from all around the world through an online LMS platform on cybersecurity awareness. During the training, the staff had the opportunity to answer questions from alleged cyber attack scenarios on ship, to discuss events that occurred during their work, and of course receive a certification after the examination. This all focused on eliminating the risk of human error.
Interesting. Opportunities exist everywhere. You look in shipping. There is always room for improvement. Thank you, Irini. Thank you very much. So how technology and ICT providers could be the key to unlock technology in the blue economy. Let's hear about Yannis Anastasakos, what he has to say. But before that, I have to say that he is the General Associate Manager of the System Integration Space Hellas. You are holding a Des Informatiques Université de Paris, Pierre et Marie Curie, une maîtrise d'informatique. Bien, appliqué, Université de Paris de Saint-Denis, France. And you hold a degree on Computer Engineering, University of West Africa. Wow. Wow, congratulations. I didn't know that. Your working experience, struck me, is more than 25 years in various technological and commercial positions in the ICT sector, and your experience in large-scale demanding projects is huge. So, Yannis, share with us, what is the challenge of digital transformation versus traditional system integration? You have plenty of time.
Okay. Thank you for your question that would help us draw the line between yesterday and tomorrow. So from the system integrator perspective, where we stand by our customers. trying to help them, trying to provide all the goods available by the technology in order to run their business better. This is what we're doing the last decades and hopefully we'll do in the future. Until a few years ago, what we're doing is to provide the right equipment, the right software, the right services, so our customers could be more productive, more competitive. But what I have to underline is that we were not touching the core of the business. Our customers were running their business as they did decades ago, but of course with better weapons, with better routers, with higher capacity networks, with faster servers, with better software, but the core of the business was intact. The disruption, and allow me to use this word, the last few years, is that there is a lot of data available.
Yes.
And somebody told me that data is the new gold.
Yes,
okay.
Indeed.
So if somebody could mine this gold and turn it to capital, he would be the winner. Now the role is to provide to our customers new technologies, better tools, so they can use all this data and transform their business. This is why we're speaking about digital transformation.
Exactly.
Transform their business, change what they are doing, be more competitive, because at the end of the day, it's not for the technology per se. It's to be more competitive.
Yes.
It's to win the game, to win your competitors, to position better yourself. And this can be done only if you can change the way that you are doing your business. And in order to do this, you need to invest in technologies, you need to invest to all these fancy things that we're discussing. You need to protect yourself from new threats like cybersecurity. And we're here to continue the journey with our customers until the end.
Yanis, I totally agree. Plus, I have to say that you have to be more agile. We have to be more agile, and we have to make a decision quickly. Yes, gold equals to capital, and data is the key. Let's go to our next expert, and now is your turn, Nikos. But before I go there, I have to introduce to the audience that you are holding more than 26 years of experience in IT and channel industry. You are now responsible for the sales and in-business sectors, managing the relationship of Cisco systems with Cisco partners in Greece, Malta, and Cyprus, correct?
Correct.
Wow. And you are honored with the Manager Excellence Awards in 2018. And of course, you have a sequence of presents and awards. And you have been also play a key role to ensuring continuous business growth and profitability to increase market penetration through your direct coverage and network of channels. Nico, a simple question. How does marine industry rank in the digital transformation adoption compared to other industries? Based on your experience, please share your thoughts.
Right, thank you, Irini, and thank you for the organizers for inviting me here. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm not from Chios, my wife is from Chios, by the way. So
you have the visa.
Yes, exactly. So, I'm privileged in the sense of, being able to see what's happening in other sectors and how they have been, transforming the business the last few years, okay?
Yes.
Digital transformation, digital revolution, whatever you want to call it, which is actually, the utilization of technologies, new technologies to improve performance, become more efficient. This is something that has been going on in other sectors for several years. We've been trying to understand this phenomenon, this model, and so we collaborate with different universities to study the different sectors and how they evolved in this phenomenon. So I'll try to picture it, okay? And we try to picture it. So imagine a vortex, and this is how we actually depict the digital transformation, like a vortex. What is the characteristic of the vortex? As you go to the center of the vortex, your speed increases, right? And if you go into the center of the vortex, you might survive, you might dismantle, nobody knows what's going to happen. Now, the different sectors are in different parts of this vortex, okay? So I'll give you an example. Media, for example, is at the center of the vortex for the last couple of years, and you have seen what has happened to the media. Not all of them survived, they have changed the business model. It's different scenario all over the place. Financial sector, almost at the center of the vortex, and we'll see what's happening over there with the fintech and the phygital and the digital onboarding of the banks and all this stuff. Now, manufacturing, marine industry, we're not at the center of the vortex, are at the edges of the vortex. Nevertheless, the last couple of years, the speed increases. And as marine industry will go at the center of the vortex, they will have the same effect as is happening in other industries. Not all the companies will be able to survive. You have to change the business models to adapt to the new, let's say, environment. Shipping industry has been selling capacity and working closely with the rest of the value chain to seamlessly supply goods all over the world and maybe account for more than 90% of the transportation. But still, they now have to go from just selling capacity to selling value, to selling new services to the customers. So I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but you will have to go through the vortex, whether you like it or not. But it's exciting to be here because I have lived that, that change in other industries as well. I can tell you, buckle up and enjoy the ride.
Sure. Nikos, thank you very much for your feedback and, of course, for your thoughts. The new era of shipping industry requires technology and partners, as we are here, and who are really willing to act upon, utilizing the solutions that they offer in the markets and will make the immediate financial impact of today and in the future for the shipping companies. So now, Ms. Irini Veniami, we are ready to hear you. Everyone wants to resolve any issues that may arise in the relation of cyber risk. What solution can you provide to mitigate this risk and as much as possible?
Thank you. For this, we propose VAS product, Vulnerability Assessment as a Service. What this does in a nutshell, it examines your network's integrity automatically and continuously. We keep feeding VAS algorithms that assess how updated your network is, how resilient it is to attacks, and what weaknesses we see. The end product is a simple report of your network's flaws, a cheat sheet, if you will, on how to undermine your network's integrity. You can then use this report to correct your configurations, plug gaps, or update your system. We've developed VAS to be comprehensive, easy to run. We do not occupy the time of your IT team, and at the end of the product is formatted in an intuitive way that can be easily read and understood by managers.
Wow, thank you very much for that. And let's go and see some thoughts that Nikos have to share with us, and which technology trends you see having the most growth in the next 10 years, and what are the main barriers in adopting those technologies?
Right. I think most of the panelists and participants in the last couple of days have mentioned this kind of technologies that I will also mention. Mm-hmm. So artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, sensors that can be implemented in various, let's say, parts of the ship, but not only the ship, throughout the land or other parts of the transportation industry. So these are technologies that you all have heard, but these are the enablers. These have matured in order to lead, let's say, the transformation in the industry in 4 major steps, the way we see it at Cisco. So the steps that we see happening. So we're saying that at the equivalent of Industry 4.0, there will be a maritime 4.0 as well. Okay. So the steps that those technologies that I mentioned that have matured will go are, first of all, smart ships.
Of course.
Okay. It's already happening. Okay. Our sensors are being there, interconnections there, bandwidth is, and thank you, Peter, and whatever bandwidth you can give us, you can consume, don't worry about it. Right? So smart ships can become voyage planning, weather routing, fuel efficiency. So first step. And I think you already started on that. Maritime industry has started on that. Second step that we do see in the industry is the integrated value chains. So maritime should, interconnect, okay, with other parts of the transportation. I mean, and that includes not only trucks but roads, transportation, municipalities that have to provide the, seamless, let's say, flow of the goods. Third step is going to be autonomous ships and smart ports. Yes, it's a long way, as Peter mentioned. We don't see it happening in less than 10 years, but definitely it will be there. There are barriers, regulations, okay, there are legal issues, who's responsible, for example, in case something wrong happens, cyber security, what's going to happen, how we are going to deal with that. Yes, but it's going to get there one way or another. So this is the steps that we're seeing. Those are the 3 steps, and those are the technologies that we'll see. Barriers, though, there are barriers, you know that very well. We see lack of knowledge in the industry, lack of knowledge on how technology can, help on those steps. Lack of, I would say, standards in the industry that needs to change and support this transformation. Lack of maybe coordinations from the different stakeholders. Okay, but most of all, what we think is important is the cultural change that needs to happen in this industry as well. I think most of the companies need to invest in the cultural, let's say, change that this revolution is bringing into the table. Yeah.
Nikos, you're absolutely right. You make a very good closure about culture and change and things as such. This is a very important step and spot for all industries, not only shipping. And we are constantly hearing about ICT. Okay, so Yannis, what are the main pillars of the new technological era for the shipping market from the ICT perspective?
Okay, Nikos gave us a very good picture. So I'm a bit embarrassed because he mostly covered what I can see. But okay, let me add some pieces of the puzzle. The first idea is that there is a lot of useful data out there, and somehow we have to collect this data. Okay? That brings on the table technologies like Internet of Things, a lot of sensors. So a lot of information is available and must be collected in order to be analyzed. And in this perspective, we need the sensors, we need the right equipment to transport this information. We need high capacity, reliable and secure networks, like from Inmarsat. Then we need all the tools in order to analyze this information, like BI, artificial intelligence. These are the technologies that will give the competitive advantage to a company against the competition. And if we speak about applications, what is the benefit? The benefit is that let's say you can reduce the cost of your operations because we have online data. You can run your business more environmental friendly. That is a big challenge, I believe, today, and the big issue that shipping company will face, I believe, the next 2 years. You can reduce your cost by improving your maintenance with technologies like virtual reality or constant training of your crew. You can protect your crew by telemedicine applications, keep your crew healthier, reduce costs that are related to health issues. You can protect your business from cyber threats. We have a presentation before stating that there is a new kind of piracy not related to the ship but related to the data. So I believe that these are more or less some key factors, some key applications that prove that it is important for a company in the shipping industry to go to the next step, the next day, invest, be innovative, be pioneer, because I believe that the world belongs to pioneers, to the companies that will make the next step. They will invest, and they will have the advantage.
Absolutely correct. You have touched very sensitive points, and thank you very much for that, Yannis. But I have to go to Peter. Peter, are you still there?
Take myself off mute. Yeah, I'm still here. Yes, thank you very much.
Human element, my dear Peter. When we think about transformational development, we tend to think about operational processes, improvements, but what about the human element? Can connectivity and data support the seafarers and the people in the ecosystem of shipping?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a good question, and thanks to my esteemed colleagues on the panel who have kind of touched on the human element a little bit.
Yes.
So data and digital is what we're talking about. It has its own universal language. The ones and zeros are common everywhere in the world. It's how we use the data that is the value, which has been alluded to, and how we unlock the efficiencies, how we share the data, and ultimately how we create the return on the investment for processing that data. We don't need buzzwords. We need practical, pragmatic solutions that add value everywhere. And data can help individuals, companies, and ultimately the planet. And that's unfortunately the direction we have to drive. The human element is extremely important, and the seafarer and shore personnel in shipping create that ecosystem today. It's a fantastic ecosystem that I've worked in and brings a lot of value in the way that we operate. They're already using data. It's not new. The usage is increasing as we discussed, and it's generally driving efficiency. And we're seeing growth as before, to and from the vessel, i.e. we are seeing the connected ship. I'm not sure whether this is transformational or whether it's just simple efficiencies. Nevertheless, reducing the burden of the operational monitoring, reporting, training, control of the seafarer, it'll greatly improve the seafarer's role and lead to a safer ship, which is ultimately where we want to be. Connectivity plays a large part for this when we travel, when we want to be communicating with our loved ones, our friends, and planning journeys and all that kind of stuff. The seafarer should not expect anything less. And given the demands on the seafarer today, ensuring they are motivated and well-trained and supported is an area where digital services can provide a large return, if you ask me. Data and analytics, whether it's simple analytics or artificial intelligence, virtual reality, can support predicting failures, reduce operational expenses, and lower the burden on the human. Addressing them differently, and whether we want to call them technologies, new technologies, or whatever, it doesn't really matter, but they can drive efficiencies and reduce operational expense. This isn't new. Shipping has been doing this for a long time. You wouldn't build a ship without an autopilot. Having an AB at the wheel on a long passage is crazy. We understand that. This is an example that's clear where the efficiency and the value is, and the other technologies are not necessarily so clear because of the kind of immaturity in our industry. But they are there, definitely. If we embrace those changes and the digital implementations, we can get it. We are currently, we're currently doing a pilot with Attica Group, and that's to provide solutions to the seafarer where we provide familiarization when they come on board, regulatory training, emergency response, and customer services. That content will be delivered digitally and to support the crew and the crew members and improve emergency procedures. So it adds to the human element, it adds to the overall experience and everything that's there. So this is just one of the many digital developments that we are seeing and supporting today. And I think that, as we said before, embrace it. And to your point, being agile about it is where we need to be.
Peter, thank you very much. I will keep efficiency, value, embrace changes, agility. Very good points to the ones that you just mentioned. And thank you very much for that. But before we go, because, we have 5 minutes. We're close to the end. And I would like to place a question to our distinguished panelists here and specialists upon their solutions making and offered in the market as experts, professionals, and above all, persons that they are in charge for customers. What is the key message that you would like to state here to the audience and take away before the closing part? I will start with Nikos.
Right.
Randomly, as I'm choosing the thing randomly, so Nikos.
Right, thank you. So I will say that one key thing is that, technology is there, is the enabler, but the cultural change is that, everyone needs to focus, the mind shift, and everyone needs to do in order to be successful into this area. Okay, that's the one thing I would focus on.
That's great. So, Yanis.
Okay, I will keep one word from David, so it's embrace new technology, and one word from you, so be agile. So if the shipping industry embraces new technologies and is agile, I believe that the results will be very, very positive. So this is the message.
Thank you. Peter, how about you?
Yeah,
Give us
in
food for
terms
thought.
of I agree with the panel and the comments there. We shouldn't be afraid of moving forward. We should embrace the new technologies.
Yes.
We should understand them. We need the new skill sets within shipping to move us forward. We are coming from an immature position, but don't be afraid of what the future lies. And if we don't embrace it, then we will get overtaken. There will be competitive pressures out there, and change is normal. To not change is to become extinct. So let's not be afraid of that, and let's move forward.
Thank you very much, Peter. And Irini.
I would like to take this opportunity to sum up what my fellow panelists have said. So digitization is creating massive opportunities and is bringing change to the industry. Efficiency, safety, proximity to information, even foresight. If we see some of the new navigational tools, the infiltration of IoT into ordinary machineries is really incredible. However, we must be wary of the consequences of introducing so much technology and automation, and dare I say, artificial intelligence into our industry. We must consider how it affects our current skill sets. For instance, an over-reliance on ECDIS has arguably caused a loss of basic maritime and chart management skills. All of this technology requires management of change. For example, in ECDIS, we use cameras that build heat maps to track movement on the bridge. And we see how long a seafarer is spending looking at the screens versus actually looking outside the windows. My guess for the future of digitization will be the advance of artificial intelligence, as we have said. As BWise, we heavily invest in this. By this, I mean application where technology can pre-process information that will help guide our seafarers and our staff. This can be as simple as a program of ordering a filter and advising the second engineer that the filters is likely to require change before the next port of call, because the system knows the duration of the voyage, the quality of the bunkers, the type of the filter, and the last overhaul date. A more complex scenario is autonomous navigations, which has now become a reality in cars and has been a reality in planes over a decade. Digitalization of our workflows. We now build intelligence in your ERP so that it can guide you through your systems and tell you what data to input, saving you from trying to navigate a complex SMS which has been just updated to reflect the latest TMSA. But before embracing technology, I want to ask yourselves what we ask when offering our IT solutions. What are we solving for? Thank you.
Very good question, and a food for thought for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants, thank you very much for joining today's panel. Peter, next time, please do come and praise the panel here with your presence. I would like to say a big thank you to the Slide Open, to Despina Travlou for this excellent event. And I hope we all stay safe from the corona days that we have passed, the past 2 years, and of course about the new situation that we're facing right now. God bless, stay safe, and good sales. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, over the next 20 minutes, my esteemed, long-standing shipping professionals and I will be talking about shipping responsiveness to a radically changing world. The aim of our talk is to discuss in what ways has shipping changed over the years following the commands of the 21st century. We will also attempt to identify in which areas shipping needs to further develop. So let's meet our speakers. On my right, Mr. Christopher Conway, Managing Director, Global Head of Shipping and Offshore Export Agency Finance, Citibank. And on my left, Dr. George Pateras, Deputy Chairman, Conships Management Inc., and President of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping. So gentlemen, I would like to hear your views on the evolution of ships and transportation as a whole. For example, ships used to be designed to follow cargo needs. Today, the design of ships is driven by other factors. What role does infrastructure play? Containerization? I know I have put a lot on the table, but I am looking forward to hearing your views. So Chris, can we start with you, please?
Thank you, Katerina. Well, I think the last point that you mentioned is probably the most significant, in that over the last 75 years, the single most transformational event has been the evolution of containerization. This is a concept that has long been used in the shipment of goods, but in the form that we know it today, it was only after the Second World War that really became prevalent. And in the US, we were fortunate that Malcolm McLean, who owned a trucking business, was able to combine the shipment of goods in a container both by truck and then by sea. Okay. And, but it wasn't until 1968 that the standard was agreed. A lot of people recognized that it was a useful way to change and moving away from break bulk cargoes being transported on shelter deckers, where you had labor-intensive activity at the ports, you had high risk of damage or loss either through theft or some other misfortune, and therefore costs were high. So in my view, I would say that containerization has been the single biggest transformational event so far.
Okay. George?
So, firstly, thank you very much for the invitation to come and speak on your panel. I believe that shipping has always been in touch with innovation. We've always been ahead of the market. And basically because of the adage that innovation is the mother of necessity, not regulation. We've had to be innovative. We've had to change with the times. But I want to qualify your statement that you said that shipping used to be designed to suit cargo needs. Now it's designed to suit poor infrastructures which exist.
Right.
Because the delay in moving cargoes is not the ship part of the transportation, it's the road or infrastructure part. If you see, as you were talking about containers, we're moving towards mass containerization because of its simplicity throughout the supply chain. The slowest part is the road-based part, or the regulatory part, going through customs and going through the ports. The fastest part is on the ship. And in fact, the lowest polluting part is the part that's on the ship. Less than 3% of air pollution comes from shipping, the majority from the road. And the EU has quite wisely said that we don't want a modal shift away from the sea to the road, basically because of the environmental impact of doing such a modal shift. So yes, I believe we are innovative. I believe that we are fighting against a poor infrastructure. This is the first US government in 50 years that's actually spending money. I believe $1 trillion Biden wants to spend on the infrastructure of the United States. We need it. If we had this modern infrastructure and things moved faster, there would be far less pollution.
Okay. Chris, would you like to add something?
Well, I certainly agree that infrastructure is incredibly important. I don't think that containerization would have developed to the way it has today had there not been a massive investment in infrastructure. And I'm not just talking about the port vicinity, although that is significant, and it is what has allowed the availability of cheap land has been what has allowed the development of ports like Oakland in the United States, which displaced San Francisco as a port, Newark, which has displaced New York as a port, and Felixstowe, which has displaced London as a port. Felixstowe has something like 8,800 acres of land which is needed in order to store the containers, which are either being delivered or collected. The other aspect is, of course, roads. And you can't have bottlenecks getting towards the road. In fact, even though Felixstowe grew because of the building of the Orwell Bridge, the modernization of the Copdock roundabout and the A14, that too now, because it's a two-lane bridge with no hard shoulder, is at risk of causing delays at Felixstowe. So the more, it's a bit like the Sorcerer's Apprentice, the more activity there is, the more infrastructure is needed. But containerization has grown at a compound annual growth rate of 6.7%, and that will continue.
Okay.
That will continue. What I think the next step is on the port side is full automation. You've seen with the recent COVID crisis how ports can be shut down immediately, Ningbo, and when that happens, the entire supply chain comes to a standstill. So automation can prevent that. So there is a lot of room for evolution here, I think, and of course it's not going to be pollutive to do so.
Okay.
Absolutely right. I mean, the building of the Orwell Bridge was the turning point, I think, for Felixstowe to grow so massively. As I believe here in Piraeus, we've had the same roads and bridges helped, and recently was announced the road and rail connection for Thessaloniki port, and the new pier can now be justified why they're going to build the new pier to take deep water motherships, because they're going to do the connection to the main Egnatia road, and they're going to connect the train to the intercity. If you can't get the containers out of the port, there's no point in building a bigger port. It's all to do with the infrastructure. And the quicker you get the car or the container out, the less pollution you're causing. Yes, automation of the ports is, the technology is available. It's being done. It's a cost question. If I can get enough containers to justify spending, because it's quite an investment, it's being done everywhere, and it's sort of self-growing. If we do get
self-fulfilled fallacy.
Yes, if we do get the technology to go automated, we can bring more containers. If we bring more containers, we can buy the technology. So it's happening.
Catch-22 here. Yeah.
And it's happening. Our biggest problem is not the major ports. The major ports have the technology, have the know-how, have the resources to expand. Our problem is the spokes. The hubs are good. Jurataura, Damietta, Piraeus, Malta, they all have the hub port, but we need to fix the spokes because that's where the delays occur. But everything isn't moved by containers. We've got to talk about the LNGs. We've got to talk about the oil carriers, because we turn around and we say we don't want to burn oil anymore because it's dirty. And then we turn around to the oil companies and say, but we do want you to do straight run, low sulfur fuel, where they have to make an investment of $1 billion. And we tell them that, well, you're nasty people. We don't want to be doing business with you in 10 years' time. Well, then why should they make the investment?
Exactly.
If we're trying to do everything we can to stop using their product. It's a little bit difficult to...
Well, I think there is going to be some impetus from investors. And global investors are being very serious about where they want to place their money. And it certainly won't go to the companies that persist in producing the high carbon content fuels. And so I think there is going to be a crossover point. How long it will take, I don't know, but that will come. And I think that as people think about the contribution of shipping to the carbon emissions, there will be the development of alternate fuels, whether it's hydrogen, ammonia. And I think that the discussion at the moment about green corridors will help promote the establishment of fuels which will require significant shoreside infrastructure. You need to be able to develop it at a point where there will be demand. The vessels will have to travel on a route where at the destination there will be a similar ability to produce the same fuel, because you're going to have the return leg, and if you're going to be traversing a corridor, it's both the beginning point and the return leg journey point. And that is going to take time and a very, very significant investment. The question is, who's going to pay? And what level of incentive should the industry be looking for from government? And is it going to require, a government intervention? As we saw with renewable energy, for example, the initial investment in wind farms and solar farms didn't go without some form of government support to get down to grid parity. Price at the plug had to be the equivalent of what customers were going to be paying without the renewable energy. But that industry has come along in the last 40 years to the point where it's self-sustainable.
Mm.
The hope is that the maritime industry can do the same.
Okay.
Well,
you
in
believe,
Greece, as you know, that
George?
One of our major problems here in Greece is for the connectivity, where the EU funds the infrastructure, road infrastructure. We have 15% of our population living on the islands, and the majority of our tourist industry is on the islands. So sea lanes are equally important for us here in Greece, as it is in, say, in France or the UK, where it's basically roads and bridges. So we are now working on a big project to renew our ferryboat fleet, because we have, with our tourism, which is basically sea tourism, it's a maritime tourism because we only have 22 airports, whereas we have 115 port destinations for our ferry boats. So we need to make sure that we can fix that infrastructure. We can't fix the sea, so we have to fix modern ferry boats with alternative fuels. And we're going for gold. We're not trying to do an intermediate solution like LNG. We want to go for gold and go for a completely carbon-free, because, as you know, LNG is not carbon-free. It's 78% methane, CH5. We've got too much carbon in that. So, yes, we're working in that direction. Don't forget, tourism for us is a huge part of our... We're talking about containers, we're talking about bulk cargoes. Tourism is a cargo for ships, a very valuable cargo. We issued 60 million tickets a year, as opposed to 2.8 million cars, as opposed to 10 million tons of cargo transported around our islands. So the alternatives, they're not that many. But as you said, as we were talking before we came about low-hanging fruit, yes, there are solutions which are immediate. We've did a study up in the Thessaloniki Transportation Institute, how we can reschedule the ferry boats. This will give us an immediate 10% reduction in consumption. That's a 10% reduction in CO2 production. So that is a good solution.
An immediate fix.
But one of my complaints is when the car industry decided to go green, the car manufacturers were told, make a tier 3 car, make a tier 2 car, make a tier 3 car, reduce your emissions. Today, the EU, the IMO, all the regulators are turning to the ship owner and say, if you don't reduce your consumption, your production of CO2, you're going to be penalized, which I find very unfair. Why don't they turn to the manufacturer and say, can you please build the ship with my level of desire? I want to produce so much CO2. And they turn around and say, so we don't have the technology. Okay, then we'll just find the ship owner because the technology is not yet available.
Fair.
I find all of that we're going about it the wrong way. Regulation is the wrong way to go round about it. We've got to get everybody alert. Everybody's got to be aware. Everybody's got to want to do an improvement. Not throw your cigarette butt out of the window. Not throw the plastic bag in the sea. You've got to start at home before you can get people to believe in the environmental change.
So we're also looking at a culture change of the people using everything, okay?
I think people are already considering, as they make purchasing choices, they are thinking about the footprint.
Yes,
the carbon
consumers are changing their ways.
And I mean, just to touch on the inter-island ferry business, I do think that's a wonderful opportunity because of the relatively short-haul nature of the passages. I do think that's a great opportunity for the use of the battery-powered, electric battery power, which would be zero, and then find a way to have those recharged using a green solution. That, I think, is something that the Port of Nice is working on. They've banned the high-polluting vessels, and so solutions are being devised which will be completely carbon zero.
Right.
So that very much is, I think, a possibility. But I don't think that we can avoid the fact that on the longer haul routes, we need a solution. And the question is, as I said before, who gets to pay for that.
Pays
it's a very
pays the ferryman to take you across.
If I could just say,
sure.
By the studies that we've done, there are 5 basic ways to be paid for this to be funded. One is the ship owner's money, his own income. One is the income that they get for the public service offerings to do the island routes which are not so popular. One is government funding. One is bank funding, and the other is investment funding. There is no other way to do it. We've got to combine all 5 so that we can go ahead.
I think you're absolutely right. I think that the carbon levy is a way to build a pot of money that could be used. I think that the audits of what companies are truly producing by way of carbon emissions, but true audits, none of the greenwashing that we've come to see so prevalent. I think those are going to be very key initiatives. I do think that the governments will need to step up, whether it's in the form of having some export agency type lean loan, if I can use that term, where the terms are more flexible to promote the use of the technology that will be carbon zero. All of those will be important, but I also think that the biggest impact is going to come from investors who decide they won't invest in something unless it's really going to be carbon zero.
Yeah, and making profits. Would you like to add something?
I think we've said it all about
Thank
finance.
you. Gentlemen, you've covered everything. You even covered what I was wanting to ask, if we're making steps and what towards sustainability and what can we change in our course. Thank you so much. You've covered the whole ground. Thank you, and I'm sure we've all enjoyed your thought-provoking and very insightful comments. Thank you again, and very honored to have you here with me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
This session at Shipping Finance 2022. I'm Gina Panayiotou, the founder and CEO of Oceans Arena. And in this session, we're going to be discussing Flying Green, the role of flag registries for a sustainable future. Joining me to answer this very interesting question was supposed to be Andriana Vardana, the Greek rep of the UK Flag Registry. But to make your trip more exciting, we have brought Dan Vivian on stage because unfortunately Andriana couldn't make it. Dan is the Commercial Director of the UK Ship Register, Maritime and Coast Guard Agency. And we will be discussing today the role that flag registers have when it comes to sustainability. So without further ado, I'll go straight into the question because I think it's quite an interesting discussion and to understand the role that different stakeholders have in this process of making our industry and the future greener and brighter. So for the maritime sector also, sustainability and green initiatives has been on the agenda of the IMO and governments for the past few years especially. So to answer the session's question, what role do you feel that the flag state has in assisting the industry to fly green?
First, if I may, I'll just say to Andriani, get well soon, and thanks for this opportunity to answer these questions. A lot of the discussion over the last day and a half, 2 days, has been focused on an international consensus. And I think that's absolutely right, and that's what the IMO is driving towards. However, I think that's going to take time, and we don't have time. And therefore, I think that there needs to be certain nations, certain flag states that take the lead. And that's where we in the UK are trying to aim high and to drive change on a national level, with another theme that's coming out of this session is collaboration. So we're looking to broaden that collaboration. And I think that from a flag state, from my perspective, kind of green is quite sort of narrow cast, really. It's sort of, it just focuses on the environmental side of things. And as we've discussed with ESG, it's far broader than that, far more complex, far more of a systemic change that needs to happen. And so I kind of think that flags need to be considered themselves as responsible and right across the board. And offer, and certainly what we're aiming to offer from the UK side, is a technical substance. So really digging into the reach that Her Majesty's government can deliver into the expertise that sits within the United Kingdom in academic resources, in technical resources, political resources, and driving thinking, but particularly at the moment, driving action, because we can't wait. And the key thing also, I think, I've talked about collaboration, is be able to work differently. We need to think differently. In one forum, a business or an operation may be a competitor. In another forum, we may need to collaborate. So we've been, in the UK, the Maritime Coast Guard Agency, have been joined in a number of sort of collaborations, one being the Maritime Technology Forum, where we're linking with 2 other flag states, Japan and Norway, and also working with 4 leading class societies, Class NK, ABS, DMV, and our own Lloyd's Register. So this is just an example of how we're looking to collaborate to drive. And the key theme is to be able to converge everybody's thinking. There's a huge amount of disruption in the market, and it's really scary. And I'm not sure whether I've been getting the impression how big a change everybody recognises within the shipping industry is going to come. It's been described to me in the past as as big a change as now that's hurtling towards us as from the change from from steam, from sail to steam. It's that big a change. That change was driven by a commercial reality. Now there are a whole host of factors that we need to create the opportunity. So a fantastic opportunity, but fantastic challenge. The other part, I talked about technical substance as a flag state. What we've done within the Maritime Coast Guard Agency, even on my short time, I've only been Commercial Director for 2 years. Great timing in COVID. But what we have done over that time is set up a dedicated operation called Maritime Future Technologies. When I first started 2 years ago, there was 1 person in it looking sort of future scanning. Now there are 32, and we're looking at growing it. Experts in the fields of autonomy and emissions reduction. And they operate in kind of three ways. Firstly, some of that expertise is being taken right onto the ground as we're being a case-by-case basis working with operators who are looking at how we should regulate automation, how we should regulate emissions reduction and the new fuels that are coming through. The second part of that is this kind of coordinated studies, open source studies, to drive the thinking and converge the thinking, one of which was launched, which is our emissions hypothesis, which our Chief Executive, Brian Johnson, presented at London International Shipping Week, where he basically said for deep sea shipping, there are three options. Ammonia, hydrogen, and nuclear. So it starts to focus us on that. And the third part of what Maritime Future Technologies offer is a dedicated advisory service on what's the direction, strategic direction for operators, and that's for operators on the UK flag. Underlying all of that, behind the flag offer, this to becoming more responsible, we have to focus on where the business value is. We have to partner with operators to put an arm around the shoulder and say, okay, how can we progress regulation at the pace that you want it to progress, and maybe push it also. And from a government perspective as well, support with financial incentives and initiatives which are coming through. So we're working with the City of London on potential green shipping financial incentives. So, I mean, that was a long answer, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you covered quite a few topics, and it's very interesting to see how holistic indeed this approach is, and a very collaborative effort that is required in so many aspects that really need to be covered, because as you said, it is more about the responsibility and not so much just putting it into a box of green and environmental, which we will be discussing a bit later in this interview. However, your last sentence on the operators and being a part of the strategic leads me very well into the next question. That I was going to ask on when choosing a flag state, it has always been, for realistically speaking, a very strategic or commercial rather discussion that involved cost. We are at a shipping finance conference, so cost is always an important factor to make this industry viable. However, at the moment there's a lot of pressures from other directions, on how to go when choosing your flag. So how do you feel that a registry can go about facilitating owners under this, changing and disrupting era and choosing a flag that works best in all aspects?
Yeah, I think, as I described, I guess shipping hasn't changed in form for maybe, 50, 70 years. Just got bigger, I guess. And now we're hitting this massive disruption. And I think there are also major sort of global changes happening with the agreement at COP for a baseline for corporation tax across the world, for the drive to greater transparency, which is going to underline all of this, I think, and what we were talking about in terms of the governance, I think is probably going to drive all of this. So therefore, the choice of flag goes beyond a sort of ease and convenience from traditional choices, I suppose, and often that's with the big open registers, towards how can this sort of genuine partnership between the flag and the operator work. So can the flag offer advice and consideration as to the long-term strategic goals, because we can't be, 2030 is going to be hit us very, very quickly. And as I think somebody said yesterday, that the ships being built now are still going to be in service in 2050. So that's where the timelines and the sales cycles within this sector are very elongated, and therefore the asset considerations are huge. So there needs to be a sort of consensus between flag operators, and that flag needs to have influence beyond the day-to-day, I think, so that it can add and sit at the top table strategically.
I think it also goes back to what you initially said, working with the operators in that direction and kind of bringing the balance, and then for the flag to be able to lobby, if we may use that word, in that right direction.
Because it's interesting, and I was having a conversation just before this, and also I think the chairman of Intercargo said yesterday that actually maritime hasn't been politically very visible globally. And I think it's coming up the scale for maybe the wrong reasons, for things like Ever Given and things like that. However, I think certainly in the UK, we are, and the government are driving it up the agenda. And certainly the Prime Minister has a huge focus on and recognition of the opportunity for the UK sitting outside the European Union, given those freedoms that delivers, to be able to actually drive the opportunities for maritime operators and industry within the UK.
Maritime hasn't been, and shipping hasn't been very visible generally, not just politically, but it's excellent to be seeing initiatives like this finally, and hopefully raising the profile in the positive way of this industry. So we're in Athens, we're in Greece, and undoubtedly, of course, Greece has been a very dynamic maritime nation. So the UK flag register is relatively new, a newcomer to the market. So it would be interesting to hear how you feel from this early assessment period, I guess, on how a flag state can support the sector locally and assist the owners here to thrive in this ever-changing times.
Yeah, I think a key part of it, and this is the frustration of COVID for us, really, that we established the office in, I think it was April or May 2020, and then the world went into lockdown. And what I've had some fantastic conversations over the last couple of days here, and what I recognise is the industry is driven by individuals, and in particular families. And what we want to try and do is build our trust with them, and I think that will only come through face-to-face interaction, and demonstrate how we can add value to their businesses, both in the day-to-day, but also in the sort of longer-term strategic considerations.
Definitely. And unfortunately, we're running out of time, but on a very quick note, maybe we touched upon the ESG and the holistic overview, but what would be the register's two top ambitions when it comes to general ESG, whether crew welfare or diversity?
The first one would be to be at the lead and take the lead to drive this convergence of thinking and drive the change that needs to happen in regulation, progressive regulation. And the second is to not compromise the safety in doing that.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Dan Vivian joined me on stage, Commercial Director of the UK Ship Register. I'm Gina Panayotou, the founder and CEO of Oceans Arena. And I want to thank, of course, Despina Dravlou for the invite and hosting such an amazing conference as always. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Danai Byzantakou, CEO of Navigator Shipping Consultants, and I will be gladly moderating the next panel that we will speak and analyze a little bit the myths and truths about Maritime Hellas, the Hellenic Maritime Cluster, a cluster of 3,000 companies in 40 kilometers radius in the center of Athens that has been voted also the top center shipping of the world. Welcome to all. So I'm very happy to be here with friends and colleagues to discuss about myths and truths about maritime Hellas. Kostis Achladitis, Managing Director of Golden Cargo, George Alexandratos, General Manager, Apollonia Lines and Vice President of the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, and Eleni Polychronopoulou, Executive Vice President, Environmental Protection Engineering and President of the Chemexpo. I will start with Kostis. Undoubtedly, Athens and Piraeus are global shipping hubs. How can we manage to become a logistics hub? Which are the prospects and what are the boundaries?
Thank you very much, Danai, and the organizers for giving me the opportunity to participate in this conference. When we started early 90s, operating Golden Cargo as a logistics and forwarding provider, it was a vision, and now it's becoming a target, Piraeus to be a logistic hub. From the Chamber of Commerce, of Piraeus Chamber of Commerce in cooperation with Hellenic Chamber of Commerce and all the stakeholders, we are continuously working to achieve this target to become, Piraeus to become maritime logistics hub. In other words, to become Rotterdam. Recent research from the Greek logistics shows that 200,000 people are working in the supply chain and contributed in 2019 10% in gross domestic product of our country, added value of 11 billion euros. The prospects expected to rise to 12 contribution on our GDP. These figures do not measure the maritime logistics and what would be the added value by moving the activities of a Greek-owned companies operating in various countries into Piraeus being a port. Netherlands GDP for 2020 was 914 billion US dollars. 1/3 of it comes from logistics, and a major share is maritime logistics. Our country's GDP for 2020 was 190 billion. So the challenge is here. What we need to do to achieve tax reduction, fully implementation of EU customs legislation, less bureaucratic procedures, and digitalization of the whole system. Unfortunately, the existing legislation still slows down the development of the industry. To be honest, the last 2 years there are some improvements, but not enough to be competitive as other European countries. In our days, a vessel calling Piraeus still faces bureaucratic procedures when it comes to being supplied with stores and spares. A cruise vessel is easier to be supplied by a third country vendor than a Greek company. Infrastructure needs to be improved. Rail to from Europe must be improved to get shorter. We have a modern airport, but we have a very expensive airport via service offered. We have not enough cargo being able to attack carriers to increase slots from Athens Airport. Piraeus Port has become one of the top 5 European as far as the number of TEUs moving, but only as a transshipment port. Have not seen the added value as yet for the Greek economy and the Greek companies involved in the supply chain, as well as have not been able to control the flow of business through our 3PL companies. Taking into consideration that many of the shipping companies and decision makers are located in Piraeus in our country, as well as prospects of the restart of the shipbuilding industry, is a great opportunity to promote Piraeus being a hub. A vessel in dry dock is not just for painting. The whole, probably, cluster members can be involved while in dry dock. From the business provider's point of view, we must be open-minded, competitive, transparent, digitalize our services, and offer high-quality products and services. The knowledge of maritime industry exists to all of us, to all class members. The competitiveness is proven on our daily efforts. We must approach other markets and educate new generation in our maritime DNA. A strategy plan is missing, a common action plan is missing, implementation plan is missing, to get the challenge and move forward. Thank you.
This is the time.
Yes.
Let's see a good example of synergy synergies in Greece. Eleni Chemexpo is a big success story, for Greek maritime cluster. How did Chemexpo manage to become a major force in the Greek and international shipping industry, and also to cooperate with shipyards and ship owners all over the world, promoting Greek products?
First of all, thank you, Danai, and thank you, Despina, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today. So, Chemexpo is a success because there is a common goal, and the goal is to be able to sell our products. After the crisis, as well as the crisis in the shipbuilding industry of Greece, where all the shipyards became idle in a matter of few years, we realized that we had no way out in Greece. We needed to search other alternatives. Thank God at that time the Greek ship owners were once again building vessels in Asia, in Korea, and in China. So together with them, with their very, very valuable support and their trust in us, we managed to start selling our systems in the shipyards in Asia and in Europe. So the first answer is the support of the Greek ship owners. The Greek ship owners have a great power, and they have the leverage and the capability and the possibility to help the maritime cluster and especially the marine equipment manufacturers. So once we realized what we can do, and we realized that we have value for money products that can stand in any market, we organized ourselves, and we decided to move towards 3 directions. The first direction was to exchange business intelligence, which is very, very crucial. It is very important to be transparent on how we operate our networks, and in that respect, we created some hubs. We created agencies around the world that were representing the majority of the Greek products. And with the scales of economy, we managed to have a strong presence in the market. Also exchanging information about new projects, new buildings, new retrofits, etc. The second thing is that we geared up the marketing efforts, and Chemexpo and the marine equipment manufacturers were acknowledged by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and especially Enterprise Greece, which realized how much is the contribution of this sector to the Greek economy. And in that respect, they decided to add the marine equipment manufacturers in their program. Therefore, we have organized together exhibitions in Europe and in Asia, as well as business missions, which were very, very successful. And the third thing is that we realized also that it's not enough to have the market and the marketing, but it's very important to have a very solid infrastructure. And the infrastructure for us is, first of all, the people. We have a major issue regarding the human factor. I think the whole market has the same problem. So we worked on that together with the foundation of Stavros Niarchos to create jobs. And now we are in the process of developing a new program for internship and long-term planning and training, actually upskilling, reskilling for our domain, for our sector. We also worked with Piraeus Bank and the Organization of Export Credits in order to have the export credit facility for our products for the shipyards. We also had the opportunity to be member of Sea Europe. Sea Europe is the association of the marine equipment manufacturers and shipyards of Greece. And through our involvement there, we realized that we have tons of things to do in Greece, and we are gearing up to get in pole position in order to work with our European friends to realize our goals.
And you all still remain in Greece, giving many job opportunities to many people, which is very, very important.
1,700.
1,700, great. And many, many more to come if we work as all together. And now I'm coming to the person that he will tell us how to do it all together, because George Alexandratos is here, and I would like to ask Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, the Union of Greek Ship Owners, and Piraeus Chamber of Commerce and Industry jointly decided early in 2016 to promote in a systematic and coordinated manner the Greek maritime cluster through Maritime Hellas. What are the steps that have been made since then?
Okay, thank you, Danai. Good day to everyone. I would like, first of all, to thank in person and also on behalf of Greek Chamber of Shipping the kind invitation from the team that organizing this event, and I hope and wish that useful conclusions will be drawn at the end of it. I'd also like to congratulate for the preparation of this conference, because yesterday I had the opportunity to watch the majority of the time through my PC, and they were very, very useful discussions. Now, I'll tell you one small example what cluster is. Let's say from my beginning that we all appreciate the organization, the way that they prepare this nice event, the Shipping Finance 2022. So, if we all have the same wish, what is the minimum that we can express with it? We can express it with a small applause. My example is, if I applaud myself, the sound is only that. But if we have the common wish to express our appreciation, congratulations to the team that organized this conference at Despot Travlou, let's applaud all together. Okay, so that's the cluster. That's one cluster. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to search where this cluster word definition derives from. So the cluster is derived from the Old English word clyster, which means branch. Branch means a number of things growing naturally together, and I will have to congratulate MXPO. It's a small cluster, and they had a success story. And all the things or the ventures that they grow together, they come probably from the same root as clot. So that's how cluster derives from. A number of persons gathered in a closed body. Now, opposite from the definition cluster, we can listen the words disband, dispense, break up, dissemble. So, the main question is what we want. We want the first scenario or we want the second scenario. I listened very, very carefully to speakers that they describe exactly. First of all, Mr. Kostas Achladitis described the needs and the background currently now and what we need for the future. And Ms. Polychronopoulou described the success of a story that covers the needs and the same aim. So we are going back in 2016 when the three organizations, the Union of Greek Ship Owners, the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, and the Piraeus Chamber, Commercial Chamber of Industry, they said, look, we are under our auspices, under our support, let's form a maritime cluster. And what they did in 2008, the three presidents at Posidonia posed for a photography declaring also in picture that we are here. So the first step was to formulate a website, because we think that today the easiest, I would say, way to gather members is to formulate a website where you log in and you just say that I am present, I'm here. So I repeat for one more time that the website is www.maritimehellas.org. www.maritimehellas.org. Why we formulate that cluster? We formulated that cluster because we all thought that we had a common initiative to inspire an open window between the wider Greek shipping community and international shipping, and to promote products and services to our foreign counterparts. Honestly, you know something? We are first in the world up to now as Greek shipping, okay? But we do not gather ourselves, and some other people that they are not even find the ranking of the 20th, 25th position, they declare themselves that they are the clusters. If you search at in the internet, when you go back to your office or home or wherever, you'll see a lot of clusters with a lot of signals, with a lot of speeches from countries that they don't know what, to determine what's a bulk carrier, what is a passenger vessel, and what's the aft and bow part of the ship. So I think that what we need now is, and what is the aim, what the steps we have made, and we are going to focus very, very much in Posidonia coming, to make widely known, because we had also the COVID, and cluster is a basic element, is the networking, is to make widely known to our maritime technology, to manufacturers, to lawyers, to brokers, to academics, to institutions, and to all dissolved to contribute for that cluster. Cluster, what is the element of the cluster? To put everybody in the umbrella, under one common umbrella, like Chemexpo, to be put, the companies of, the Chemexpo is an umbrella. It has, down from the umbrella, some companies. What is the secret of Chemexpo, of the success? To my opinion, the secret of the success is that they had a strategy. Because if you don't have a strategy, if you don't have a common aim, then it's a waste of time to develop for synergies. So I think we are very much prepared. We all know now the needs. Mr. Achladitis described exactly, and Ms. Polychronopoulou, I think, at her second talk, I think she will pose more important things. So now is the time to be under this Maritime Hellas umbrella. So the minimum we have to do is to register there, and then when we have all members down from this umbrella, we have to form a common strategy, a common aim, in order to develop a lot of opportunities for us, for the members of the Greek maritime shipping industry.
Great. So euphoria will come, but we need to build a strategy. At this point, I would like to say that we are already, many of us, together supporting these very big organizations, and I think that it's important in Posidonia to be all together, but also to have something to say, because you are very right that many countries outside Greece, many countries from abroad, they are forming clusters without having even ports. Okay, so, Kosti, we are in the middle of a turmoil in the world map. Okay, and it's becoming worse and worse, unfortunately. How do you think that the global supply chain will be affected? I know that it's not easy to say today, because every second, something changes. And when I was thinking of this panel, nobody of us knew that this day we would be in such a critical time for our lives, for the world map. But what do you see?
Yes.
Because you have been into crisis.
Thank you. It is challenging every day. I'm sure that we all know what is the importance of the supply chain in the world economy, and especially the last 2 years with the COVID-19. So the COVID-19 pandemic affected global trade flows at an unprecedented speed and scale. During the pandemic, access to essential goods and material and medical items have been secured largely by the ability of the maritime supply chain to quick adapt. The trade contraction caused by COVID-19 is deeper than the one observed during the financial crisis 2008-2009. While the decline in the exports of developing countries may affect reduced demand in destination markets, falling imports are also driven by the suppressed demand as well as other factors such as exchange rate movements. Meanwhile, with the continued lockdowns in many countries, forecasts are increasingly pointing to a further and rapid deterioration in trade and development. Some 59.2% of the shipping and freight professionals across the world have been significantly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, while 25% were moderately affected. Most of the shipping and freight experienced volume declines, where more than half were hit with transit delays. Some 50% were hit by delays from the port to customer, and about 40% had to address issues related to the lack of capacity. Operations were challenged by the constant volume demand, but also financial factors, and go well beyond increased costs such as late and non-payments for the client and cancelled credit lines from physical carriers. E-COVID pandemic has posed significantly challenge for the supply chain globally. Multiple national lockdowns continue to slow or even temporarily stop the flow of raw materials and finished goods, disturbing manufacturing as a result. However, the pandemic has not necessarily created a new challenge for supply chain. In some areas, it brought to light previous unsealed circumstances, and of course many organizations have suffered staff shortage and losses due to COVID-19. But overall, it has accelerated and magnified problems that already existed in the supply chain. 2021 was a year of record, while the worst schedule reliability, the lowest idle fleet capacity, the highest freight rates, and many more. All in all, the worst operation crisis in the history of shipping. The market outlook, as I said before, is not positive, at least in the foreseeable future, and we will continue to face service and supply chain disruption combined with high freight rates. Expectations that the year 2022 may become as challenging as the year 2021. We should not expect any recovery soon, and if at all, only in the second half of the year. The pandemic with the new Omicron variant is still around us, affecting the shipping industry. Key global ports and terminals are still congested, mainly due to the corona and labor-related productivity slowdowns. Furthermore, we expect a solid market growth around 5% during the year and only limited capacity growth by the carrier. The operational and infrastructure challenges continue outside the ports, and waiting time have increased significantly in Asia, Europe, and North Asia, and there is an overall track platforms and driver shortage. Poor global schedule reliability at 32% in December, minus 12.5 vs 2020. December was the worst month of the year and shows that no fast recovery should be expected soon. The average delay of late arrival is 7.3 days in December and have now shown over 5 days since August 21. The carriers are trying to get back on the more regular services, but that has consequences. As expected, they introduce another wave of structural blank sailing and port omissions and will continue to do so in the coming weeks and months. Freight rates are on a high level on many global trades as a fact of the challenging market situation. For example, ports and terminals congestion, equipment shortage, and a very strong demand of hygiene products and people spending money on consumer goods rather than traveling, entertainment, etc. Rates are currently on stable high level, and predictions are that this may remain for a while due to the severe market situation. January, the Shanghai Container Freight Index is on the record high level, 11% higher than 3 months ago and 77% higher than last year same time. The supply and demand was supposed to balance in last year, but currently not on many global trades, and obviously the heavy ports and terminal congestion is further affecting the supply chain. The demand is strong, and expectations are that the demand will remain solid during the year, and thus the idle fleet will remain on the lowest level possible. If necessary, the carriers will steer against market changes with immediate introduction of blank sailing. The overbooks to fleet from carriers are still on a very low level, below 1%, as the carriers want to manage the supply and demand and avoid overcapacity. This is expected that will also not change during the year. In the future, supply chain won't be driven by products and processes, but by customers' needs. They won't depend on capital-intensive fixed assets and linear flows, but on ecosystems and modular capabilities delivered through a network of trusted third parties that can be scaled and recombined as needed. Operators will become managers, new skills will be required, and new jobs roles created. Tomorrow's supply chain will be autonomous, self-healing, self-optimizing, agile, flexible, efficient, resilient, and digitally networked for improved visibility. The higher freight rates will continue through the year. Jet fuel prices continue to rise in the year, and February was higher 103% than in January 21. Today, due to Ukrainian situation, higher operation costs for the carrier, as well as further capacity constraint on EU-Asia trade lanes and Trans-Pacific trade lanes, a significant increase of air freight rates on top of the already rising cost for fuel is projected. Last but not least, according to the International Air Transport Association, as far as travel is concerned, expects overall numbers to reach 4 million in 2024, exceeding 103% pre-COVID-19 situation. Expectations for the shape of the near-term recovery have shifted slightly, referring to the evolution of governments imposed travel restrictions in some markets. The overall picture presented in this latest update of IATA long-term forecast, however, is unchanged from what was expected in November prior to Omicron variant. People want to travel, and when travel restrictions are lifted, they return to the skies. There is a long way to go to reach a normal situation, but the forecast for the evolution in passenger number gives good reasons to the optimists. In 2021, overall traveler members were 47% of 2019 level. This is expected to improve to 83 for the current year, 94 to 2023, 103 to 2024, and 111 to 2025. So that gives us a good prospects based on the situation that things on the world will remain as of today and not get worse. We will not forecast anything as long as this unpleasant situation and in our continent.
We're having also the real war.
Yes.
And okay, COVID was a health war, but now we have the real war. So let's see if we want to be positive. This year would be a great year for our tourism. The reservations have stopped. So let's see that if 2022 will be a more challenging year than the previous ones, and everyone has to prove that we have to be together. And now we'll come to Eleni, because you have proved that synergies is the most powerful weapon for success. Would you advise other sectors of the maritime cluster to follow Hemexpo's steps? Do you believe that it's the time that we must do it all together?
It has been always the time.
Always.
To do it together. We need to be together. We need to work together. I see the examples of other countries, George. Cyprus. Everybody is in the chamber of Cyprus, and everybody is taking their part in the decision-making process. Some voices are stronger, some voices, but the voices are heard. Turkey, it's unbelievable. Everyone involved in Turkey works together to their common goal. And we have seen what they have succeeded, the number of shipyards, the quality of ships. They built for Norwegians, for the love of God, they built for Norwegians. So we have seen that it works. We have to do it. Shipyards, marine equipment, ship owners, the government, logistics, the whole supply chain, the related services, the lawyers, the financing, everyone involved in shipping must work together, because simply we all need each other. We cannot stand alone. It's impossible to stand. We cannot stand alone without the ship owners. We cannot stand alone without the technology providers. We cannot stand alone without our people. We need educated people. Can we train them ourselves? It's impossible. We need infrastructure to train people. And the infrastructure, we need to do it together. And now you are doing a great job in creating all these YES Forum and going to schools and going to the universities and discussing what can be done. And we thank you for that. So, yes, together. It's the only way.
And the reason that you mention other countries is not that we will not continue cooperating with other countries, and it's always good to see good examples, but it's very important also to do it here, that we have all the companies around the cluster, and the most important, and we thank God for this, the ship owners.
Of course.
I mean, we're very, very extremely lucky that we have the ship owners. So, George, you will close this panel. You know that you are doing this very often. We are speaking with each other. We're speaking with each other many times, and we always want to listen, because you represent this very important, the Hellenic Chamber of Shipping, and many important organizations. But our panel is entitled Myths and Truths, and we discussed very openly, because we are like this here. Could you name a myth about maritime cluster that you would like to break, and also a truth that many of us are not aware of?
Okay, first of all, I don't want to be characterized like closing the panels, because first of all, the role now of the Maritime Hellas is to open the doors and not close the doors.
No.
So,
not close.
We are open, first of all, and what Elena has mentioned, this is the Maritime Hellas. We are open, but everybody has to come. And it's very simple. You know, when I give some speeches, because I'm also, I forgot to tell you that Despina Travlou is from Kefalonia Island. It's not only Chios in shipping. Big applause also to Kefalonians. We are not that cluster, but anyhow. Λοιπόν, so the point is that let's talk about truth. Exactly what Elena has mentioned, the needs, the categories. You know, if you log in at the Maritime Hellas, you'll be very, very surprised to realize that more, they are reported, they are listed. So everybody can insert his or her company or the company that works inside the cluster. There are more than 100 categories being involved with maritime business. And we, Greece, the population of 11 million people, comparing to 7.5 billion, We own and we keep, up to now, the first position at a trade which carries 90% of the cargoes of the global trade. So tell me something. Can anything be explained more than a myth than this fact? We are a myth. It is truth. But honestly, do we believe at what Elena and what Maritime Hellas now is offering? The Greek Maritime Hellas, what's the difference with the other clusters? Because everybody can declare whatever he wants. We have democracy. The difference is that the three formal organizations have constituted together. And of course, everybody will have a word at the umbrella of Maritime Hellas. Of course, the Union of Greek Ship Owners is a separate union, the Union of the Passenger Vessels. Hemexpo is also a separate union, but of course, everybody under the Maritime Hellas will have a word. And that's why we want members. We are not going to open a directory just to have, alphabetically to find phones and numbers. The point is that what we want is to become a key growth drive and determine together appropriate policies, provide new business opportunities, and generate production value, other also employment, which are direct in the maritime sector. As I told you before, and we all know that, but that is honestly a miracle. We own close to 60% of the European fleet and about 20% of the world fleet, that small country. So the myth that the so-called Greek shipping miracle is an achievement entirely attributed, of course, to the individualism. Okay, we know that Greeks made it their own. But now, due to globalization, due to many reasons, because I don't have the time, that's the disadvantage of the last person that's always speaking, in combination that I talk a lot. So, but now the globalization, the change of needs, the competition, I feel, unfortunately, that we are going to lose some of our peace in shipping. So now is the time, more than ever, to be informed together and be under the umbrella of Maritime Hellas. If I was one member that was first time listening about Maritime Hellas and listening that Maritime Hellas was formulated by the three organizations, I would immediately, if I believe at these needs and this philosophy to be together, or I don't want to repeat myself, to register and say, I'm here. A union, whatever union, because Maritime Hellas must be a big union, is alive only when members are there. So, to conclude, because Despina is doing me some pantomima here, I think that we have to definitely develop synergies. I think that very valuable inches and ideas will be supported and developed within the Maritime Hellas. So let's collective forward thinking. Let's support for the common project. Let's assemble shareholders with the different positions in the same value chain. And last but not least, in order to close, I will close with a quote of Aristotle. Aristotle, not Onassis, quoted, "The whole is greater than the sum of its parts." And my personal wish is to live at an Earth with a peace cluster.
Thank you, Kostis, George, and Eleni for living our shipping myth in Greece, and we will continue. Thank you all for listening to our panel.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am joined by Mr. George Margaronis on my left, CEO of Latsko Shipping, and Mr. Aristidis Pittas on my right, CEO of Euroseas and Eurodry. In this afternoon's words of wisdom, I will start with Aristidis. Can I please ask you to tell us some things about the bulker and the container market today?
Sure. Thank you, Katerina, for having us here today. It's been a very interesting session all day. And amongst a very nice environment shipping-wise, although we're all facing this terrible period with this unbelievable Ukraine war that we're facing. But wars are generally good for shipping. Things were good for shipping even before the war, especially container shipping, which is seeing the best period ever. Things have been strong throughout last year, where due to COVID, we saw this huge congestion issues and huge logistical changes that happened, and the fact that people started changing their life patterns and needing more products that consumer products, because they could not go out and have fun. So we had this huge need of containerized cargo, which led to the highest rates on container ships that we've ever seen. And this thing, we thought towards the end of last year that it might end, but after a small hiccup, container rates started improving again, and they are now at the highest rates ever. So it is really amazing where we are. But it's not only where we are, it's where will we go, and this we still don't know how things will develop. But it seems that the logistical problems that exist will continue to be here. And bar any significant, very significant global slowdown, we expect this situation to continue throughout the year. Okay. And therefore, I would expect that at least throughout this year, we will continue to see extra high container rates for this market. So, unbelievable situation looking ahead, at least for this year.
The containers. And the bulkers?
I think on the bulker side, Katerina, things also look very good. Okay. It's been 10 bad years for shipping, dry bulk and container shipping. So now what we saw last year was again extremely good years. Cape vessels earned up to $80,000 a day. Panamax, Kamsarmax, Supramaxes went up to $35,000, $40,000 a day. That corrected a little bit down to $15,000 a day in January. But rates have started to improve again. Cyclically, rates are low in the first couple months of the year, but we are seeing an improvement in charter rates again. And I think that this can continue again throughout the year.
Okay.
Of course, the unknown of what has happened now will affect things, but remember, war really leads to better periods for shipping generally. Reconstruction always happens, and it will happen again, I think.
Yes, and infrastructure is now being bombarded, so yeah, I just hope it gets contained there.
Let's hope it gets contained here for the better of the world and the people and everybody. But for shipping, it probably will not be bad.
Okay. George, would you like to tell us a few things about tankers? Where are we today?
Sure.
What are you seeing?
The tanker story is a very different one to containers. I mean, the tanker market suffered tremendously as a result of COVID, the destruction of oil demand, and the subsequent reduction in oil supply. I mean, I think for anyone who's been in, and everyone who's been in the tanker business, we've been saying that things will improve, and improve they eventually did for another reason altogether, that being the current war in the Ukraine. And as unfortunate as that is, it has changed the fortunes of tankers quite dramatically within a very, very short space of time. Now, that being said, I think the outlook, leaving aside and assuming that this tragedy will resolve itself sooner rather than later, I think the outlook remains positive for tankers going forward.
Good.
I think the return, or the gradual return to normality, and the building up of demand as people are returning to work, flying, traveling, consuming more oil, that's basically what's been driving prices, at least pre-Ukraine. What we need to see is OPEC Plus pump out more oil to meet the demand, to keep prices in check, and ultimately tanker demand really relies on crude oil supply, and we need that supply to pick up. We think that will happen within this year, and will be probably up above 100 million barrels a day.
Okay.
So fingers crossed that momentum will continue. And let's all pray that this tragedy in Ukraine comes to an end sooner rather than later. Yeah, so that's it for me.
Oh, okay, thank you. So it's nice to hear a little bit positive views for coming forward, although we are living today in a very difficult situation and environment. Moving on very quickly, back to you, George. Sustainability and ESG factors have been analyzed and discussed over the past 2 days here in Slide to Open conference. Now, as CEO of LATSCO, do you believe ESG is driving sustainability in your group? And if so, how?
ESG has become an integral part of corporate strategy, I would say.
Okay.
Or is becoming. I think it's still in its infancy as far as shipping is concerned. I think the main focus has really been on the environmental impact of shipping, which has been a focal point. I would say less so on the S and the G. Probably governance is a more central matter for stock-listed entities and structures that have a magnitude of shareholders. But the environmental issues have really come to head. We have IMO regulations that are kicking in 2023.
True.
We have EU regulations.
Fit for 55.
Correct. And that all will have a profound impact on shipping. And I guess, just leaving, because I know the focus is always the E for shipping, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what everyone's paying attention to. But I think more and more people are expecting more from corporations than just financial results.
True.
They're looking at impact on society. They're looking at what companies can give back.
And your company, I read your first ESG report.
Yes.
For as of the end of 2020, and I must admit I was very much impressed. Your company LATSCO is in the forefront of social impact and governance, and of course environment. But
the family that owns the company is very much, and has been for decades, involved in charity and in giving back to not just Greece, but to
society at large
overall. And I think that is really the compass which we use when looking at these issues. The LATSIS Foundation is extremely active.
Yes.
And we've been working hard and very closely with the Union of Greek Ship Owners and what they've done is really quite admirable in the last few years in terms of charity work for Greece.
True.
During a very, very challenging time that we went through.
Yeah.
But, you know, the scenery is changing in front of our eyes, I think, and we need to adapt. You know, ESG, this was our first ESG report, and, you know, we're trying to find our footing. It's something new, I think, for us and for most other companies in the shipping area.
Which is true,
Yeah.
but it's nice to see. I said I read it, and you, as CEO, signing it, had said that this is, you know, your first ESG report.
Yeah.
And but it's nice to see that companies are putting themselves out there and reporting the good and what needs to be
Sure.
Improved.
Sure,
Okay.
sure.
So we are definitely going in the right direction.
I think so.
Thank
I
you.
think so.
Aristides, do you believe ESG is taking us in the right direction for sustainability in the industry? And which of the three should we be paying more attention? The E, the S, or the G?
I think, first of all, I think that the Greeks generally have always been paying attention to the S part
True.
of ESG.
Right.
It's just that they have been doing it very privately.
True.
What has changed, I think, a little bit is that people now have, because of the changes in society, we have started to be more vocal about it. And things are changing, and we need to be more vocal about it. People were doing it, and were doing it privately, and were not showing it, and not you know, bragging about it, and it was not considered good, you know, to show that what you're doing.
Yeah, transparency is a big part of our life.
Now things are changing, and I think after being involved in a few initiatives, this is not a bad thing, because if you do something good and you say it and you show it, you inspire others to want to do it as well.
True.
In the past, people, especially, you know, the large Greek ship owners, were always helping in many fashions. But now we say about it, and this is helping other people do it. So I wanted to make that point because I've come to realize it lately that it's something that's happening.
That's a very good point.
That's happening.
Yes, yes.
Yes, ESG has become globally a very important thing, that big companies, big corporations should look further away from just making money, but also helping society in all these three facets, ESG.
NG.
And for public companies, it's become very important to publish an ESG report and show what they're doing towards helping society. And I think this is a good thing because, you know, we have gone too much towards capitalism now that communism does not exist, and it's a right thing. We have placed too much emphasis on the E, in my view, which is very important. You know, obviously we need to decarbonize this world.
Yes.
It has to happen, and it has to happen as fast as possible. But we have to be very, very careful not to try to overdo it and do it so fast and pay so much money and put so many resources into the E part of it, which at the end of the day will burden the consumer, will burden the S part of it. If you
Cost
know,
will trickle down.
the cost will always trickle down to the consumer.
Yes.
Whatever we do, however we do it, the cost trickles down to the consumer. So we have to be very, very careful, and especially in shipping, where we do not have a fuel to replace conventional fuels yet. We have to find it. We have to do research. We have to do it. But we must not overstretch ourselves and try to do it sooner than it can be done.
Yes. Let's take baby steps and do some other mitigating factors.
We have to do the mitigating factors. We have to improve the technology. We have to, in medium steps.
Yes.
and it will come,
Pays
and
it
it
in.
has to come. But let's not overdo it. In my mind, in shipping, we will have conventional fuels for the next, till 2050. We will have ships with burning conventional fuels. And that's why we, in our company, we are still using fuels and building ships that burn conventional fuels. Of course, we are building them at the highest technology available, electronic engines, best type of paint supplied, slower engines as possible, putting AMP devices on so that at port we burn electricity taken from the port.
So you're slowly going in the right direction.
We're going on the right direction, but it has to happen at a pace which is realistic and which does not, at the end of the day, burden the consumer too much.
True.
So
you're saying that, we're already working on that, and let's focus on the S and the G to...
we have to focus on all.
All.
We have to focus on all of them and not over-focus on...
Overdo the E.
Overdo the E.
Okay. I would like to close, and I would like to thank you both. Would you like to add something? Is there something else you'd like to add before I...
The only thing I would say is that there's a lot of pressure from every direction for shipping to decarbonize.
True.
There's only the technology that we have available to us, but we need to invest in that technology much more readily, much more aggressively than we have been doing in the past. The clock is ticking, and we can take our time, but really time is of the essence in this space.
Absolutely.
Yeah, climate change is on us much quicker than we expected, and everybody has to be doing their part.
Absolutely. We need to invest. We need to invest in the new technologies.
Yes. As they come, okay, because we're still...
We need to be proactive. We can't just wait
I like
for
that
things
word.
to come.
I like proactiveness. And using that word, I would like you to please tell me 3 traits or skills that you believe crew, onshore, crew and or onshore personnel need to have for shipping to be sustainable and successful. Aristide?
Well, first of all, they have to realize that this is one world. We are in an international world. They are international citizens.
Okay.
And so the first thing is they have to realize where they live in. They live in an international world, so they have to know where they live in. This is something that...
Awareness. Be aware that you're an international...
Where they are. They have to know ESG themselves.
International citizen and employee.
They have to understand the world in which they live in.
Okay.
Secondly, they have to have digital knowledge.
Yes.
The world is becoming digital. The ship is becoming a digital thing. These 2 things, I think, are essential. And I will stop in these 2 things.
Okay, that's fine, 2. George?
I would say adaptability, being able to adapt to changing circumstances quickly. Resilience, being able to cope with adversity and being able to pick yourself up. And finally, I would say EQ, empathy, being in touch with one's feelings and understanding those of people around you.
Being human to start off with.
Well, that as well.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
So those would probably be my 3
okay,
traits.
very nice.
And I'd say irrespective of whether you're a crew member or you're
exactly.
Someone working in an office.
Yes, the traits are needed across the board, onshore and at sea. And I believe all traits, and for everybody in shipping, younger or more seasoned, should be going towards the right direction and implementing new skills as they come, as they need it. So, gentlemen, thank you very much for your very insightful comments.
Thank you very much.
It's been a pleasure having you. Thank you, Despina, for Travlu, for inviting us. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello and good afternoon again. This is again Danae Zantakou of Navigator Shipping Consultants, and that now I will get an interview, a short interview from George Ravlas, founder and CEO of Loadline Marine SA, because it's very, very important also to listen to a small and medium ship owner and how they are continuing and they're building their shipping company after 10 years. So, George, good afternoon. It is great that we meet, even with the digital. I hope that you are okay. And I will start immediately in order not to lose time with, let's say, the fashion of our of this year, which is called decarbonization and climate change. We're constantly reading about decarbonization in shipping, alternative fuels, etc. Once or twice every decade, we are reading, speaking, and discussing about new regulations that most of the times only ship owners have to pay in order to comply with. All relevant regulations are driven by the climate change, due to which we have to implement faster than the others. Do you think that this is the same case for decarbonization? What Loadline Marine does in order to comply with the new regulations? And it's very important to listen to what you have to say to us, because there are many small and medium ship owners that they are worrying if they will be able to follow all these new regulations and investments, of course.
At first, I would like to say how amazed I am with your continuous presence in shipping and putting together the various parts of shipping, ship owners, ship managers, providers, technology experts, and so on, and bringing the financiers and bringing the world community, the world shipping community together. The result is outstanding. We're living at a time where major changes are happening in our industry. These major changes are related to the decarbonization, and this is going to be done within our time. Decarbonization is a very easy to say, but we'll have to look at the various very important aspects. At first, what is the type of technology which is going to prevail? Is it going to be hydrogen? Is it going to be ammonia, methanol? Is it going to be nuclear? It is not decided yet, and it's very important that this is going to be decided. The second is how available this technology is going to be over the next years. Will it be available by the various major shipbuilders and engine makers only? How soon can the crew members and engineers train with this new technology? How safe will it be during bunkering? How safe will it be during some failure or some unexpected downturn while the vessel is crossing the Pacific Ocean? And of course, we'll have to be able to understand the financial implications behind this energy change. I'm going to start with the last one, because here we're talking about a major difference in scales. The various alternative proposals are very, very costly, not only for the storage, but also for the propulsion systems. And this is going to bring about a very major change in the capacity of the ship owners to build new ships. The banks will have to consider this very carefully and possibly make additional funds available for the shipping industry.
So you believe that
the lifetime of the ship. Hello?
No, it's okay, you can continue.
Yes, the lifetime of the ship is going to increase from 25 years or 20 to 25 years to perhaps beyond 30 in order to be able to exploit the vessel's propulsion systems for more years. Going to the crew and the engineers in particular, will have to consider for the tens of thousands of ships that are deployed around the oceans, and the hundreds of thousands or millions of engineers and crew members, how we will be able to train these people and make sure that they are able to run the ships in an efficient and safe way. Of course, when it comes to the shipbuilders and the engine makers, we have not seen yet any propulsion systems that are based on these technologies on a large scale to be deployed around the world. So we're at a very important crossroad as far as this aspect is concerned. Finally, once the decision is made, which is the technology we're going to, which is the technology which is going to prevail, we'll have to see the availability of bunkers of that sort being available at various places around the world in order for ships to be able to receive the necessary bunkers.
Very important.
So there are many, many things that have to be considered. I know that there is technological research being made at this time, and we hope that this is going to be available to the smaller and medium-sized shipping companies.
As you said, the seafarers, yes.
Until that time, we'll have to continue with the present bunkers, and we, as Loadline Marine, are focusing on every method that is available to us to reduce the emissions and to reduce the consumption. And there are still many methods that can reduce the resistance of the ship in the water, improve the energy efficiency of our engines, reduce even the efficiency, reduce the resistance of the ship in the air. So there are many things that can be done that are not only limited to the ships themselves, but also are related to the optimization of the ship assets and the better streamlining of port operations and canal crossings.
You are running Loadline Marine for 10 years now, and it's not easy. I mean, with the seafarers, with the people at the office, you know, shipping is very challenging. Reaching this first milestone, because we have almost 2 minutes, and I would like to tell us, can you share with us your next steps? And I know that you are a person, because we know each other, that you want to, you know, to make plans for the future, not only for the present. How you see the 10 years to come, if you can say.
As you know, that's very difficult to predict in shipping. 6 months ahead is like a century in our business. It's very difficult to predict. Our company has been established 12 years ago. We have now in our fleet 13 quality bulk carriers. We're very happy that we have reached this level, and we would like to project for the next 12 years that we're going to be moving boldly ahead, bearing in mind that we have to understand the challenges and be able to meet the challenges of the future as far as the decarbonization is concerned. So I think that this is going to be the next immediate goal. And at the same time, being able to be able to contribute to the society and the people that have supported us over the years to reach this level. The company has grown with the assistance, with the support of the people that have worked here, with the people that have worked in the office on board the ships, and would like to give to them, to everybody, the support that they have given to us over the years.
Very important. George Souravlas, thank you very, very much for giving us the prospect of...
Thank you very much for the excellent work that we have been doing over the years.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you, George, for being with us. Thank you all for listening to this interview.
In an uncertain future and an ever-changing world, what remains the same is our need for connections. Connections to business data, emails, clients, partners, remote workers. But can we always trust emails, data, and systems to be secure? Can we trust the person on the other side? Now, more than ever, it's important to choose a trusted partner for cybersecurity who can provide real-time protection thanks to its global security operations, and who can support me in my own language. I need a partner who can secure my business now and in the future. I've already chosen one.
Responding to the urgent need for action, Wärtsilä has developed smart technology, such as FOS, or Fleet Operations Solution. The shipping management company Anglo Eastern has been rolling out FOS for its entire fleet of more than 600 vessels. It recently used the system to complete the world's first digitally controlled port call.
One of our vessels, the Kobe Express, which is a container ship, came to the terminal in Tangier Med, and that was the first time we had a call where we were receiving data from the terminal into our navigational system, the Wärtsilä FOS. And by this, I think we could optimize the call, we could time it properly, we could land at the terminal when the terminal was ready. So all in all, the whole call became optimized time-wise and resource-wise, and most importantly also emission-wise.
And those critical efficiency benefits are made possible because of the close relationship between Wärtsilä and its customers.
Wärtsilä has invested heavily into digital capabilities, and by partnering with Wärtsilä, we gain capabilities that we would not be able to gain otherwise. We found Wärtsilä to be not only a leader in the digital journey, but also a fantastically listening partner in what we need as a ship manager and as a company. And we have a very close partnership where our input is taken up by Wärtsilä in the product development of the solutions that they're providing for us.
But it's not just at sea where those digital solutions are making a difference. During the pandemic, access to simulators to train seafarers was restricted. Companies such as Anglo Eastern urgently needed an alternative.
We threw a challenge to the simulation industry to come up with a solution for being able to assess people without having to come to the training centers. And we are very pleased to find out that Wärtsilä had been working on such a solution, and we were probably the first company in the world to try that out. And what we have found is that by giving us this ability to assess people on the cloud, we were able to continue with our business of judging people in an assessment before putting them on board.
As an industry, we really need to come together as an ecosystem, because nobody can make this transition alone. We need to take some bold, forward-looking, strategic decisions, and then, with a lot of determination, a lot of commitment, execute in many small steps towards a bold vision for a sustainable future.
Στην οδήγηση τα μετράς όλα. Με φυσικό αέριο κίνησης φυσικών μπορείς και να τα έχεις όλα. Οικονομία που σπάει κοντέρ με κόστος μόνο 3 ευρώ στα 100 χιλιόμετρα. Ασφάλεια για τον κινητήρα και φροντίδα για το περιβάλλον. Παίρνα και εσύ στη νέα εποχή της κίνησης. Μάθε περισσότερα στο physicon.gr. Physicon από τη ΔΕΠΑ. Φυσική εξέλιξη.
In order for the crew to be in the right place at the right moment, we are always there, right beside each marine professional's voyage with the same consistency and reliability. In order for each company to travel its executives in the most efficient way, we are right next to the travel managers and company executives, providing much more than a seat on the airplane. In order for the travelers to return safely to their loved ones, overcoming every obstacle, we stand by them day and night to assist them with everything they need. In order for an event to be applauded like no other, we are next to the hosts, designing every detail, next to the company's management and its financial goals. We stand by the society, showing our gratitude for all that it has been offering us. We are Marine Tours. With 40 years of history, partners in 90 locations all around the world, more than 150 experienced executives, unequivocally specialized in travel management, a leading strategic partner in business traveling that utilizes its strength, innovation, and reliability in order to stand next to every company's vision and goals. Continuing our ongoing evolutionary journey, to constantly provide you the highest quality, state-of-the-art services, tailor-made especially for you. Marine Tours. Travel, inspire, empower.
Meeting the IMO's 2030 and 2050 greenhouse gas targets requires a robust decarbonization strategy. For owners and operators, developing and implementing this strategy can be achieved in 3 steps. The first step on your decarbonization journey is to develop your carbon footprint and carbon intensity profile. Benchmarking the performance of each vessel in your current fleet provides the starting point against which improvements can be measured. When setting goals, ask what your emissions-compliant fleet will need to look like for both new and existing ships. Define your goals in the context of the regulatory framework and align your objectives with external business drivers. This will lead to the adoption of your decarbonization trajectory. The second step is to consider your options. In the next few years, new technologies will allow for more efficient vessel designs, improved operational performance monitoring, and increased viability of alternative fuel options. All of these aspects should be taken into consideration when selecting your options. It is important to explore both the technical aspects and the economic feasibility of each proposed solution. The final step is to implement your strategy. During the execution of your strategy, put the proper environmental monitoring systems in place so that you can quickly identify potential deviations and provide decision support for corrective actions. This will also provide a structured platform for dependable sustainability reporting. Ready to develop your decarbonization strategy? Let ABS's team of technical leaders assist you today by emailing sustainability@eagle.org or visiting us at www.eagle.org/sustainability.
Synergy is an international dry bulk company. We operate internationally by transporting iron ore and coal. We own a fleet of Cape-size vessels. We are the only US-listed company which is a pure play of Cape-size ships. Cape-size is the largest conventional size of the dry bulk vessels. And we mostly do iron ore and coal out of Brazil, Australia, into China. For us, it's a very important opportunity to access to the US capital markets through the NASDAQ platform. You know, as a company, we have been quite active raising capital here in the United States, and we have managed to deliver significant returns to our shareholders over the last few years.
global carbon credit markets grew by more than 20% in 2020, reaching $267 billion, and they are expected to grow further as nations race to meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius target. However, meeting this target will necessitate a greater amount of negative emissions, much of which will be generated using carbon credits. In light of this, Kyoto Network emerged. Kyoto Network is a global and decentralized ecosystem for the carbon credit industry. At Kyoto Network, we aim to make carbon credit markets accessible to everyone, so that anybody can offset their carbon emissions and participate as an investor to benefit from the market's predicted future growth. Because this is a DeFi project, the initial components of this ecosystem will be Kyoto Coin, a BEP20 system token that allows for frictionless staking, liquidity, charity, and carbon offsets. Kyoto Carbon, a network-independent token backed by carbon credit that can be issued as tokens or NFTs. Carbon Factory, a token factory that turns any BEP20 token into a carbon-neutral token. Kyoto DEX, the decentralized exchange dedicated solely to carbon credit-backed tokens and carbon-neutral tokens. Carbon Stake, a staking pool that distributes a portion of the ecosystem's revenue to Kyoto Coin depositors. So, what are you holding out for? Visit kyotocoin.io for additional details.
The Marshall Islands Registry is the leading quality registry in the world. With both the youngest and greenest fleet, the registry is recognized around the world as a modern and efficient flag state administration. We listen closely to owners and operators, refining our services where necessary to uphold our commitments to maritime safety, security, and environmental protection. Our commitment to safe shipping is exemplified in our Port State Control record. The Marshall Islands is the world's only major registry to hold Qualship 21 status with the United States Coast Guard for 17 consecutive years. With this recognition, Marshall Islands flagged vessels reduce the risk of costly delays as they enter United States ports. The Marshall Islands is also ranked in the top 10 on the whitelists of both the Paris and Tokyo Memorandums of Understanding. By providing customers with full and timely services, as well as maintaining an active dialogue with coastal administrations, classification societies, and industry stakeholders, the RMI Registry continues to strengthen its reputation as a high-quality flag state administration. One strategy designed to promote efficiency, quality, and service is our network of 27 offices located in major shipping and financial centers around the world. These regional offices allow owners and operators to connect with technical and operational experts around the clock and work with maritime professionals in their regions who speak their language. Each office is empowered with full decision-making authority, meaning there are no delays waiting for business hours in another region of the world.
an uncertain future and an ever-changing world, what remains the same is our need for connections. Connections to business data, emails, clients, partners, remote workers. But can we always trust emails, data, and systems to be secure? Can we trust the person on the other side? Now more than ever, it's important to choose a trusted partner for cybersecurity who can provide real-time protection thanks to its global security operations, and who can support me in my own language. I need a partner who can secure my business now and in the future. I've already chosen one.
Responding to the urgent need for action, Wärtsilä has developed smart technology, such as FOS, or Fleet Operations Solution. The shipping management company Anglo Eastern has been rolling out FOS for its entire fleet of more than 600 vessels. It recently used the system to complete the world's first digitally controlled port call.
One of our vessels, the Kobe Express, which is a container ship, came to the terminal in Tangier Med. And that was the first time we had a call where we were receiving data from the terminal into our navigational system, the Wärtsilä FOS. And by this, I think we could optimize the call, we could time it properly, we could land at the terminal when the terminal was ready. So all in all, the whole call became optimized time-wise and resource-wise, and most importantly also emission-wise.
And those critical efficiency benefits are made possible because of the close relationship between Wärtsilä and its customers.
Wärtsilä has invested heavily into digital capabilities, and by partnering with Wärtsilä, we gain capabilities that we would not be able to gain otherwise. We found Wärtsilä to be not only a leader in the digital journey, but also a fantastically listening partner in what we need as a ship manager and as a company. And we have a very close partnership where our input is taken up by Wärtsilä in the product development of the solutions that they're providing for us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining the second part of the second day of Slide to Open Ship Finance 2022. Our topic this afternoon as a starting point is alternative finance. By way of a very brief introduction, alternative finance started as indeed that, something alternative to bank finance, which had started feeling a little bit out of place in shipping about more than a decade ago. So alternative finance entered at that point in time to fill in a gap, but it has since matured, moved into adolescence, so it's attracted talented executives, knowledgeable executives, and now alternative finance has created a place of its own in its own right. So today, we do have 5 good friends and well placed in their industries. Very briefly, Haris Antoniou, Neptune International. We have George Yanakis, Alantra, Martin Hugger, Meerbaum, Ilias Sakelis, Borealis Maritime, Vasilis Sofanopoulos, Mount Street. Join us for this live discussion right now. Gentlemen, thank you. We have 2 virtual guests. Nice to have you. Do you hear us well? Great.
Yes, we do.
Very good. So we're amongst friends here. So let's get started. If we compare where you are today as a segment compared to a year or 2 ago, what changes and shifts do you see in the way that you are approached by your clients, but also in the way that you approach clients and the projects that they wish to see financed? Martin, let's start with you.
Oh, first one, fine. Well, if I may go back a little bit further, we started in 2017 with the first deals, and no matter how many vessels you financed in your life, the first ones being kind of a 1, 2, 3, 4-man show are very exciting. So you have, when you work at a bank, you know that money comes from Treasury and everything is set up. And when you do that in alternative finance, you need to redevelop things and you need to reinvent the wheel to some extent. And now, well, 100 vessels later, everything is running like it used to run in the past. And I think this is probably the same for most of the other alternative finance providers. You establish how things are done. People know you can deliver. They know how you work. You know how you work. So it has become a little bit less exciting, more reliable for clients. They know that we can be faster than banks, but we can also certainly deliver what we promised to deliver. So I think that's the main difference over the last couple of years.
Have your criteria changed, how you approach projects, which clients you target? Has this changed at all, or you're pretty much in the same subsector of shipping?
Pretty much the same thing, Angelos. We still have a focus on smaller family-run businesses, and we are maybe at the moment a bit more conservative when it comes to, say, container vessels that have high values. We still try to be anti-cyclical. We still try to beat banks on speed. So not much has changed, really.
We'll get to the anti-cyclical approach when we ask you later about how many container ships you plan on financing in 2022. But before we move on to that, let's just pick the brain of Elias on this same subject that Martin addressed. Has your approach, stance towards clients and projects changed, or pretty much smooth sailing, doing what you knew how to do best?
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's pretty much the same. The more important development, I think, and Martin did allude to it, is that probably 3-4 years ago there were a number of meetings you were going into, and you had to educate the owner of exactly what it is that you do and why you're different and how you're different to a bank. Today, you don't have to do that, and it's pretty well understood and well known, and therefore the word, alternative is maybe no longer needed.
They switch in and out.
Direct lending. It's not.
Yeah, they switch in and out of it as if they were talking to a bank.
Exactly. The more important thing for us from a business perspective is, again, what Martin mentioned is, to adapt to the cycle. And the biggest benefit of non-bank lending is the flexibility of the mandate in terms of LTV, in terms of age, in terms of segment. And that is the big business opportunity from a market perspective.
Not to mention that you have certain flexibilities built in that banks don't have. But maybe George can fill us in also on his approach, Alantra's approach to projects that come your way. Still educating people, or do you find that Martin, Elias, and the rest, and yourself have educated people enough that you now see eye to eye?
Thank you, and hi everyone. I mean, we are sitting more or less in the middle between, to some extent, the capital providers and the users of capital. So we get the chance to, have a little bit more information by sitting on both sides at the same time. There is definitely a lot of. I agree with both gentlemen that the level of education and knowledge is quite different from the owners. There is still, just in Greece, 650 owners, so there is still a lot of education to take place, I would say. But undoubtedly, the market has become much more efficient, and both the owners understand what to expect. What I see as a big difference is that they start having much more reasonable requests. It's not just I want to borrow 90% of the vessel value without any employment, and I want to pay 300 basis points. They understand what it means, high leverage, and how much you have to pay for it, and what are what is the security package you need to be prepared to provide. That is also because the alternative, or the direct lending, I agree with Elias, a much better word. The direct lending space, the non-bank lenders, let's say, have definitely also developed themselves significantly. And they also know how to approach clients and how to approach transactions. So I think both sides got educated at the same time.
And what you're telling us is that flexibility comes at a price, and that your client base understands the terms of this flexibility.
Yeah, at least to their vast majority. Yeah, I would say that.
Haris, how is it to wear a banking hat and now an alternative finance provider hat? And do you really need to change hats, or do you go into your meetings with very much the same approach?
Well, we produced really nice Neptune hats that we pass on to our clients, and they're a big success, I can tell you that. So the hat is the same. The reality, though, a bit more than 2 years ago, the whole team was on the other side of the equation, on the banking side of the table. And now we are, as you said it, in what you call alternative finance. But I'm a firm believer of the fact that what we now call alternative or direct finance is going to become mainstream. We've seen massive amounts of capital coming into the sector, not just from funds, direct lending funds, but especially from Chinese leasing companies. They are, really big, the sort of 8-pound gorilla in the room. But they have helped, in fact, the idea of leasing proliferate in the world of ship finance. So what we do on Neptune is we provide maritime leasing. We see that business expanding rapidly in the next few years. In fact, I did a parallel to aviation leasing, and it's an interesting statistics because in the 1970s, aviation leasing was about 1% of the global aviation fleet, and now it's more than 50%. And imagine how much bigger the aviation fleet, the aircraft fleet is today versus the 1970s. So, and why is this happening? Because leasing is clearly a very flexible, available, and appropriate tool to finance real assets. And I think that's why it's going to proliferate, and that's why we're in it, I suppose, because we think there's a great future ahead.
Excellent. Vasilis, you're multifaceted in what you do. You're the jack of many trades in what you do. So why don't you give us your perspective on how you approach clients and how they see you and the projects that they bring to your doorstep?
Yes, so I mean, thank you for that. I mean, as a Greek, I feel comfortable with being a jack of all trades.
Didn't think otherwise.
You have to be in some ways. I think what we have seen over the last 1 or 2 years, I would say, is a transformation of our business as well as the business of most of our clients, whether they be banks or whether they be private credit funds. Firstly, historically, we have been focused in the shipping space. We have been leveraging our technology and our understanding of asset-based lending in the real estate market to enter into the shipping area. In the last 3 years, we have become the largest shipping loan servicer in the world, with over 8 billion of loans onboarded to our platform, some of them in Greece. We were historically focused, before COVID, we were historically focused on the NPL segment and kind of workouts from banks leaving the sector. So that was the bread and butter of our business historically. But increasingly, we have entered, particularly responding to market forces both in the shipping world and in the banking world. We have been focusing on debt brokerage, so we raised debt for either to refinance exposures that we think can be refinanced or to generate new financing where it's not available.
And how are these exposures and the clients you cater to different than what you did a year or two ago?
I think it's not, the exposures themselves are not different. Shipping has not changed that much over the last...
And your approach remains the same as...
Our approach remains the same. What we bring to the table is an understanding that depending on the size, the asset class, the borrower, and the circumstances, there are different pockets of capital around the world available to step into the shoes of those lenders that move out of the sector.
So there are courses for horses, in other words, and we'll get to that a bit later in our discussion, but I will start off with where you left off, Hari, when you said that you expect that this space will grow for you because there's an abundance of capital around. So what I want to know is, how do you feel that the lowering of the pricing, because of course it's not what it is for the banking sector, but what we see in your space is that pricing has come down to the levels it was 2-3 years ago. Do you believe that this will influence the amount of capital that will come your way, or do you believe that it's still at levels that will attract this capital moving forward, and hence a substantial amount of projects?
It's a good question. Of course, it always depends on the ability to provide adequate returns to investors, and of course we need to ask ourselves, why did pricing, bank margins, reduce? And the answer to that is that we live, and we have lived in the past few years, in an abundant liquidity environment with central banks printing money, buying bonds, etc., etc. So this is probably going to reverse. I don't know how soon because of the recent events, but still today there's abundant liquidity conditions. So that creates a lot of liquidity in bank balance sheets, which needs to be deployed.
And if you tell them they need to lower their return requirements, you can still attract their attention, right?
I think it just trickles down, basically. Everybody has to adjust their preferences and their requirements, and ultimately provide exactly as I said earlier, the adequate returns to the investors. Now, if that doesn't happen, yes, liquidity dries up. And it's not a coincidence that liquidity in the banking market dried up when returns for the banking investors were not there, which is why we're all here talking about alternative finance today. But so far, it's just a question of the ability of the alternative financier to think in terms of solutions, to identify pockets of liquidity that were not there earlier, but are there today, and ultimately also use back leverage. I think a few years ago, this was not customary. However, it's becoming more customary, so I think this is why a number of alternative lenders are able to improve and reduce their pricing towards their clients.
George, do you need to change your pitch when it comes down to watering the appetite of your capital providers, or is it pretty much what it was a year or two ago, given the pressure somewhat on the margins that you're experiencing?
Yeah, I mean, that part I think has significantly changed. I mean, if we were to see our, let's say, syndicate of investors, I would say 18 or 24 months ago, you will have the lion's share being in the alternative finance world. Currently, this has changed drastically to having obviously banks coming in the sector, old banks that they used to be in the sector, banks that new banks, new entrants from new geographies as well. Geographies obviously like Asia, the Middle East, but also the more European and US side. And I think that definitely has created competition and has lowered a bit the margin. But I don't think it has lowered the margin to the point that it's nowhere close to become uneconomical or uninteresting to capital providers in the alternative finance space. I agree with Haris that one of the key reasons that the pricing has gone down from the alternative financiers is not just the competition, it's just the better financial engineering that there is available out there through back leverage to offer solutions. So I think it's healthy that you can go to a market where you have many players, that they can play in different levels of leverage across the capital structure, and in different structures. It's healthier both for the alternative lenders and also for the banks. Everyone has
keeps everyone on their toes for sure.
Yeah, correct.
Elias, how's the weather forecast in that respect for you in London?
Yeah, look, I will echo what George and Harry said. It's definitely the availability of capital from our perspective is improving. And I'm not going to repeat what the gentleman said. I will add a couple of points. If you think about it, the capital that we raise is institutional in nature. And this institutional capital today looks at shipping in a much more positive way than it was looking at it 2 or 3 years ago, for a couple of reasons. First of all, the last couple of years, at last, institutions have made money in shipping, which was not the case for the previous decade plus, and therefore you get more appetite to look at this asset class under different strategies and not only direct lending. But generally speaking, institutions are more open to come into this asset class as a whole. The second point is we are obviously living in an inflationary environment where inflation is a big concern, and therefore exposure to real assets, generally speaking, would be viewed positively. And therefore, from our capital raising perspective, putting aside the back leverage, which is also very, very true, but from the equity raising perspective for us, it's definitely a much, much better circumstances today than it was 2, 3, 4 years ago.
Circumstances for you, Martin?
Really agree with the fact that there's a lot of pressure on prices. I found that a year ago when we had the LIBOR dropping with the beginning of the Corona crisis from 2% to almost 0. But at the moment with base interest rates going up, I think the overall costs, and that means the overall return to our investors, is about the same as it used to be. What matters for most clients, from my perspective, is that you're there, that you can deliver what you promised to deliver, and that you're there speedily and reliable, and not really the last 10 basis points. I see some people trying to compete on price, but this is usually when you get calls from clients saying, we have a delivery on Tuesday. Could you do this over the weekend? And I don't think it's a very wise choice if you are in this position.
Okay. So, Vasilis, how about yourself? Are you getting frantic calls in this respect? How are your capital providers approaching this more competitive pricing environment?
I think the financing sector has always been competitive in shipping. It's just that people pay more attention to it today. I think the calls we get are never on a weekend, and I think that is a good thing. What we are trying to say, and the connecting thread between the old markets and the new markets, is that we need as financiers to keep the costs down of monitoring those investments, of underwriting those investments, and that is what we bring to the table. We try to help our customers not to reinvent the wheel, as Martin was saying. I think there is an efficient frontier, and approaching the right capital partner at the right moment in the cycle is the trick. Not everybody wants or can do anything, and depending on how flexible their mandates are, we think that negotiating and sharing the risks in an efficient way is the answer, and that's where we kind of try to give them perspective because we have such a view of the market.
And just as you thought you might get away from discussing ESG, and while on the subject of capital providers, my impression is, but here's where we want your view, is that although there's a lot of discussion around ESG, it has not yet infiltrated deeply into a big part of the finance system. So my question to you is whether my assessment of the situation is right or wrong, meaning, do your capital providers require you to provide them with tangible proof that you are monitoring a number of guidelines towards the projects and the clients that you onboard? Are we still in the infancy of such process? Is it getting casually discussed at any rate? What's your feel? And what are your experiences to date? Ilias, do you care to lead in this question?
There is form and there is substance. There is no doubt that over time, the overall information and reporting requirements to our capital providers will increase. There's no doubt about that. It hasn't really started. I fully agree with you, but it is a matter of time, and it will get more and more. However, if you turn to the substance, most of the investors who want to put money to work through firms like ours look at ESG as a business opportunity. Effectively, they look at it as one of the reasons, one of the structural reasons why banks will continue to restrict themselves to a very particular part of the shipping market, leaving a very large part of the market without access to that type of financing.
So in other words, what you're saying is you think that your more responsible clients are jumping the gun in this respect and themselves showing proof before you require that from them. Do I read what you say correctly?
Yes, I wasn't referring to people who borrow money from us. I was referring to people, I think your question was more about people
your capital providers.
Give us money.
Yeah.
Exactly, our capital providers. So the bottom line is they look at this as an opportunity. They look at it as an opportunity because it broadens the addressable market for direct lenders like ours, because banks are effectively restricting themselves to very, very few big corporate-style ship owners who can provide the Poseidon principle, if I can call it that, overlay to get access to that financing. The majority of this market cannot and will not.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that's in line pretty much with what my feel here is. Hari, what's your take on where we are on this part of the process on ESG and capital providers looking at it, or only casually discussing it right now?
Well, we also look at ESG as an opportunity, but not in the sense that Ilias mentioned earlier, which is basically arbitraging between the haves ESG and have-nots, and therefore let's deal with the have-nots because, you know, there's a big market out there. What we're doing is we're trying to engage proactively. We have drafted a very clear ESG policy, and we're going to be reporting regularly on an annual basis on our progress. And we're trying companies to go through the transition. I think that's the focus of Neptune Maritime Leasing. And we're seeing a really good reception so far. And what do I mean by transition? It means that not only do we engage in new buildings with the right type of technology to make sure that we make progress towards the decarbonization, but also we're looking at helping owners in their thinking process and in funding them for retrofits and everything else. So it's a dual approach which is delivering fruits. And I think because it delivers fruits for clients, it also speaks volumes to the ears and minds of the investors that we see becoming more and more active. In fact, one of the first questions that I've been getting lately when I talk to institutional investors is also, what about ESG? Do you have a policy? I mean, that now comes as a question ahead of everything else in a number of discussions.
Interesting. Vasilis, do you get forward questions like these nowadays?
Yes, I think increasingly mostly our larger clients, large insurance firms, for example, or subsidiaries that invest in or in private credit, they are very much focused on this. I think they expect that definitely the G should have been there forever, right? Good governance always has been a focus for a number of our clients, but I think the more specificity we get on what investors expect on the environmental side, not just literature and propaganda, but actual
hardcore facts.
Yes, that and measuring these aspects of all investments and cuts across all our four main verticals: real estate, maritime, aviation, and infrastructure. In all of these challenges and the new metrics that everyone needs to be constantly aware of if they want to address a larger capital pool and grow their business. I think that is something that we are becoming very good at and set up a team to do that as well.
Excellent. George, have you had to compile a scorecard towards your capital providers in this respect, or not yet? You're still sort of compiling it but haven't released it yet?
I think that there are, we are seeing, because obviously we speak to both traditional, let's say, capital providers and alternative a lot. We actually see reverse inquiries almost, I would say, from more than the traditional lender space who seek ESG-related financing opportunities. So they actually go to I would say, the next step of not only replying positively to an opportunity, but actually seeking to have kind of a first look, if you may, one can say that, in something that has a lot of environmental friendly flavor in it. I think there are two risks there, and I agree with all the gentlemen that spoke before. Is that I don't think there's still the employment market. I mean, let's see what happens, obviously, with the super high oil prices for how long, but it's still not there to support that increased appetite. And at the end of the day, a loan needs to be paid out of cash flow. So it's important that that focus is supported at the same time from a market, so lenders can actually lend more preferential terms and give priority to environmental projects. And the second risk is, I think it's still unclear, not unclear, but not fully clear, what exactly a ship owner needs to do on his existing fleet to actually start becoming more and more compliant. And there we see from the capital users, so from the ship owners, a lot of doubt when you bring up the question, what's your ESG plan? Because you need to put it in an investor presentation that goes to seek capital. It's a difficult question these days.
Yeah, I think probably we need to expand the acronym to ESGT and put the technology part there, because that is an unknown today, and keeping people away from making the E a faster reality into our lives. So, Martin, what's your feeling in that respect?
It's generally mostly with Elias. I think it's a difference between form and substance. On the substance side, what we're all trying to do, we try to finance good guys, people that have a good name, that care for their crews, that make sure that the crew is sufficiently replenished with what they need. They are replaced from time to time and not just kept sitting on rotting vessels. This is something that is for us a very big concern. We don't like old rust buckets. We want proper maintained, environmentally safe vessels. We want owners that care for their vessels, that care for their crew, that don't do dodgy stuff. And this is the, I would say, traditional approach of you finance only good names, you don't finance fly-by-nights. And then there is the more formal approach. Do you have a policy? Yes, our refinancing banks, they want us to also show the form, and not only that our clients are good guys, but also tick the boxes and show that we actually, in a structured way, approach that and look that our clients not only conform with law, but go beyond that and have a proper governance. And what we're trying to do there is help the smaller guys to show what they need to show, also to be bankable after they leave us.
So it's moved past the superficial stage and it's moving into more fundamental. Yeah. Okay, great. So
well, you know that from talking to your owners when you wear other hats. It's important that you have a crew that is happy, that you have good vessels, that you have happy charterers, and this all goes down to good governance at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And speaking of other hats, when you and I worked closely and wore our banking hats, we were both counter-cyclical lenders, which begs the question of what cyclicality is all about in 2022. Are we at the peak of a cycle, or are all these ESG considerations, the fact that a big part of the fleet will no longer be that marketable come 2023, 2025, with all the environmental constraints, yard space being constrained for certain types of new builds, all these parameters here? What does that mean? Do you think there's more room to finance projects today, or is it time for caution to step in, at least in some segments? Martin.
Yeah, I think counter-cyclical finance is something that you want to do. At the end of the day, though, there are two sides of the coin. There is one, the asset value at which you go into the cycle, and the other side is the cash flow. So if you're completely counter-cyclical and you do a Suezmax that doesn't even earn operating expenses, there is a way to structure that, but you also need to hope that a year down the road, when your liquidity cushions have been eaten up, that the market has turned. The other way around, if you do a very expensive vessel now, but you have the chance to hedge your cash flow to some extent, you can also do that with steep repayments. So at the end of the day, both is workable, but you have to have a view what will be after your initial TC cover or your liquidity cushion is over. And my personal view on that is that we have a good order book on the container side, something like 25% I read yesterday in a newsletter, and inefficiencies that eat up around 10%, so 35% total vessels that can make it back into the market is a substantial amount. This will not come 2022, but it will come 23 and 24, so we'll see corrections there. And then it remains to be seen which liner companies honor the 3, 4, 5-year time charter commitments. We've seen that before, both of us.
Yeah.
So all of us, if I may say. We'll find that interesting. And in bulk, I'm with Petros Pappas. You know, we are part of the Pappas Group. That 2022 and potentially also 23 is looking good on the fundamental side, and that yard space is very much covered by containers. And on tankers, it's $1 billion question. I just don't know.
There you go. Haris, where do you stand on that phrase, 2022, 23, bulkers and maybe other segments to be good? Or do you think cash flows will dry up? Or are you prepared to finance the good projects in any case?
Well, what I see is that we all talk about counter-cyclical investments and lending, but there's also tremendous interest and tremendous deal flow at this point in the market cycle, which means that there are deals getting done at elevated values. Martin is 100% correct saying that, in container ship, we have a huge 35% of the fleet, in fact, coming into the market in a couple of years' time from now. And typically, our experience of the last, 20, 30 years tells us that this is not a recipe for success, generally speaking. So one needs to be cautious. Second, on dry bulk and tankers, no, let me first start with dry bulk. On dry bulk, there is a degree of optimism because exactly the order book is not there. It's like 7% or so of the fleet. And global trade is growing. Ton miles and definitely geopolitical events, have a role to play here also generally grow. So that means that eventually, and then if you add on top of that the slow steaming that we may be forced to go through as a result of the environmental regulations coming into place as of 2023, generally create a benign, let's call it a good environment for dry bulk.
For dry bulk.
Tankers, the big question that I have in my mind, yes, oil is still going to flow for the next few years, but there is a limited time span for that as we move towards the electrification of the transportation sector. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but in the long run, it's going to affect, in the medium run, let's call it, it's going to affect the demand for tankers.
George, your view on this matter in terms of where we are in the cycle?
Yeah, depends on the sector. I agree with both gentlemen. The fundamentals look very interesting, obviously in the tanker space. They also look very interesting, just putting another parameter here, in the offshore space, something we also spend a lot of time on. Definitely the containers is a big question mark. And if you have a crisis in the containers, it will feed in other, definitely in dry bulk to some extent, sector as well. It's, Harris is absolutely correct. You get to see constantly deals getting done at these elevated valuations with long-term charters in place. And the big question mark is if everyone will keep on paying from the liners.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think tankers and offshore space are definitely the two more promising sectors in terms of fundamentals. And dry bulk, I think, has still a good pedigree to go from order book and demand.
Elias, have you earmarked these two segments yourself, or do you skew your judgment towards others also?
Look, I broadly agree with everything that has been said. Our approach and our philosophy always is we deploy debt at a time where we would have deployed equity. And that ensures alignment with the owner of this vessel. And therefore, avoiding elevated prices is generally a good strategy. That's for sure. The second thing, however, is about, and I mentioned it earlier, what's very, very important for people like us is the flexibility and the breadth of the mandate. And I will pick up on one particular point just to make an example, to take an example of one of the things that George said. What we have been deploying a lot of over the last 2 quarters is in offshore support vessels. Where we generally had a view on the oil and gas market, we generally had a view on valuations, and yes, you need to be very, very careful, but subject to structures, etc., you can do it. And that's one example where we have been deploying a significant amount of capital recently. Again, you need to be able to move away from just the very, very big sectors. You know, there was a huge opportunity. Now it's played out, you know, a year ago in multi-purpose heavy lift vessels. Huge opportunity. Obviously, now the evaluations have run significantly. Same can be said about car carriers, which we haven't mentioned. Which again, we deployed a lot, probably at the end of 2020, beginning of 2021. So you just have to.
You just have to be strategic.
To find the relative value.
And be strategic in how you approach things. Vasilis, the end of this panel.
And George will know this. Yeah, sorry. And George will know this because we worked on. And you need to, you know, you need to be disciplined enough to step away from projects and say, no problem. This is not for me. No problem.
Straight shooting and how you address.
Doing a good deal.
Excellent. Vasilis, this is the end of the panel, so the closing remark befalls on you to make in this respect. Just give us 30 seconds of your closing remark, and then we will thank you all for contributing your thoughts.
Thank you. I think countercyclicality is something that everybody aspires to, and usually we have been part of the cleanup of those people that got it wrong. But we launched our principal investment strategy with a team in London 15 months ago. We have deployed over 200 million in containers. It has gone brilliantly well. So for us, that was for a young firm, it's quite a good first success. I would have liked if we could find long-term charters attached to dry bulk. We could have replicated more of that in dry bulk, and probably will in the near future. I think on the other side, we thrive even when conditions are bad, because we've seen quite a few cycles as a team, and we are currently underwrite quite a few portfolios that are at various stages, either performing or non-performing, and we think there are going to be a lot of opportunity to deploy capital in the core sectors. We like some new sectors that are coming up. We live in a new world. A week ago, you wouldn't have thought that, that Germany would be building 2 new LNG terminals. Now it is a reality. So we need to all to go back to our models for certain sectors that are going to change radically.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, we could continue for much longer, and our audience would really like that. But we'll probably renew this discussion for 2023 with a renewed agenda probably by then of new issues. Thank you very much for contributing your time and your thoughts. All the best with your projects, upcoming projects in 2022, and a good afternoon to our audience and one and all. Thank you.
The next panel is a panel from the top of technology experts in maritime industry, the people who are in the vanguard of the battle against cybercrime, the people who are the front line of the cyber defense of shipping companies. These are also the people who are held responsible in case of cyber attacks, who pass the cyber walls and the defense systems of shipping companies. The next panel is the AMITEC panel. AMITEC, the Association of IT Managers of Shipping Companies.
Συγγνώμη, τι να κάνω? Ξεκινήσω. Μ' ακούτε? Δεν ξεκινάω εγώ.
Ξεκινάω, έτσι. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the AMITEC panel discussion on cyber. I'm Matthew Maheras, the CIO of Metrostar Management Corporation and Vice President of AMITEC, and I will be moderating this panel on cyber attacks the day after. I would, of course, like to thank the organizer for inviting AMITEC, the Association of Maritime IT Managers, to the prestigious Shipping Finance 2022 conference. Coming back to the topic of our panel, I'm sure that you have all seen in the last few months the news about a number of cyber attacks, mostly ransomware in the maritime industry. The day after is, I'm afraid, already here. So we're here to discuss what is our sector's response to this eruptive threat landscape. Are we prepared at all for the worst case scenario? Or are we afraid, all of us, IT and business people alike, to even discuss those? We have an amazing panel composed of esteemed maritime IT specialists who will help us shed some light into these very interesting and hot topics. We have Mr. Michalis Kantarzoglou, ICT Information and Communications Technology Manager at Telecom Corporation, Mrs. Katerina Raptaki, Digital Transformation, Cybersecurity and E-Governance Specialist at Navios Group of Companies, and member of the board of AMITEC. And Mr. Konstantinos Tais, Information and Communication Technology Manager at Pleiades Shipping Agent. Welcome, Konstantinos. I'm not sure if Michalis is in yet. Okay. So to start the questions, before we'll have Michalis join us, do you think, to begin with, I think Katerina, maybe Konstantinos, whoever, do you think ship owners are reluctant to admit that the cyber threats are real? Has their view changed after the recent ransomware attacks in multiple shipping companies? Or do they still think that cyber is a thing that kids with hoodies do in a dark alley? Katerina, would you like to start?
Yes, of course. First of all, thank you very much, Despina and the organizers for organizing this fantastic panel. I'm delighted to be here with esteemed colleagues and friends. So regarding your question, Mantho, I hate to say this, but yes, I think it's the truth. As long as the management doesn't see any serious business disruption, they tend to believe that the threat is imaginary and that we are the usual winners, we are mentals, and round we go. Overall, cybersecurity is unfortunately still considered to be a static process and not a continuous shared business effort and strategy. It's like trying to cure a disease with a single dose of a drug, just one pill. So they say, we gave you the budget you asked for, you purchased the proposed solution, and now we are done. Why do you keep bothering us about this? Of course, recent high-profile examples illustrate that threats are real. They are varied, damaging, and most importantly, very, very costly. But the question is, do we in IT, the security professionals, focus on demonstrating to the management the real impact of cyber attacks? Not only the potential, but the real one. Do we go back and tell them that, for example, our files and folders have been compromised and encrypted, and that we had to restore the backups from the disaster recovery site or the local images? And if we had failed to do so, our company would be out of business for like months. So yes, we still have a lot of work to do.
So sometimes whatever we don't see doesn't exist for the management.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. Konstantinos, would you like to add something?
Yes, good afternoon to everyone from my side. Thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very happy to be here. I've been working in marine IT for the last around 12 years, so I need to say that there is some change. Some years ago, it was not even a topic among ourselves, not really. But there is some gradual change. Ship owners still are reluctant. A lot of convincing has to be done, and grumbling on our side that we need budget, we need projects, we need time. But I think that it is gaining in momentum gradually. Some years ago, as I said, the only cybersecurity related projects that you would find in an annual budget might be a firewall or a new antivirus or something in that direction. But other more newer things like a security audit, it was considered a luxury which only a bank would need or a financing company. Nowadays, there is a bigger budget that is being assigned to cybersecurity projects. On some occasions, I have even seen management ask for projects to be performed, like we need to run a security audit because we need to tell our partners that our IT systems have been audited. So I've seen this happen in the last years. I think that this is the result of several factors. First of all, we have been whining for a long time because we have always been on the defending side of the attacks, and we understand that the need is there. So we have been stating it for some time now, and at some point even ship owners are accepting it. Second of all, and I think this is the most important factor, is that cybersecurity has become a matter of compliance. So companies need to show compliance to specific regulations, and these now include cybersecurity matters. So the industry is examining us on our cybersecurity status. Recent cyber attacks for sure have increased the awareness because we have started worrying, could we be next, or we have even have been on the side of getting attacked. And a further factor I would say is that the systems are evolving, IT systems are evolving, they're getting more complex, and there are more assets to be protected. It is data after all. GDPR is now, has been applied for some years now, so it's data and systems that need to be defended.
So this gives, this takes us to two more questions, like the one has to do with compliance and policies, and the other would be, what would the board ask you after a cyber incident? For example, would they ask you if you were prepared? Do they ask you if it was caused by do they ask if it was caused by a vendor or an ERP provider or the telecoms provider, for example? Do they ask if other companies have the same problem? So what should we expect after an incident? Do you have experience of your own or fellow colleagues, IT managers in maritime companies? What do you think? Katerina, Konstantinos? Just...
yes, yeah. First of all, I think that the managers and the owners are kind of reluctant to admit that a cyber attack has happened for real, because it's usually something that we hear on the news. We tend to believe that it will not happen to us. It's something that is theoretical. And of course, every time we talk about risk management and risk assessment, this is something that the others will suffer, not us. On the other hand, for example, ransomware attacks rose by 150% in 2021. So there appears to be a disconnect here. A very large percentage of business executives believe that cyber resilience is integrated into enterprise risk management strategies, while from our side, the IT leaders and the cyber directors, experts, have a different perception. So this gap can leave organizations very vulnerable to attacks as a direct result of conflicting security priorities and plans. Business executives
and this is something that the board should ask, yes.
Yes, of course, of course. This is something that we should reply honestly, not trying to, to present an ideal situation. So we need to stress the truth. Another question they will definitely ask, as you already mentioned, is whether other maritime companies have also been affected. So again, we see here that it's always about the others, not us, because we are very well protected. We have taken all necessary measures to cover our company, our security-wise, our company. So it's a question that indirectly points to the IT again. What
the latest known attack, it attacked a cluster of companies. Yes, it was not on a single company. It's related to a certain vendor, yes. And it affected a cluster of companies, offices, and even vessels.
And so actually, a very large number of shipping companies.
The real impact was. Yes, and I'm not sure it has been reported the exact impact of this. It was contained, nevertheless, but we don't still know the real impact. Okay, so Konstantinos, what about cybersecurity manuals, policies, documents, procedures? We have them, we've been audited on them. Is it enough? What do you think? Is it enough for the real life?
Not really. First of all, I would say that even now as we talk, they're still not up to a level of being real and being what is really happening. I've seen several manuals in my life. I've compiled them, recompiled them. up to some time ago, and maybe still, most shipping companies were using actually the same manuals and the same policies. Some shipping consultants compiled them for one company, and then they either resolved them, or you gave me your manual and I just copied it and used it for my company, and so on. So you would see quite similar manuals among the shipping world, and they would all say the same, just to tick the box so that I can show the vetting inspector or the auditor that I have a cybersecurity manual. This has been changing, and it needs to change. It's still happening. I've witnessed it in the past years, still happening, but it's changing because requirements are changing, and you need to comply, and the auditing and the examination that you undergo when you're being audited, or when the vetting inspector is on the vessel, is getting more complex. It's getting, the requirements are higher, so the manuals need to be adapted, because you might even be asked about the things that are written in there, so you might need to prove them. So the manuals need, and they're getting more practical. They're not just theory about what is cybersecurity and the CIA triad and so on. They're practical manuals about what policies you are using, how you're protecting your systems, how you're going to prevent an attack, how you're going to respond to an attack. You need to have practical answers on this, and regulations are leading us into that direction. Like the newest requirements of IMO 2021, they're leading us into the direction to sit down with our colleagues, because cybersecurity is not only a matter of IT, to sit down with our colleagues and see what we are doing, what we need to protect, and how we need to work together. Again, up to some years ago, we would ask our technical department about some systems on board, and they wouldn't answer because they wouldn't consider it important. But now they're sitting on the same table, and they're actually working into that direction more than us. One point that I would like to state is that I think that the next step should be taken, and I think that the regulations are leading us into that direction of becoming more practical. For example, we can do more than just writing manuals and having policies. We could do self-assessment. Shipping is used to performing self-assessment, so we could do a self-assessment on our cybersecurity status, or we could do it with the assistance of external companies.
Or even drills. That is
exactly cybersecurity drills. Yeah. Because we are performing drills in shipping. Shipping is used to drills, so why not run a scenario with a cybersecurity attack that is the scenario of the drill?
So this also brings the issue of training and awareness, of course, because sometimes the policy won't save you from the vetting, even from the vetting inspector. Okay, there's this example that the policy says you have all the USB to be locked. You have the policy on the desktop and the lock next to the document. So if the vetting inspector comes by to this desktop, it hasn't saved you, the policy. That's another issue. So we need training. People has to know what to do. And as you said, somebody else wrote the policy and somebody else has to implement it. Okay. So, what I have noted here to also discuss is about complacency. Do you think that, or we already touched that, Katerina, yes?
Yes.
Is there an issue that people feel that we're okay?
It won't happen to us.
One day to the other, okay? Yes. As long as the vetting inspectors doesn't make your life hard, everything goes fine. Is that true?
Yes, actually, like I said, we tend to believe, it's human nature, we tend to believe that everything is working perfectly, and it will not be us that will fall victims, it will be someone next to us. So after a successful cyber attack, I think that we need to sit down and assess the real aftermath, not the one that we write on the incident form. So first of all, there are two aspects. We need to see internally in the IT department what happened. The usual situation, and we have to admit this, is that we try to blame someone else. The cyber attack, the cyber incident was due to an exploitation of an unknown vulnerability. It was a zero-day attack. It was a human error, a user who was not properly trained. It was lack of time in the IT department due to other priorities. So someone else's fault, all in all. At the same time, for the management and business executives, it's the IT to blame. They are negligent, they are careless, they are not efficient, and after all, it's their call, not ours. Another issue here is that cybersecurity is considered to be an IT issue. We are in 2022.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Still, cybersecurity is IT. And that's funny because
primarily business
it will not affect IT. It will, of course, affect our servers and our IT resources, but it will eventually stop the business. It will ruin the business. So we need.
Okay, let's welcome Michalis to the panel. I see.
Hello, everybody. I'm really sorry for that problem. I was waiting in the lobby alone. I was home alone, let's say. However, we managed with the support of the platform here to solve the problem, and I am with you in the panel.
Welcome.
Okay. So, Katerina, if you concluded on this one.
Yes, I did.
Let me bring Michalis up to speed and let him ask him if he has to add to the initial question something that we had. What are the top questions the board asks after cyber incident? We already said a couple of things.
Okay.
Yeah. What do you think?
Okay, I think there are many questions that a board may after a cyber incident. For example, how did this happen? Is this happen from a vendor or from an enterprise resource planning application, let's say, or how bad is out there? If it's if we are the only company that a similar event is happened. There are many questions, of course, and these are the top questions that the board asks. Okay, it's a common assumption that a cyber incident is inevitable. Okay, so we have to stick to the facts. In my opinion, the shipping industry is a traditional one, is a traditional industry. Usually, the shipping industry does not fund to the information technologies. This is happening because the information technologies, you know, the unknown X. So it is very important to share everything we know about the incident with the board, and we have to share what we're doing to find out anything we do not know yet. Okay, in other words, we have to acknowledge the incident and provide all the details on the business impact. We have to outline gaps or weaknesses that need to be worked out, and provide a mitigation plan. Cyber incident is a huge opportunity for the security officer to involve the management in every optimization process, gaining necessary funding and management commitment, which is the key to success.
Are the cyber incidents reported generally?
Yeah, there are many incidents reported. There was an incident from a well-known ERP a few months ago. It was the man in the middle, let's say. So then it is very important that every organization involved in the incident to acknowledge the incident and outline the weaknesses and gaps, providing all the mitigation plans. It is very important. In the shipping industry, we investigate an incident to conclude to the lessons learned, okay, and not
which is often an issue of procedures, not only technology. Okay, to give it simply,
yes,
if I don't close the door, the person coming in will find it open. So if my procedure doesn't say close the door when you go out, it's not a problem of the lock. It's a problem I didn't close the door. Metaphorically,
exactly.
Because we also have doors in IT.
Yes, of course, you're right. It's important for everybody to learn after an incident, okay? And if this organization, the man in the middle, let's say, provide all the details of this incident and also the mitigation plan and following by measures and new strategies, okay? Then the shipping company will be more confident about the cooperation the provider. If they hide the facts, passing back to the other side, then this organization is the weak link.
I think that the supply chain attack is the next wave of things that we're going to see in the
Exactly.
Okay.
Every link in the supply chain has to follow robust strategies and techniques in order to mitigate the risk. As far as the question is concerned, if we are 100% secure, I think it's impossible for any company to eliminate all sorts of information risk. Okay, it's worth to say that at this time of speaking, all the companies had at least a cyber incident. I'm not sure if I'm mistaken, but I think that all the companies had at least a cyber incident. However, the main goal for a shipping company is to build a sustainable, secure environment that balances the need to protect against the need to run business. The application providers, as these are the enterprise resource planning application provider or the navigation charts provider, and others are part of this chain, are part of this secure environment, that they have the obligation to follow the best practices. And of course, the new cyber era enforces shipping companies to be stricter in the quality criteria they set to their cooperation with others. Matthew, I think the cybersecurity comes to change how we are thinking, not only our infrastructure, but also our cooperation with others.
The issue is that in our industries, many times, most of the times, the vendors come to us in the form of black box. They don't give us transparency in what they're doing into their technologies, be it either hardware or software, on board and in the offices. It's usually the same story. It's a black box. Okay.
You are right. This is a huge problem that we have to solve in cooperation with our providers. That's why we accept
and the makers, as we call them.
Yes, and
in the shipping. Yeah. One issue from the previous responses is: do the IT departments have the time, the resources, the specialties needed to respond to all these, combined with the things that we already have to do? What do you think? Vendors, could we hire somebody external to do it for us?
Okay.
Konstantinos, what do you think? Or Michalis, whoever?
Okay, Konstantinos. So it's a good chance to hear the panel because I just came in.
Thank you.
Hello, Konstantinos.
Actually, first of all, we need. I think we cannot stress it out enough that cybersecurity is not only a matter of the IT department. It was in the past because it was something new, because it was only a matter of firewalls and antivirus systems. But as it is becoming more complex, as it is affecting systems that are outside of the IT systems, as it is a matter of awareness, as Matthew very well stated, and training, I think it's a company-wide issue which needs to be stressed out again and again. It's a business issue. That's why it's becoming part of management discussions, and that's why the board is involved more and more. So the problem is that especially in companies, in smaller shipping companies, the IT department might be very small. Small in that case can be 1 or 2 persons.
I think that's a typical situation.
That's a typical situation. I've been in a company with 20 persons IT department. I've been with 5, 6, 7 persons. But the typical situation is 1 or 2 persons, usually where one might be handling the office and one might be handling the vessels. So this is the typical situation. And I mean, it's normal because the size of such a company is around 30 to 50 people. So it wouldn't be financially stable to have a bigger IT department. And the IT department in that case, even if it only has 1 or 2 people, in some cases it might only be 1, they will need to handle the office systems, the vessel systems, communications, satellite communications of the vessels, communications of the office, and now cybersecurity and new software. The list is not long enough. So as it becomes
websites sometimes.
Exactly, websites, different websites, because it's not only the company's website, it might be other needs, different systems, the mobile phones, the laptops of the users and the personnel, work from home requirements, printers, whatever comes around every year. So it becomes obvious that 1 person or 2 people cannot do that. And because
at least this is only 9 to 5, yes. At least this is only 9 to 5, strictly.
Definitely not. So it becomes obvious that either the company needs to hire a small army of IT guys, which is not advisable, or other solutions need to be found. And these solutions more or less direct towards outsourcing. Okay, prioritization is a big matter. So, for example, we had a cyber attack some months ago, not the one you mentioned, it was a smaller one. It was, we were the only ones involved. Unluckily, it was a small one. But prioritization is the first thing. When you get attacked, everything else needs to become second priority. And management and every colleague needs to understand. Of course, IT also needs to keep it short and practical. We cannot be handling a cybersecurity incident for 1 month. And this comes to the second keyword in that case, where outsourcing is the second keyword, and I think it's the most important weapon in our hands. There are a lot of companies out there. You need to be able to talk to them, you need to be able to understand who is the one who will be able to serve you. But as the IT world is becoming more and more complex, and as we cannot know all of the systems, all of the time I'm trying to discuss with my colleagues that the times where a marine IT department knew all of its systems and all of the systems were being managed by the IT department, these times have passed. It's not possible anymore. So unfortunately, specialization is something that needs to that is now necessary. So we can know our systems up to a point, but after this point, we will need we would need an external company to perform an external cybersecurity audit. Because, okay, as I said before, we can perform a cybersecurity assessment, but an external company will show us some more points. They're more specialized, they have seen way more systems, they know this job and this job only, so they can help us on this. Or if we see that the incident that we had, as I said, 2 months ago, or 3 months ago, that it's taking us too long to resolve or to understand the nature of it, again, we might need some consulting or support company to help us, either if we need to bring our systems back, which luckily we were able to do ourselves, or if we need them for the analysis of the incident. Because when you have an incident, as was stated before, first of all, you need to address it. Okay, what systems did I lose? What systems do I need to get back? What happened? But second of all, you need to understand what happened in the first point so that it doesn't happen again. So for all of these matters, you might or you will need third parties. Something else, another solution are security operations centers. So companies that are monitoring your infrastructure on a 24/7 basis, because as you said, it's not a 9-to-5 job. We are, or we need to be online constantly, but at some point we might be sleeping, or at some point we might, excuse me for that, we might be on the toilet. So we're not really 24/7 there. So this is a solution that I have tested in the past, and it's also something very practical.
Okay, for one thing, the attackers always attack at strange hours. The last attack was Halloween. It was on Sunday, so the 9-to-5 paradigm doesn't hold.
Our last attack was on Monday night, Saturday night.
It's always like that. Yeah. So investments and consideration has to be, it's either you have more people or you buy more services. It's not the same hat to have somebody to do cyber, to do business analytics and databases and satellite communications. That's different things. Okay. Would you, Michalis, have to add something in this issue about the roles and the resources we have in the IT departments?
I fully agree with Konstantinos. The cybersecurity is a business requirement. Again, the manual is signed by senior manager. However, the shipping company's top management doesn't perceive the importance of the cybersecurity. The cybersecurity, of course, is a result of IT measures and controls, and it is very well bounded with IT activities. So a very well organized information technology with defined roles is mandatory to speak for cybersecurity in the shipping industry. However, as we discussed, as Konstantinos said us, the information technology is not well organized in the shipping industry with no defined roles, which are based on the fact that everyone offers the best they can. This has happened because the shipping companies, the traditional approach that the shipping companies has focuses to the marine departments, ignoring the value that the information technologies may bring to the marine business operation. Let's assume, Matthew, that a shipping company of 10 or 15 to 30 or 40 vessels with headquarters, let's say in Greece, and the remote office abroad, with some personnel of fewer than 100 employees, has an IT department with 1, 2 to 4 IT guys, which is a common structure in our days. I could describe to you the roles that the IT personnel has to follow to conclude if it's a good practice or not. So these roles are the ICT manager, role, who is responsible for all the function and activities of the headquarters, the remote offices. Besides, there is the fleet ICT manager role, who has the same responsibilities for the fleet of vessels. the administrator's role for the headquarters and the remote office. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Do you hear me? Is it okay?
Yes, yes.
I'm
yes.
connected through 4G in order to bypass the problem. So, the fleet, the administrator's role for the headquarters, remote offices, the fleet administrator's role, who have to administer the ship's IT infrastructure on 24 hours, multiple 7 days basis. And we have to know that every ship IT environment may look similar, but actually is completely different. And the fleet IT staff has to travel to attend the vessels, let's say per year, but it's difficult. It is not possible to attend the vessel per year. It is clear that the fleet IT roles are different roles for the headquarters ICT, and this is a strategy that a few companies follows later, to have different roles for the fleet and different for the headquarters. Another role is the enterprise resource planning manager or coordination role, and the business analyst. Both these roles are constitute the backbone of the business operation. Furthermore, the roles that will guide the shipping companies to the next day are the digitalization analyst, as Katerina is, and the DevOps for further development to the business intelligence in the CP sector. And of course, the cybersecurity officer role for the headquarters and again for the ships to ensure compliance with the regulations.
Mm-hmm.
And why not? We have to mention the secretary role, which may bring the quality to the support services that the IT offers, managing the tickets, handling the invoices, coordinating the daily tasks. Matthew, as you clearly see, I'm stressing the number of the vessels as these are different infrastructures, okay, for which the information technology staff has to support. In our days, all these roles are covered by very few personnel without the possibility of gaining the specialized expertise in any of them, increasing the risk of errors, resulting in some unpleasant events, which may be business operation downtimes, or of course a cybersecurity incident. As far as the outsourcing resources, support for a shipping company, I think that in case that a company has outsourced support in order to cover all these roles, I think that support value is decreased day by day. As the business needs and require the IT involvement into daily business operation and into, let's say, managerial meetings to design the future increasing needs. So, in the end of the day, 2 to 4 persons must do the whole job. It is impossible for them to be in line with all the requirements. Note that the personnel has not the time to manage and maintain in depth all the daily issues, increasing the risk of human or system errors, or regulations in compliance, of course. I think that IT staff, Matthew?
Michalis, I think, yeah, you covered extensively the issue.
Okay,
so,
great.
Because the time of our panel is coming to an end, let me sum up that we have like 5 to 10 roles at least, even for a company with few ships, that are being covered in practice, 1 to 2 persons in most cases. So this is something to look at if we want things to be secure. So thank you all. There are many things to discuss, of course, in cyber. It's a never-ending thing, but we have many chances in the future to discuss it again with Amitech. Okay, thank you all, and then let's go back to the next, to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Amitech, for inviting.
Thank you. A great thanks from me as well to Mr. Kantarzoglou, to Mr. Sais, and to Mr. Macheras. And I will kindly ask Ms. Katerina Raptaki to stay with us. Katerina Raptaki is a digital transformation, cybersecurity, and e-governance specialist with more than 35 years of experience in IT and more than 20 years in a leading position in Navios Group. She's one of the more acknowledged persons in the shipping industry and respected persons in the shipping industry, so her input is invaluable and priceless. And Katerina, the floor is yours.
Hello, here I am again, working overtime. This is supposed to be an interview with Ewan Robinson. Ewan, I don't know if you are here yet.
I am.
You are? Okay. Nice to be with you. So welcome to the conference. It's an honor and a privilege to have you with you today.
Thank you,
I'm picking
Katerina.
a few words from your resume. You are a cyber authority and practitioner at the forefront of the rapidly evolving maritime cybersecurity field. You are also an expert in analyzing technical risks, developing protective regimes to ensure operational security. Of course, you are sought after as a presenter and a speaker, so how lucky we are that you are here with us today. Your capabilities embrace all the practical spectrum of technical cyber risks. So I will start with a rather provocative question. Do you think that digitization is a curse or a blessing for the society and for the maritime industry, of course?
It's the cursed question, isn't it? It's progress. Nobody likes it. It throws everything into confusion. It makes us all have to work extra hard. But have a look at the dinosaurs. You never find a dinosaur with a keyboard in its claw. They didn't embrace the technology, they died out. Okay, I'm making a joke about it, but it's pretty much the same thing. If an employer finds out a new piece of technology can make us work more effectively, better, with a better ROI, they are going to embrace it wholeheartedly because it's going to give them more money effectively. We need to find a way of taking that technology and then moving it forward at a sustainable and manageable pace. We cannot rush into it. This is a marathon, it's not a sprint. We need to manage it slightly better and not be the early adopters. We need to progress it slowly because there are too many risks and rough edges in new systems and new services.
Okay, so the truth is that we like progress, but we don't like change.
It is always the way. I think it's always been the way, especially for the people who actually have to implement it.
Exactly. So here's another one for you. Let's say you are given $5,000 for a year to spend on cybersecurity as you please. This will be all your yearly budget. How would you spend it? What would be your #1 priority?
5,000, I don't think that would actually dent an IT budget nowadays. For 5,000, you could probably get yourself a nice endpoint security system set up that would cover most of your vessels and the office, and it would help you monitor everything that's going on. What you could also spend a little bit of that money on would actually be on training the assets you have. If you give people knowledge, they're going to apply that in a much better way and give you a better return on your investment. They're going to go away and look at systems, develop systems. They're going to start having a look at open source, which is free. There's no cost to it. All we have to do is adapt it slightly. And if we've been trained and we have the knowledge, then we're going to be able to do that. It's a much more cost-efficient way of progressing the security?
Well, okay, to me, the nuclear option would be to leave everything wide open and let the management realize that you can't just cut corners. You have to spend money, and you have to take security seriously.
Yeah.
It needs to be by design and not an afterthought or an add-on.
Definitely.
And now that I said add-on, can security be an add-on to products and services? I mean, how efficient is it to first design a product, put it into production, and then apply security?
Okay.
Because, in my opinion, this is what we usually do in maritime. We first design a product, we have nothing in mind about security, and once we realize it, we start applying patches and updates. So we apply the patches and then live happily ever after. What do you think?
We need to, most of the hardware that we use in the maritime industry is such old technology, we must just consider it broken. It is corrupted. It's been taken apart and everybody knows all the secrets. So we need to get the manufacturers working slightly better. They've got to look into a very long-range crystal ball and see what technology is going to be doing 5-10 years down the line, because that's the length of time that the owners are expecting major systems to be in a vessel for. And it's impossible to forecast what technology is going to be doing in 10 years' time. Who knew where we would be today 10 years ago? It's impossible. But we have to do better than we are now. We have to move away from the old traditional systems of design and actually start bringing in security into the design process. We can no longer put up with hard-coded passwords, hard-coded engineering solutions. We need to find a better way for the people that need to go into systems to be able to do that, using cryptographic keys, one-time passwords that will match a series. But it's a way that we've got to try and enhance what is being delivered to the shipping industry, and that has to come from the manufacturers, but it needs to be driven by the customers. The IT departments in the shipping companies, they need to turn around and say, we are not going to accept this anymore, because this is now the critical access points for a cyber breach into a vessel.
Right. In which case, we will have everyone become our enemy.
Yeah, but all of the manufacturers now hate me.
Yes, exactly. So here comes another provocative question.
Oh dear.
Every time you listen about a cyber attack in a shipping company, do you feel like saying it serves you right? I told you so?
I'm going to be completely honest here, and most of the time I generally breathe a sigh of relief and go, thank God it wasn't me, or any of the systems that we look after. It's a horrible thing, and I just end up feeling a huge amount of sympathy and empathy for the poor people who are trying to clear up the mess, because I know they're not going to be sleeping for 2 or 3 days at a basic level. It's something. It is going to happen. You cannot secure against everything. However, most of the things should be secured against with best practice. And that's what's missing. And I think a lot of that could be driven by the people who are going to be offering cyber insurance in the future, the P&I, the insurance markets. They're going to want a certain level of standard, and that standard, if you like, is going to be used. They're going to bring in cyber insurance for ports at a different level, and they're going to insist that the people visiting them are going to meet the cyber requirements, the real practical cyber requirements, if you like, a cyber-free pratique for the vessels.
Right. And just to add something to this, are we sure it hasn't happened already? I mean, we say it will happen, but I believe that in most cases it has happened already and we just don't know it yet. It's very well hidden.
There has been very little in the way of publicly acknowledged breaches. I can tell you I presented for a UK government agency yesterday on a public forum, and one of the things I presented was showing how to breach a vessel all the way through, and that was taken from live victims, which included a firewall and going all the way into a gyro to affect the course heading. So it is possible. No one has acknowledged it yet, but I'm sure that there will be more applicable examples being brought to light.
Yes, exactly. You have been in both roles, an IT executive and a cybersecurity auditor, ethical hacker, pen tester, solutions provider, multiple hats. So, do you think we in IT overall manage to capture the attention we deserve? Is it possible that sometimes we just hide ourselves behind the lack of budget argument and we don't pull our strings to get what we want from the management? And maybe because this might reveal our inefficiency?
I think the IT departments and the IT personnel, they're generally a shy and demure lot because they don't like getting noticed. It normally means they get hit for extra work. But they need to come out of their cocoon and actually turn into the big corporate butterflies that they should be. They need to start pushing upwards and into the board. IT is critical to everything a company does now. The charter parties, the transference of the funds to and from those charter parties, everything is reliant upon the IT. So that makes it critical infrastructure. And it needs to be started to be treated as such and not just an add-on.
Right. Oh, another one. Elon Musk or Steve Jobs? And why?
Okay, very quick. I'm gonna take both actually. Steve Jobs, if he's accompanied by Sir Johnny Ives, purely for the amazing aesthetic beauty of the iPhone 3 and the amazing operating system. I
fully agree with you, yeah.
And Elon Musk for being an amazing engineer and for having a staggering ability to bring together teams of amazing engineers who can realize some of his amazing ideas. So I have to take both, I'm afraid, but I'm trending towards Elon.
Me too. Fully agree. So maybe this is the last one. Are we IT, I mean, the usual winners, do you think they now take us more seriously eventually? Or they think we are mental? Do our arguments fall on deaf ears?
Are we mental? I asked Baby Yoda this, and they said we're not. If we look at the way that IT has developed in the last 10 years in maritime, we now have people with PhDs and MSCs in computing and cybersecurity now acting as CISOs for big shipping companies. It is becoming more of a trend to have these people organizing something that is so important to the company. We need to, as a group, the ITs need to stop reporting to the boards and need to start discussing with the boards. It can't be a subservient role because of the critical way in which it underpins everything we do. Everything is reliant upon the IT now. So we need to do that. We need to show how the cost of mitigations can be done. and how the cost of resilience is. We need to learn a new language. So we speak geek, we speak TCP/IP, we speak our own tongue, but we need to start talking C-suite language. We need to be able to get across the important parts so that the executives can understand and make business risk decisions upon that. And that's what's important.
I fully agree. So we are not lunatics.
No, Yoda said we weren't.
Well, unfortunately, time is relentless. We have to wrap it up here. But I enjoyed the fireside talk, even without the fire.
Katharina, it is always a pleasure. It is always a pleasure to talk,
and appreciate
Katharina.
your time with us. Hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katharina.
Good afternoon. Despina, thank you for having us both. Adoni, thank you for accepting our invitation. Now, for those few that don't already know Adonis Labros, Adonis has been in shipping for 32 years. He has a mechanical engineering degree and has been a key member of staff of Centrofin for the last 26 years. He is one of the few shipping people that have this kind of diverse experience, including technical, marine safety and management, crisis response, sale and purchase, and ship financing. And throughout his career has been involved with oil tankers, bulk carriers, and cruise ships. This is why I can't wait to hear Adonis' words of wisdom. Okay. Kalispera. Let's crack on with the questions. Adoni, we were focusing all these couple of past months and discussing about the post-COVID era and the new normality. And all of a sudden we found ourselves in the next global crisis. The pace of challenge in our years is indeed very fast. Financial crisis, the COVID pandemic, now the war in Europe, and who knows what's next. I was actually thinking the other day that an 18-year-old boy or girl, given that our childhood memories start from 5, 6 years of age, has heard more frequently the word crisis than the word normal. So, in your opinion, how different will the world be in the coming years? Is this fast interchange of various crises the new normal? And of course, how this will affect our world, shipping world, and in particular, ship operations and ship financing?
Thank you, George, and thank you also to the organizers for having us here in this very interesting couple of days. And like you say, the pace is very different. The pace of change is fast. We have been hearing about this for a long time, and of course every generation passes on to the next that the message is that the changes are coming. But in this era, I think it is far faster than ever. We're seeing it everywhere. We're seeing it with the environment. The three crises that you mentioned, the financial crisis, the pandemic, and now this war in Ukraine, which of course is still developing and we don't know how far it will go. These are all marks of change. And these of course create new challenges for everybody. I'll take a minute to stick with the war in Ukraine, which is it's a hot topic, and I'll only spend a minute on this. I was fortunate or unfortunate enough to visit one of our ships yesterday, on which we have a Ukrainian crew, and the level of tragedy and the sadness and the shock that we could see in their eyes is unheard of. We hope that we never have to be in this situation, to face a war-like situation, to not know if your loved ones are safe or what is happening, and to be in a position not being able to help. So our thoughts are with them, and our hope is that this will end soon. It does not matter in which way it will end. The ending of the bloodshed is the important part. So I just wanted to spend half a minute to say this. It is a very difficult situation. It has a lot of repercussions, and of course a lot more than we can possibly imagine at this moment, and we'll discuss about this. But like you say, George, changes are there, and one of the successful, let's say, abilities or trades is to be able to manage change, and the people and the leaders who can manage change are the ones that will go forward. And if you just join us, okay, but just before us we had this discussion about the digital era, and you know the names were mentioned, like Elon Musk and Steve Jobs. These are the people who formed change. They brought it forward. So change is something that it is good. We need to deal with it, and it is getting fast, so we need to pick up our pace and keep up.
Yes, but I'm sure you would agree that we could use some good news as well. Not just
we need to remain optimistic, and to hope that the good news will come.
Yeah.
Coming back to our industry now, like you said, everything is changing. The people before us discussed about the markets and so on. We see that it is definitely a challenge to do our business like we used to do it. It is not the same. Same goes also for ship finance. Ship finance has changed, and I'm sure we'll discuss a little bit more about this later on. We believe that the shipping industry itself is changed a lot with the pandemic. I don't believe that the day after will be exactly the same. And it's changing now with this situation in Ukraine also, but I believe that it's going to be much more difficult to get the correct people and the skilled people to man our ships. It's not going to be easy as it was. Technology is changing, and we need to keep up with that one as well. The future is uncertain. We don't know still. We're trying to find out which fuel is the right one for the ships, and how we're going to be able to be competitive in the future. So I don't have a lot of answers to your question, yeah. But I share the concern, and I share the, let's say, the difficulty of finding the way forward. One thing I can say for sure is that shipping is there. It is going to be there. It's not going anywhere. It remains the cheapest and possibly the safest way to travel goods throughout the world. We still carry 85 or 90% of the global economy. So that is not going to change in the near future. I don't believe that will ever change, so we will be there.
Okay, thank you. Moving to my next question, which, okay, leaving aside the war issue, which is a big issue, of course, and we all heard this today's discussing about environmental regulations, EXI, CII, you know, all this stuff. I wanted to, which is obvious that decarbonization is at the top of our priorities list. That's evident, that's absolute. I would like to focus on RightShip's GSG rating for the vessels, which, as you know better than me, it was originally designed for the charterers. And as we progress, financiers are starting to adopt on this rating, and is another criterion for ship lending. Given that there are many old ships, if I'm not mistaken, there are about 5,000 ships that are older than 15 years old. So, given we have this kind of peculiarity, Do you think that this the GHG rating will affect ship financing? And by saying this, do you think that we can afford to have a discrimination of ships? Like, if we don't finance these ships, what will happen to them? Are we going to scrap them? And if we scrap them, you know, the market will go off the roof. So, what's your opinion on this, you know, new fashion of GHG rating?
Well, of course, the environmental is the next crisis, or maybe it's the one that we're living through already, along with all the other crises. But it is the big one, and you can't sweep it under the carpet anymore. Everybody is listening to it. Everybody is focusing on it. You cannot be a non-believer or somebody who doesn't accept it. So we need to. Everybody needs to polish up their act, and of course, the financiers could not be left out of the situation. They need to put forward this green financing. They need to take notice of it. On the other hand, our industry, the shipping industry, is not idle. We have been doing a lot of changes year after year, and now we are called upon to do even more with all these new technological developments. I definitely believe that we are in an intermediate at the interim phase at the moment. The major change will come when the new fuels are already developed and they're available and they're clean and they're cheap and everything. We don't know what that will be, and we don't know when it will be. It could be hydrogen, it could be, you know, something different. So in this interim period, there will be a focus on the problem, and this problem will not have one solution. The older ships, as you call them, they will be penalized inevitably through the EEXI system and through the emissions trading also. So this will be, it will be there. The greenhouse gas rating from RightShip, it is a technical formula that determines for the ship the level of emissions. It is not a panacea. We have seen people using it. I think it is in the early stages. It's been around for quite a long time, but it's at the moment very few charterers are really looking into it, especially if they're time chartering your ship on the dry side. As far as the financiers are concerned, I don't see that much of a focus on it, but I'm sure this will increase. If we will end up with a two-tier market for the financing of older and younger ships, I'm not so sure, because in my experience, this is market-related. We have seen periods of time when the older ships were able to be financed and to be running safely, and we have 25-year-old ships delivering their cargoes, and we have seen other periods when the 12-year-old ship is going for scrap. I remember this even from my father's days. So the market is a driver. Given that it is not easy to replace all these ships, I'm not sure about the figure you said. You've looked into it. I don't have it off the top of my head. It's not easy to replace these ships. It's not easy to press a button and construct hundreds or thousands of new ships, especially if you don't have the next technology available, which at the moment we don't. So there will be focus, there will be attention on this issue of the environment. I doubt that it will be so difficult to keep these ships running and to keep financing the ships as long as the freight market is there to support it. The moment the freight market disappears, these ships again, because in general a ship is worth as much as it can earn.
Yeah.
When it can't earn, it's not worth anything.
I agree. Okay, being cautious of the time, my last question, which is a bit, it's on a bit more controversial subject. We just mentioned that financiers are focusing on new regulations, stricter bank requirements, sanctions nowadays. What's your opinion on the decentralized finance and this new evolving trend of blockchain, crypto? Could this new challenge pose a threat to banks, capital markets, central authorities, regulators, central banks? And how is going to be affect ultimately ship financing as well? If it will, and well it will.
Thanks, George. Well, I think there are two things to look at. One thing is if it will remain decentralized, like we say now, and the second thing is if it will catch on with shipping. Now, for the first part, if it will remain decentralized, I believe that the central banks are trying hard to change this. They don't want people messing around with them, new currencies, cryptocurrencies. They don't want it for their business. They don't want it for transparency. But still, I cannot say for sure, I cannot foresee how it will develop. So this is, let's say, one point to keep on the side. The next thing is how the technology is there. It can be used to trade anything. And it will continue to be developed and it will continue to be available. The question is if shipping will catch on. I think shipping in general is a market that is not an early adapter with technology in everything.
Put it politely.
Put it politely, yeah, so much, including the ship finance part of it. So we saw how slow shipping was to catch on even in the earlier days with the capital markets, with the bonds. The traditional ship owners were very worried about them. Then we saw how they would react with the futures market. Liquidity is key. If there is no liquidity, it is not easy for the shipping people to get interested. So there will be attempts. Even if they are successful, it will take a long, long time. I believe I will not be around and by the time that is there. But of course, like we said in the beginning, change is so fast so that, tomorrow we may be proven wrong. Anyway, this is my opinion. I believe that there will be attempts to infiltrate, let's say, the ship finance world. I think it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easily accepted. There will be cases, from different ship owners, depending on their interests, different attempts to finance their vessels like this, but I think it will take a long time.
Okay. Thank you for the very interesting dialogue and the conversation.
Thank you, George.
Thank you all for your attention, and do enjoy the rest of the conference.
At last. So, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Very nice, really. I appreciate and I think it is very nice to see four, because we are also waiting for Mike to join us from Hong Kong in a minute. But really very, very pleased to see, there is Mike. Hello, Mike. So very happy, very pleased to see four good friends and colleagues around this table, which, as we said, should be a somewhat informal discussion. First of all, hello, Paul, Jan, Mike, and Theo. As I see you, a very brief introduction, and then when you take the floor for 6 minutes, you may or may not want to say a few more things about yourself. Jan Hoffman, UNCTAD, Switzerland, Paul Kent, Monument Economics Group, United States, Mike Lai, Hong Kong Polytechnic University, Theo Notenboom, University of Antwerp, Shanghai Maritime University, Hengyu University, and many other affiliations. Again, welcome, very happy that we are around this table. As I said an hour ago, let's take 6 minutes, put our bullets down on the table of the issues that we believe are of importance to be debated, to be discussed, and then this will leave us at the end something like 10 minutes to have a roundtable discussion. And the issue that we have as an introduction, the issue that we have put on the table is the disruptions that we have had in global supply chains as a result of the COVID pandemic. And I believe, as economists ourselves, we are facing a very interesting situation and phenomenon. Why? Because we had thought for many decades ago that due to globalization, inflation was dead. Actually, in the last 20, 30 years, no one believed that we will see again the inflation that we had seen in the 70s. And here we are looking at global inflation, which is going to precipitate even more with the crisis in Ukraine and the new energy prices. And inflation does not come by itself, but always it comes with shortages of goods and services, hoarding as well, and in this regard see blank sailings, which is a very good example of hoarding. And we see in our supply chains those disruptions which are manifested in warehousing, lack of people, very high transport prices, lack of chassis, lack of containers, congested ports. So that is the issue, and the question, of course, is what can be done, if anything, to foresee, to deal with such issues, maybe in the future. The idea is to give the 6 minutes first to Jan and Theo to put a little bit the setup, the somehow theoretical setup of the issue, and then Paul and Mike to tell us what is the situation before and now in North America and in Asia, particularly China. If this is agreeable, you may raise your hand. Okay, we should be careful because it is possible that people are listening to us, and so we have to do a good performance and give a good show. So can I offer the floor to Jan and for his 6 minutes, then to Theo, and then to Paul, and then to Mike. Jan?
And thank you very much, Hercules. Thank you very much to the organizers for putting this interesting panel together. So 6 minutes, I have 3 points, makes 2 minutes per point. First one maybe a bit brief, talking about crisis, talking about euphoria. Of course, there's no euphoria about what we see in the war in Ukraine. as we speak, we at the United Nations are asked to assess what this means for trade, for development, from my perspective, what it means for transportation, for transport, for logistics. Whatever I see and assess, it's really bad news. There's no spare capacity in the system. So anything that holds up capacity, ships, containers in the port, inland, it's not good news. And those who really, really suffer are the seafarers, especially Ukrainian seafarers, who had already been stuck with the crewing crisis, with the whole issue of the difficulty of changing crews. And now imagine you are on a ship far away and see what is happening in your home country, and the whole situation is getting worse. It's really, really bad. We have at UNCTAD our maritime country profiles for every country in the world, and yeah, you can see in which area different countries have higher market share, lower market share, and Ukraine has a particularly high market share in seafarers. Their share in the global provision of seafarers is 10 times higher than their share in the population. So for the country, the seafarers are very important. And just earlier this week, UNCTAD, ILO, IMO, and World Health Organization, we together reiterated a call for action for solving the crewing crisis. We had planned this for the last 6 weeks, so we hadn't really planned this to coincide with the Ukraine crisis and the seafarers, but in that sense, it is unfortunately rather timely. That was my first point. Second point, some data, some long-term trends. We have done quite some assessment. Our latest review of maritime transport. The big picture, long-term picture, is that unlike over many decades, and many of us have a lot of gray hair and years, when the times when trade and shipping and seaborne trade would grow faster than the economy, these times are over, at least for the last, 7 years, 8 years. Trade and seaborne trade has grown slower than the economy for a number of reasons. We have a growing share of services trade, we have less deep supply chains, and of course there are other reasons now with the current supply chain crisis, this will go on. This is like on the demand side. On the supply side, we document and show this continued trend of consolidation. On the ports, Hercules mentioned already the issues, the congestion. Our data with marine traffic data on the time ships spent in ports, it is actually now almost 20%, 19.6% longer that a typical container ship spends in a port today per port call compared to pre-COVID. So all this holds at capacity and then leads to what I would call a shift of the supply curve to the left, which leads me to markets. We have these extremely high freight rates. I don't need to remind you of this. That leads me to my third and last point. 6 quick reasons why I think that freight rates will remain higher over the next 10 years than they were 10 years pre-COVID. First of all, COVID, crisis, all types of things are ongoing. Lots of detail, won't go into all these details. Second, if you look at the longer term shipping cycle, beginning of last year, we had a historical low in the order book. So the whole crisis really caught us in the very bad moment where there was no order book, and it takes time to order new ships, to build new ships. So right now there is many new orders, but these take time to build. Third, yes, there is consolidation. There is fewer companies per port call or per ships get bigger, fewer direct connections. There are a lot of data which, if Hercules had allowed me to show a PowerPoint, I would have shown a chart right now. But I still would like to point out, in my view, this consolidation of the alliances or this process is not a fundamental cause for the position of the demand and supply curve at this moment. We have had other shipping markets, the BDI, LNG, oil, where we have also had in past years very high freight rates, going from $300,000 per day for a ship to $3,000 per day in dry bulk, for example. So, and there we don't have the alliances. So, but still, the longer term, there is more consolidation. Fourth reason for the longer term perspective, decarbonization. It will cost money. I'm not against. On the contrary, UNCTAD is very supportive. We are trying to help with the decarbonization process at the IMO, but it costs money, and it leads, at least in the shorter term, to slower ships. Ships go slower, and if ships go slower, we need more. If the whole world ship fleet goes 10% slower, we would need 10% more ships to move the same cargo. And these ships are not that, remember shipping cycle, remember uncertainty. Then the last point, this higher volatility that we see also leads to a higher risk premium for any investor before I invest. And this in the context of an uncertain regulatory framework of the biggest energy transition in front of us, going like from sail to coal or from steam to oil, and now from carbon-based fuels to a no carbon-based fuel. It's a lot of uncertainty. So we really need a stable, transparent, multilateral framework to avoid that investors withhold their investment and have a more foreseeable future in maritime logistics. Thank you, Hercules. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jan. Important points. I have noted them down for the end. I give the floor immediately now to Theo for his own points. I see that Theo has lost some weight, which is very visible. We can see this, Theo. But for the time being, you have the floor.
I avoided to use the widescreen option of the camera, so maybe that's the reason. Thank you so much, Hercules, for having me. Also, thank you for joining this session, to all the participants, and also, of course, to the other panel members. Like Jan, I also have 3 points I want to bring forward. First of all, I think we are witnessing an unprecedented series of disruptions and shocks to global supply chains. And some of them are very acute, like we had the blockage of the Suez Canal last year. Some of them have a much more profound long-term impact, such as decarbonization. And some of them are really almost black swans, swans, black swans that all of a sudden can disrupt an entire system, including COVID-19 and also the current Ukraine crisis. Now, what we have noticed based on what has happened also during COVID-19 is that we have a strong reliance in the West on Asia and China in terms of production capacity. And in my view, this reliance will remain very high also in the near future, despite the discussions we have on reshoring, nearshoring of some activities, and also the whole discussion we have in the West about self-reliance in terms of, for example, ship production or energy. So I think this is something we need to keep in mind, because this means that we will continue to have longer supply chains, and longer supply chains are more prone to disruptions than short supply chains. So I think the first point I want to make here is, in order to cope with these kind of disruptions in the future, we need to build in buffers in the system. That can be in the ports, it can be in terms of warehousing capacity, in terms of transport equipment, and even in terms of human resources. The only problem I see right now, and you see the discussion popping up everywhere, is that there is not always a willingness to pay for such additional capacity you need in order to make the system more robust. And also, it's not very clear who's going to be willing to pay for it. I joined some sessions not so long ago with the major retailers, and none of them was basically saying that they wanted to pay for higher inventories and so on. So this is really, I think, a key point of discussion. If we indeed need more buffers, who's going to take action, who's going to pay for it, and will that in the end also help us dealing with all these disruptions? The second point is very much related to the first point, and that's more at the level of the ports and the port systems in the world. What I noticed is that some ports in the world are quite rigid in terms of dealing with shocks and with increased demand. I see very interesting differences, for example, between the US port system and the European port system. In Europe, we have seen there are indeed major supply chain disruptions, but some of these disruptions have been absorbed by other ports. So we have seen quite some shifts of gateway cargo and transshipment cargo from the main ports like Antwerp and Hamburg to, let's say, the second-tier ports, in some cases medium-sized, in other cases also relatively big ports. So in this way, we have been able to reduce the overall impact of these supply chain disruptions on cargo moving in and out of Europe. If you look at the US, my finding is, and I'm sure later on there will be more, Paul, for example, we can elaborate more on that, but my feeling is that the port system in US is much more rigid and is very depending on particularly LA, Long Beach when it comes to Asian imports. And there is not a lot of slack capacity and I would say, in the system, either on the seaside, the port side, and the inland transportation system. So this is something that needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed in Europe, it needs to be addressed in Asia, but it also particularly needs to be addressed in the US if you want to make sure that you can deal with disruptions in a more flexible way. And then the third and last thing I would like to highlight relates more to the liner shipping business. The whole idea of liner shipping is that we offer scheduled services, regular, frequent scheduled services to customers. What do we see now? The schedule reliability is less than 30% globally. That means 70% of the ships arrive late in the port with, as already mentioned by Jan, very long waiting times and also long port times. So this is something that is of concern. And we also see a huge number of vessel deviations, blank sailings, switches in port calls, port call cancellations, and what have you. So basically, my fundamental comment here is this still liner shipping? Is this still fundamentally a system based on regular services? And if not, what is the new normal? How can ports, terminals, but also entire supply chains adapt to the fact that we actually don't have scheduled services anymore, but that it's more kind of ad hoc following up of ships and trying to cope with their arrivals in ports and along major coastlines. So that's my third point. So back to you, Hercules, and I'm looking forward to the discussion later on.
Thanks, particularly the last one, which is a fundamental question. Do we still have liner shipping the way we knew it? Or are we looking at something different as a result? Very good. Paul, would you please take the floor and tell us, if possible, what is the situation in North America on the issues that we are discussing? Thanks, Paul.
Okay, thank you very much. And can you hear me?
Very well.
Oh, you can't hear me, Jan? Okay.
Now we can even see you.
Okay. All right, very well. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be on this panel, and especially to see folks that I haven't seen in a very long time. So yes, I see Theo has lost weight, but so have I, but you may not be able to see it from the chest up. But anyway, look, I don't believe the situation is so different in the US, but I will point to some things that I think will change here. I think there's a lot more regulatory concern about the impact on competition of creating the alliances or liner shipping consolidation. And in fact, the White House, and it was alluded to in our President's State of the Union speech a couple days ago, that the White House has mentioned an initiative, a joint initiative of our Department of Justice and the Federal Maritime Commission to re-examine the impact of alliances, as well as other points along the transport logistics chain. That is outside the port gates. So this notion of alliances and the dominance that they may or may not exert on pricing or their effect on pricing, I think is going to be re-examined in the near-term future. Now, what they can do about it, I'm not sure, but currently they will be re-examining this. And related to that is the chassis system that we have here, where the shipping lines used to provide the chassis, and they believed it was too expensive for them to continue operating the chassis system. And so they, in an effort to incentivize investors to purchase the assets, they offered what we now refer to as legacy contracts. And these are agreements with the chassis service providers that these shipping lines will continue to use them. So that process has created havoc in the system. And again, the dominance, the alleged dominance of shipping lines. Yes?
Paul, I'm told that there is a little technical problem. They have to turn us down to switch out, to turn us off for 5 seconds, and then we can continue again.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Because we've lost a little time here, I will continue with some of the major points that are related to the points made by Jan and Theo. Regarding who pays, the capacity utilization thresholds have been reached or are being exceeded. And capacity thresholds were established by industry based on simple queuing models that we have used in the past. And the industry is the one who is exceeding those. So who pays? Well, the same people who paid for the available capacity when it was managed efficiently. So I think instead the asset owners are not investing in additional capacity to ensure or to maintain efficient performance in their assets. The other thing is that I think we, as I just suggested, we need to take a holistic view of supply chain problems. It's not just the ports anymore. If we solve the problem in the ports, the resulting surge or evacuation of containers from the ports, the containers have to go somewhere, and that means that there has to be sufficient capacity in the warehouses, for example, and truck availability and these sorts of things. I think also that there was some notion about supply chain shifts and longer supply chains. I think, honestly, I think that's going to change in the United States. There have already been surveys that show that U.S. manufacturers, anyway, intend to bring their supply chains closer to home. And we heard in the State of the Union speech by our president a couple of days ago that there will be incentives to bring back manufacturing to the United States. My thinking is that the shifting of supply chains will go more to a regionalization approach and diversification, but regionalization. So what does that mean? I think manufacturing, if not done domestically, it will be done closer to home in Mexico, Colombia, and other countries that have established very good trade relationships with the United States. I think also what the recent crisis has shown, this will be my last point, is that we were not very well prepared, even though we've had hints in the past with the blockage of the Suez Canal, labor strikes on the U.S. West Coast, which, by the way, may happen again next year because there will be renegotiations of longshoreman contract agreements coming up. So I think in the end that there is no contingency response plan in place. And this, I think, is one of the greatest weaknesses that we have. This means that are there other ports or assets that are substitutable, that are reasonable substitutes for the current status quo? And we're beginning finally to see that happen. We see a shift of freight from using the U.S. West Coast ports to the East Coast ports. So we may not have been as quick to respond as the European port system, but the rigidity is not so much there. I think it's been the reluctance built in to our Port Authority system here, where the marketing and sales units within port authorities, they're out there selling as much as they can, but their sales are so successful that it exceeds capacity. And in the end, I think our ports need to learn to say no. And there's recent evidence of this where the Port of Savannah has said no to shipments that are intended for the traditional customers in the Port of Charleston. So I think we will increasingly see this happen if not saying no means it's going to harm the traditional customers, for example, in the Port of Savannah. So I think we will begin to see the use of non-traditional gateway ports and even smaller ports, secondary ports. I think we will see them start to handle some some of the needs to address the insufficient capacity issues right now. Hercules, with that, I'll leave it there and look forward to hearing from the other participants in the panel. Sure. Either that or we can go to our next panelist. Yeah, and by the way, it wasn't clear that we need
I would like to thank you all. It seems that Professor Charalambidis cannot log in again, lost his connection, he dropped out. So I would like to thank you all. First of all, Professor Iraklis Charalambidis, Professor Dr. Jan Hoffman, Paul Kent, Professor Ken Hung Mike Lai, and Professor Theo Notenboom. Thank you very much. Now, let me introduce to you our next speaker, Mr. Haris Apostolopoulos. Haris is a visionary strategy executive, author, and speaker with 20 years of diverse industry exposure, highly skilled and experienced in international and multicultural business environments. He led and directed a plethora of large-scale complex project portfolios and programs. Haris Apostolopoulos is going to speak to us about the rise of AI in the shipping industry. What comes next, and what are we to expect?
Hi to all. Hope that you're well and safe, taking into account the turbulent times we're all passing through. I'm Haris, Chief Transformation Officer of the PMO Global Alliance, as well board member of the Artificial Intelligence in Action NPO, California, United States. Today, we're going to discuss about an interesting topic, rise of the artificial intelligence in the shipping industry. And let's get started. In principle, COVID crisis amplified digital transformations and technology, and perhaps some of you know about algorithms and AI. And in principle, this transformation is a way that technology, services, products, people are all banded together to give an end result in the technology sector that is bespoke. So this topic is one of the hot topics in the shipping industry as well, because there's a lot of advancements in the shipping industry, in the maritime. Perhaps you've heard the term Maritime 4, and a lot of technology advancements in this field. So overall, what we're trying to do to detail transformations and as well as AI application is to design a new business model that will bring the result and overall will bring a more fascinating future to the industry. So, Harris, what is AI? So I will try to give you a very brief discussion of what AI is in simple terms, non-technical ones. So it starts with algorithms. So you can think something like coding, programmers that do use a specific programming language to write routines and software. And these algorithms in turn make a model, a representation of the model. However, this is not as easy as it sounds because it requires a lot of integration. And then we have a sort of intelligent thinking. But overall, this sort of intelligent thinking leads to what? To constrained actions. Why constrained? Because these constrained actions, in principle, are governed by the programmer, by the team that built the model, the robot. So robots, irrespective of what you see at Hollywood, don't do what they like. They are programmed to perform specific actions. So in simple terms, I've given you what I would say artificial intelligence is. So it's simulation of human intelligence, but with the actions of a robot. Now, maritime form and disruption by digital innovation, perhaps you have heard that on the past, is a terminology quite wide, famous in the industry. So what is going on? There are a lot of advancements, and what we're trying to do, companies, they deploy digital transformation modeling approaches to protect their investments and bring overall value in terms of services and products. And there are, I would say, a lot of advancements in this area, and many different technologies like IoT or blockchain or cybersecurity that all banded together in digital innovation. And there are a lot of course, a lot of advancements in the area that what they're going to bring, they're going to change the future in a more digital one. So what's going on is a welcoming of a more digital future in the maritime industry. Of course, maritime industry is not new using such kind of technologies. However, the products are new. Digital twins is one of the technologies that most of you might know. And of course, in AI, something different. We're not talking about the smart ship in terms of sensors. We're talking something in terms of intelligent thinking, in terms of algorithms, in terms of constraint, I would say, logic. Irrespective of the digital innovation, there is disruption by AI evolution, and AI as a technology and as a trend is becoming more and more popular, as I discussed a while ago in regards to COVID crisis, which accelerated the use of such kind of technologies. And there are a lot of benefits, I would say, in the maritime sector. I will just say, I will just discuss some of them, and as the slide moves on, I will give you a brief introduction to most of them. In principle, what's going on, we have informed decision, we have better decision, we have more data that are sort of integrated with perhaps systemic risks or other kind of decisions. We have better route planning, we can reduce the accidents. You can take into account the weather conditions, you can have faster cargo shipment, you can have details about the products, you name it, under an AI umbrella, under specific software that are used in the maritime industry. And of course, there's a lot of, I would say, software in the industry you can choose based on your needs. And it's not only that advancement, but a lot more than really excellence, you name it. The key point of this presentation, I want to pinpoint, is very important, that digital transformations are not purely digital ones, and this is one of the mistakes that most of the people do that are sharing my 20 years experience in the field. But they are part of a larger ecosystem, complex business transformation ecosystem. Why? Because it's not the technical part, it's the leadership part that needs to be bound together. It's the cultural part, it's the conflict management, political, social, you name it. One of the biggest mistakes I have seen in my career so far that companies do make is that they engage a lot of technical people in the AI or in the digital domain. And this has, I would say, a drawback that the gap between the digital and the leadership domain is not binded very effectively. I have seen very talented people that have too much technical knowledge and good knowledge in AI, cyber technology, IoT, blockchain, you name it, but they lack the leadership skills. So if you want to deploy someone that can do the job and not directly the IT and digital domain, digital transformation domain, are not the same, but they do cooperate together. Overall, AI is a technology that will stay, and in the near future will become much more stronger. The applications in the maritime, in the shipping industry will evolve. And you know about that. Most of you that are already working in the shipping industry, you can have a discussion with your IT department, with your operations department. There are ways to modernize your business models in the digital domain. I try to keep it short and to give the very basics out of my presentation. I have to thank the organizing committee very much for giving me the opportunity to share my knowledge on the field. Happy to be contacted and connect you with LinkedIn. Many thanks to all. Stay safe. Keep in touch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back again to another session related to investing in shipping. We're going to try and decipher financing appetite. We've touched on these issues in previous panels today and yesterday. On this panel, we will do it from a slightly different angle. We've got a group of people who represent different environments and who bring fresh or new perspectives and certainly opinionated perspectives. So expect an opinionated panel here comprising of John Kodzias, founding partner of Exclusive, but president of the Hellenic Shipbrokers Association, George Mangos, InterUnity, Theoharis Terzis, Queensway, Konstantinos Rokos, Kostas Rokos, TSD International. So let us welcome our four speakers. Hello to our two remote speakers. We are split today, so let's see if our discussion will remain split or whether we'll have a consensus on what we discuss. So welcome. George, can you...
Thank you very much.
Can you hear?
I'm not sure if you can hear me.
George, we can hear you loud and clear.
Having a lot of
Loud and clear, you're coming
technical
through.
issues with the sound.
No, it's coming through loud and clear. Before we start, we have a mini poll that we did run with our participants pre-conference, which you will see on your screens right now, with some data that we pulled. There were 500 people about who participated in this, just as an opener to our discussion. The first question, as you see, tackles the impact of COVID. That was about a month ago or so that this questionnaire went out. What effect conference participants thought this would have on trade. So they felt that in 2022, trade would mostly stabilize. So that's our first slide there. On financing appetite, and that's the next slide, the consensus, it was a split. It was a three-way split there, but mostly people felt that on the back of increased activity, we would see increased financing. The interesting twist there is that people felt that this would come mostly from alternative sources of financing, so that's an interesting take for you to have on this. And our third and final question related to, it's coming up now, global power generation from coal and from other less environmentally friendly sources. What impact did we believe all this would have on tanker markets? And there we have a clear opinion that tanker rates will increase. Our audience maybe knew something more about what's unfolding now in the Ukraine and could have effects, pronounced effects in the tanker market. So let's see, we'll follow that space also, but just as a starter to our discussion. So let's start with George. George, we seem to be going through boom times in many, many markets. And the question, sorry. Okay, so George will reconnect. Theohari, we're going through booming times in many sectors today. And the question is, are you encouraged by this? Do you think we've reached the peak there? And I'd like to add a different angle here compared to other discussions we've had. What effect do you believe that the surge in energy prices will have on the consumer and thus global trade and by default on earnings in the shipping markets? Let's add this angle. What's your view on this?
Indeed, I mean, we all know that the reality at this moment is that most of the markets are booming. More than half of the markets, the container market is booming, the dry bulk market is booming. So in terms of investment, I think at the moment is very, very hard to have a clear strategy on where it's the right place to invest, because on the one side you have dry bulk market and the container asset prices on the sky, and on the other side you have a tanker market that in terms of higher rates and charter rates it's very, very low, but values still go up. So at this moment I think that it's very, very hard to have a clear strategy and actually invest on something. And if I do invest in something, I would invest in something that is sustainable for the future. So I would go in a new building with sustainable technology and something that would be one step ahead of the market, and I wouldn't go to a second-hand market.
Would you as a ship owner feel comfortable investing in technology that is not necessarily sustainable proof into the future yet?
Depends on the trade pattern that you have. Personally, and our company is being involved in short sea shipping. So I would say that in short sea shipping, yes, today there are technologies that have been proven and tested, then I would invest in a new technology in short sea. But in short sea shipping, technologies have been tested and I feel more comfortable. If we are talking about deep sea shipping, then that's a completely different story. And indeed, at the moment, there is no clear view on what the market will do and what will be the fuel of the future. But yeah. I also do believe as a conclusion that nowadays ship owners, this is the main issue of a ship owner, and this is the actual choice that it has to make, not just choose a yard or choose the size of the vessel. It's choosing the right fuel for the future.
Viohari, just for the benefit of our audience, you're talking about alternatives that exist for short sea. You're probably talking about electrical, and that's something that has been tested in some cases. So you have faith that in your sector this could be a solution right here and now, and it could encourage some owners to order, correct?
Indeed. Basically, in short sea shipping, batteries and electricity has been tested extensively, especially for passenger vessels, etc., etc. So yes, it is tested, and it is able at the moment to use it. And also there are other alternatives like carbon capture, CO2 carbon capture, again tested in short sea liners, that you have certain ports that you load and unload. Again, a tested technology that at the moment you can actually implement.
Costa, in case we manage to survive the winter without freezing to death from lack of energy or sweating in the summer, and we manage to pull it through, what's your prediction that this whole energy, crisis at this point, I would say, brings to us, and what effect do you believe it has on shipping and your particular segment as well? Costa.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought that you spoke to the people remote contacting you. So first of all, I would like to thank you, Angelos. It's a pleasure to be here with esteemed panelists, my friend John Gogias, and you, and yourself. So the idea is that the energy is something which is not easily predictable. I would say that the effect we see today is a kind of pendulum. A period, 1.5 years ago, we had seen prices below zero. Now we see prices above 100. In my opinion, I think that after, let's say, a couple of months, the market will go back to normal, and we see again normal prices of fuel, gas, and other supplies. I don't think that this is sustainable and will remain for long.
Of course, in 2006, 7, and 8, we did see oil prices during normal periods go up to $140 a barrel. So we've seen this situation even under more normal circumstances. But you still think that it will normalize sooner rather than later, correct?
Of course, particularly considering that the world's GDP is predicted to be lower the next after 23, 24. Particularly for Europe, estimated 2.6, which means that the demand for energy will be much lower than it was last year.
George, do you share Kostas's feeling here, and also what feedback do you get, being in parallel to being an owner, being a third-party manager, what feedback do you get from your clients in this respect? So a combination feeling here is what we're looking from you.
Hi there, guys. Sorry, I've been having some connection problems, so I've missed part of the discussion.
George, sorry, we're talking. Sorry, absolutely. The issue we were discussing relates to where we are today in the cycle, where we believe we are today in the cycle, and whether we think energy prices will have a prolonged effect on the markets, be it the consumer, which of course will bring down consumption and by default then influence global trade, and then shipping, of course, in parallel. So what's your feeling on all this based on your ownership potential there and function, but also your third-party management?
So, look, I think the kind of main macro theme that we need to focus on at first is that, I mean, looking at the current geopolitical situation, particularly, of course, Russia, I don't believe that markets are yet pricing in the new geopolitical reality. I think we need to be considering that there's going to be the potential for demand destruction within, certainly within the EU, and there's a lot of kind of cross currents right now that are sort of coursing through. Energy prices obviously are going to have a detrimental effect on the world economy. I'm not so confident to make a prediction as to when this situation may turn around. But I think in terms of our own investment strategy and the investment strategy of our institutional partners, I mean, you may be aware that we've recently obviously done a very large transaction now with the Hamburg Commercial Bank debt tranche, and obviously that was concluded recently. So we'll have to see. Basically, that's going to be a big project for us to try and sort of pass it out. I would say also that it's and something that Mr. Terzic made a comment on. I think it's incumbent on us also to be looking to replacing, let's say, tonnage with more efficient units and so on. So certainly energy prices where they are will be encouraging and perhaps accelerating that process. However, ultimately there's a large fire break in being able to invest in that meaningfully because the container market is at the top of its cycle. Yard capacity is at an absolute minimum. And so, I suppose in some ways this allows a little bit more time for us to assess the different fueling alternatives. Mr. Terzic outlined, of course, some of the ones that they're looking at.
But that's a few years down the line. It's not, alternatives won't surface anytime soon, and certainly not in any scale that will make a difference, right?
Absolutely. So I think, from my perspective, the theme is, and it's interesting because shipping is traditionally viewed as an inflation hedge, and it's viewed as a geopolitical risk hedge. So in that context, it would be, I suppose, a very good time to be looking at investments that are currently in play. On the other hand, one would need to be very, very careful because if you're basing your numbers on projections that are even a month old, you may find that those projections are going to be quite far out.
So you're guarded, right? You're guarded about the potential in 2022. Very guarded. Okay, fair enough. Let us turn this discussion now over to John, who's compiled a few statistics that will add some flavor to our discussion, and John will share these with us here and our audience. John.
Angelo, thank you very much for the opportunity to air our voices and share our thoughts and opinions. It's a very, I would say, challenging period that we're facing with the Ukraine-Russian conflict, which of course is affecting everybody, and not only economically, but very much, I would say, on a personal basis, as Antonis Lambros mentioned earlier before. We cannot be, just as speaking from our hearts, not be affected out of this very, very, very nasty conflict that we're witnessing. If we speak with numbers, which, again, we leave our heart behind and we just speak with, the figures and statistics, I'm alarmed. I'm not going to discuss now about the sales figures, Angelo. We can do that as we progress further down. But I will raise the alarm a little bit on the inflation, which we were fearing as, consumption post-COVID, which again is still not post-COVID, is a pre-post-COVID era that we are facing, but let's call it post-COVID just, for the ease of the conversation. Consumption has been quite heavy by a lot of consumers who've been deprived and, thank God, safe and with their jobs intact. That meant that they have a saving that they could afford to spend more. Spending more means more consumption, more demand. Sometimes production could not meet this demand, and that's why we see a lot of goods being in shortage, and that pushes prices up. I'm speaking as an economist, which is, the first thing that you learn in economics lessons. And then we also see a heating up of the economy because of the heavy consumption, which leads to inflation. That was the fear before the Ukraine conflict, and it was also the fear as we were seeing the energy prices going up, which meant two things. First of all, money available in every household of every middle class, and not only consumer in the world, had less available, because when you have an electricity bill which is 4 times what it was a year ago or maybe 3 months ago, that means you have less money to spend, less money to consume, and less priorities to do luxuries. You go for the inelastic goods of your basket, not your elastic things, which could be luxuries. And I think this was the biggest issue, and is the biggest issue that we're facing now, because that pushes not only our purchasing power down, but it also increases the construction cost and the manufacturing cost, which will be added onto the final product price.
It has a spillover effect everywhere.
And, correct. And what we will see is goods that today seem reasonably priced will be more expensive. Again, that will reduce consumption. This is alarming because containers, they're carrying a lot of consumer stuff, shelf material that goes into the stores and the supermarkets and the retail outlets. That's going to be reduced. And if we add the bunker cost of container ships, which is not insignificant, adding that to the very high freight rates that shippers are paying to ship boxes, how is this going to be passed on to the final consumer, which we're all, and how are we going to absorb this? Reducing consumption, increasing interest rates to keep our money in the banks, and making also lending cost and the cost of any acquisitions of ships which we will be funding by lending more expensive. These are many questions, I think. There's a lot of things that we have to tackle, not just one.
By the sound of it, we'll get more familiar with the concept of a Dutch auction, where the price starts high and then goes down. And I think if that's what it takes for consumers to buy the goods, that's what we might be seeing, just giving a more humorous angle to a very serious situation. So there's a lot of skepticism amongst all of us. So let's see what the balance of 2022 or the next quarter brings. But in the meantime, we have one issue that I think is on people's minds. Should we be going for modern second-hand tonnage today if we are to invest in certain sectors that are not heavily consumed with new builds today? Or do we think that sooner or later new technologies will be there, in which case we wait and go for new builds? So Haris shared while you were away, George, the fact that in short sea shipping, viable alternatives already exist today. So let's see what we feel in terms of investment strategies for those segments where there might be windows of opportunity. Costa, do you have a feel there?
That's a very good question, actually. As you know, financially speaking, the decision for an investment relates definitely to the useful time of the vessel. And this is something which has been affected by the new rules and regulations regarding environment. And because the rest, as we discussed the last 2 days, regarding the social responsibility and governance, are things which can be easily achieved. And these are mostly procedurals, and many companies already implementing ISO 9000, 14000, and 50000, and the IFRS financial, let's say, accounting system could reach all these quite easily. So the most important today for discussion is how the ships we have on hand could adapt, and what is the real value of these ships. Because if our ship, for example, could only have a performance of engine performance of 55% or 65% of the nominal, is very important for the valuation of the vessel. So the first thing is the owners to understand what they have on hand, what are their ships, what they can do, and how many years they could utilize, exploit those ships.
What the deadline on the ships is.
And then, before they will order new ships, they should allocate funding to improve the technical specification of the ships in order to maintain those ships for a longer period. So this is, for me, the first aim in order the company to enjoy better results and better performance for the shareholders, which is a main topic, I mean, for the owners.
Let me make it more specific to you. You're in the dry bulk sector. You're in a subsector there which has actually done fantastic in 2021. And the order book there seems to be extremely healthy. One of the few segments where ordering has been contained because there's not enough yard space. Are you driven to order if you would like to expand? Or would you much rather go to someone like George, who might have something in the portfolio there to dispose and say, if you've got a good second-hand ship, I'll maintain it, I'll take it on, but it's a better investment opportunity for me?
Yeah, for me, definitely, I agree. It means that for me, today, to go for a new building means that you have a lot of resources, financial resources, probably the companies who are listed, let's say, in the stock exchange market, and they have some surplus in funds, they could go for it. But for me, the most important is to exploit the existing fleet, to enjoy the market. Definitely, I would go for a second-hand ship if I had to choose. My preference is for a ship between 5 and 10 years old, considering that let's say the threshold is in 2030. Mm-hmm. So to have enough time to enjoy the market. And definitely I would go for a super eco. Technically speaking, I would go for a ship which has an EXI, I would say, comparatively, positive, good, which also needed, let's say, a very good and skilled crew and management. Because the CII related to the crew and the management is not related only to the technical specification of the vessel. So it means that I would get a ship which I know, I have something similar, I know the problems, the difficulties, and on top of that, I have the skilled crew on board and ashore in order to run and perform, let's say, accordingly.
Mm-hmm. George, if I am a client of yours and you're managing part of my fleet, and you see that on one of the ships you're managing there's substandard performance, and that's going to lead to problems down the line, what do you advise me? Do you advise me to go and find a good slot for end 23 or early 2024 for the dry market? Or do you say, I got a good 5-year-old vessel, as Kostas says, or 10-year-old vessel, and I'd go for that instead? Or indeed for ownership on your side, what's your preference these days?
I would certainly prefer, I think at this stage, second-hand vessels. That being said, I think the market has priced product tankers, which is the core of our fleet. We run 46 of them. I'm not finding, let's say, necessarily the opportunities that I thought we might be finding. And that market certainly seems to have bottomed out, perhaps a bit shallower bottoming out than we expected. I certainly think the idea of saying, look, enjoy the good market, take care of your current assets, and keep in mind the fact that a vessel that's on the water, there's a lot of energy and resources that have gone into having that vessel there. So it should not just be the automatic, conclusion that we should just sort of chuck it away and start again, because that is very, very energy intensive in itself. I think if you assuming that it's a vessel with reasonably good quality to begin with, you can do some adaptations and modifications and give it, let's say, that extra bit of life. Have I understood correctly your question?
Yeah, you've understood it. You've understood it perfectly fine there. Which sort of begs the next question to Harry or for whoever else wants to chip in, and then we'll get to Yanis as well, based on his client base and experiences there. But it begs the question of, how fast will ESG finally be implemented? Because the theme across this room and our audience in the last 2 days has been that everyone is in favor of second-hand ships. So people are holding off on committing, excluding container ships where we've seen the surge in orders there. But otherwise, people are substantially holding off in new investments. So, Theohari, where does that leave us in terms of implementing ESG sooner rather than later, given also that starting 2025, or maybe even a bit earlier, many ships will start being classed as ineffective or substandard in terms of meeting the emission goals. What's your feeling there, Theohari?
Look, I think that the market, I agree with all the points that I have heard up to now, and I don't know if I share the feeling that you need to go for a second-hand vessel, but I get the opinions that I heard. I think that the market will be split in a tier 1 and tier 2 market. There will be the tier 1, let's say, with all the new buildings, with very energy efficient vessel, and then there will be a tier 2 with the rest of the fleet of the vessel. So I think that ESG and ESG related issues will come faster than we are estimating, or most of us think, and we need to be prepared for that.
What do you base this opinion on? Well, where do you get this feel from?
We're getting this feeling, first of all, you can see in the news that even though there are certain official dates, like 2030, that's the official date that things will change rapidly, and from 2023 we will have EEXI, etc., etc. You see that the big players in the market, like the big container ship liners, etc., etc., they are moving faster than that. And you see every day that also big commodity traders, they are announcing initiatives that they want to go faster than the official deadlines of IMO and other bodies that they do regulation. So the feeling that we get from our charterers and all the traders that we are working on is that they want to move faster than the regulation. So this is why I think that ESG changes will happen also faster to the shipping sector as well, which is the logistic part and the carbon footprint for the logistic part of the cargo.
Yanni, here's a question for you then, based on what Theoharis is saying there. My understanding, but correct me if I'm wrong, is that yard space, particularly for bulkers, is very limited because there's very little value added, so they prefer, rather than go for a Supramax, Ultramax vessel, they prefer to build a 6,000-7,000 TEU container ship or other high added value ships. So what's your feel? How can we implement what Theoharis is rightly saying that many people would like to see happen sooner rather than later? But where's the yard space? We hear that in China there's even less yard space because the Chinese government is using part of this yard space to build military purpose vessels. So do I get this picture correct? What vibes do you get, and what realistically can we expect in terms of an overall upgrade of the fleet?
Angelos, I do share this feeling, or actually I did share this feeling up until this yesterday when I prepared some data for today. And I was a bit surprised because I looked at the order book that we have today and we're facing in the bulkers, tankers and containers. The order book for bulkers stands at 750 ships today, which is about 6% of the existing fleet, which is a low figure comparing it. It's probably one of the lowest that we have seen over the past 20, 25 years. So that gives us a bit of a healthy market. I mean, that there's not too many ships coming in that will distort the balance of ships today.
In what segment is this now?
This is in all the segments of bulkers. And this is the 6% that I'm saying is the average of all bulkers. And some of the Kamsarmaxes, you see 8, 9%. In VLOCs, we see about 14%. In the Capes, we see about 10, 9. It's all spread out. I mean, I have all that data, but let's not, just throw figures here. The essence of what I'm trying to say is that we have 750 orders, out of which, in 2021, about 420 orders were placed in 2021, and another 10 this year, in the 2 months of 2022, which means that what we all said, that yes, even if you wanted to place an order today, your space is probably occupied by a 12,000, a 15,000, a 22, a 24,000 TEU, easy to build and high value and very expensive container ship, which is not the case. There are 450 orders which were placed in 2021 for bulkers, another 260 orders for tankers, and of course, the big order book, which is about 560 orders in 2021 for containers. But that's what I said. Up until yesterday, I thought that, yes, very, very limited ordering. But no, it seems that the orders are there. And surprisingly, not all of these ships have alternative propulsion fuel. They don't have this kind of extra, but they are, yes, what Theo Harris mentioned, electronic. No, actually, Kostas, you mentioned that to be super eco, to have electronic engines, to be tier 2 or tier 3. Definitely, yes, we're trying to see orders that come in with the top of technology. But the question is, again, what technology?
So the overall theme is that we will manage to upgrade fleets sooner rather than later, or what's the time frame where we believe this can take place ultimately? When can it start really kicking in meaningful numbers? Do you think within a space of how many years do you think we could move into real ESG territory where people will?
I will agree with Theo Harris. I have said this quite a few times when asked for my humble opinion about tier 1 and tier 2 markets, freight markets, meaning not tier 1, tier 2 engines, but tier 1, meaning ships that are compliant with EEXI and they meet the requirements, they will get the proper freight rate, which will be the market rates, and all other ships which don't comply, they will have to get a discount.
Okay. Great. Well, sorry, George, is there something you'd like to add?
Yeah, I would like to say that ships will be rated according to the CII, like the refrigerators, A, B, C, D, E. It's most important the ships to remain in the first two categories within the period of the next 10 years.
Okay.
Technology is very important after all. This is something which also bothered you the last 2 days. And the technology will pave the way for whatever will be the change in the fuel, or the change in autonomous ships.
Though probably further down the line there in terms of the autonomous ship. Okay. Absolutely. Well, George, sorry, is there something you would like to add?
You know, what Mr. Kodias mentioned, this bifurcation in the market, this stratification of different vessels is going to happen and is happening because of regulation. I think regulation really is the main driver for change. I think, one could have an entire hour of topic to discuss the way the major container lines have approached environmental regulation. Given their sort of swelled coffers, they're sort of, they're using it to kind of pivot themselves into a much stronger position relative to the small owners in the container space. Arguably, that's problematic for the smaller owners, but it's good for the environment. But certainly when, with EPLs, the engine power limits, that are now being announced, you're having the stratification of the market. Some vessels are going to have to slow down, so they're going to be less attractive. I think the important thing from my perspective is that the regulatory framework must be clarified as soon as possible. And that's the bit I think that we are all waiting on. I think there are some very peculiar things that have come out in the way the legislation is structured today, very significant ones. I think the easiest one to highlight is that a tanker, especially tankers that trade front haul, so we're talking about product tankers, chemical tankers, and so on, they're punished for the fact that they don't have a ballast backhaul voyage. And obviously that doesn't make any sense from an environmental perspective, because if you are as close to 100% front haul as possible, that means that your vessel is laden. That means that the vessel is being efficiently employed. So these elements, let's say, of the rules really need to be clarified as quickly as possible. And I think that's what the market's waiting for, to be able to take the next step in investment strategy, alongside a clearer understanding of what the longer term alternatives are. Because I think it was Mr. Kodzias who mentioned you have to look at the vessel over its economic lifetime. So these decisions are very, very meaningful. And yeah, so I think once these things are clarified, you're going to see a lot more investment coming into the space.
Excellent. I think within the span of time we've pretty much covered some good themes here, some useful themes for our audience. So I'd like to invite any closing remarks from our panelists. If you have any last-minute remarks that you'd like to leave the audience with, any impressions, any strong feelings about something, please feel free to.
Yeah, definitely. John, would you like to comment?
Yes, I can say very few, because the tanker market has been a troubled market so far and has not been invited in this party. We see, of course, what's happening up in Ukraine, but any loss of Russian crude could be replaced in the medium short term with longer haul barrels that would boost the market, unless producers simply cannot increase exports sufficiently. And if the US was a swing producer, that could boost exports by about 2 million barrels per day. And if Iran, which is very important, came back into the market on the back of a nuclear deal, then the target market could really soar. On the other hand, we have the loss of many Russian barrels, about 10% of the global crude and product exports. And also, it's not insignificant, but the Russian-owned fleet is about 2% of the global tankers and over 7% of the Aframax fleet. So the effect on tonnage supply is also going to be significant. And definitely, Russia is estimated to account for about 5% of global seaborne exports. And Ukraine accounts for a great number of exports also, which has been announced that the country's ports will remain completely closed until the Russian invasion ends. So these are quite a lot of geopolitics that will affect the markets. And leaving something as a conclusion, I'm just going to say that we all hope that a peace deal is reached as soon as possible that allows the current sanctions to be completely reversed. Russia and Ukraine are too important to the global shipping markets. And again, no one wants Russia's people or its seafarers to be punished for something that is not really their fault. Thank you.
Absolutely. So it seems that maybe for the wrong reasons, we could see all segments being in sync in terms of good times, maybe for the wrong reasons in some respects. But Costa, a quick closing remark from you?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, Angelos. My idea, as I said at the beginning, the most important factor which has been affected recently and created additionally contributed in this raise in the freight rates and the prospects and the projections is the limitation in the useful life of the ships, let's say, limited by the new regulations. And we've heard that that EPL, I mean the limitation of the engine power is important. In my opinion, as I said before, there is a room for improvement in this area, and the ship owners should pay particular attention to improve their ships and reduce the limitation in engines. Additionally, as I said, the technology is very important. We have two types of technology, I would say applied and communicational and computational technology. Only computation technology is already matured. I think applied needed a little bit more. We've heard also people talking here for cybersecurity and protection, which is also important.
An added benefit.
Communication. There. And I think that nowadays, the most important is that a real leader is needed, let's say, as a ship owner, in order to drive the company, taking into consideration all these aspects and allocating the funds and the resources the company has to the proper, way and achievement.
Thank you, Costa. We're over our time, but a quick ending statement from you, Theo Hari.
Yeah, I think that the end statement is that
don't feel if you have one. If not, just.
I do. I think that ESG issues should be on the table, and as Greek shipping community, we should start being one step ahead, because other shipping industries, like the Northern European shipping communities, they are far ahead in terms of innovative technologies. So, as Greek shipping community, I think we need to invest more on that and start being ahead of our times, not just following in terms of innovation and technology in shipping.
I think a big a big segment of the community shares your view there. George, you nod your head, so you must be in agreement. A quick closing remark from your end.
I am. I would just like to, rather than a closing remark, I'd like to flag, I think, one of the most critical issues that we're actually facing right now for shipping. I don't know if this has been addressed in previous panels. That is the fact that Russian and Ukrainian seafarers are an absolutely intrinsic part of being able to crew our vessels. And so I think apart from the gigantic humanitarian issue that is absorbing, personally speaking, an enormous amount of my time now, as we try and take steps to protect our seafarers and the families of our seafarers and see what we can do, we need to be very mindful that if Russian nationals are going to be prevented from being able to go aboard, or Ukrainian men are now being enlisted by law and will not be able to leave the Ukraine again, we're going to be facing a very, very serious situation in being able to crew our vessels. And that I think is an issue that I haven't really heard discussion about, and I think it's going to become the biggest issue of the next weeks.
That's a very, very valid point. Thank you for sharing. Gentlemen, thank you for being part of this panel. Dear audience, thank you for being with us for one more session, and we see you in our next session meanwhile. Thank you.
Want to learn about the cleanest fuel for your liquidity voyage? Let's listen to what Ioannis Kounas, Head of Commercial Risk for Southeast Europe at Atradius, has to say.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, Despina and with the organizers, my sincere apologies for not being able to be physically present today. Nonetheless, a couple of my colleagues are still there, as long as Atradius is a proud sponsor of Shipping Finance event for another year, because we truly believe that marine industry is very important for the Greek, but also for the global economy. So in the next couple of minutes, I'm gonna introduce you our company and what credit insurance is about. And we're going to give some more details about the marine industry, what we cover and what is credit insurance, some criteria that we take our credit limit decision, and at the end, what's in it for the traders and physical suppliers, but also for the shipping companies. Having said that, I would like to go first of all, to disclose a few things about Atradius and our name. Actually, Atradius stands for A from our financial strength rating, trade from the fact that we enable and we ensure trade for our customers, and Radius, which disclose our global footprint. And having said this about global footprint, you can see from this very nice interactive map that we have presence in more than 50 countries worldwide. A few more things about Atradius. Based on the latest figures of 2020, actually we have recovered unpaid invoices of 375 million euro. The value of invoices that we have reimbursed in 2020 were slightly above 750 million euro. Our solvency ratio remains above 200%. Therefore, our financial strength from and ratings from Moody's and AM Best are in the A. And some other figures, we approximately reply on 80% of the applications within 2 days, which is quite important to give fast and accurate credit limit decisions to our customers. As said before, we have presence in more than 50 markets, while our retention rate is quite high, almost in the area of 93%, and this discloses the loyalty of our customers, while we cover transactions of more than 1.4 trillion euro. And based on the latest figures which were published from our group last week, Atradius for 2021 is a company of over 2 billion euro turnover. Now, what we can do as Atradius and what credit insurance is doing. First of all, we enable reliable trade for our customers. So we can help you manage your risk, we can help you manage your credit risk, and we can give you the peace of mind that you need to protect your risk. We can also help you, and we help our customers to collect their payments, their outstandings, and if in the worst case scenario we have a claim, we have a default, then we are here to identify and to pay the possible losses. On top, we do share our knowledge with our customers. As long as we build interpersonal relationship with them, we have very close contact and communication, and at the end of the day, the profitable growth of our customers is a win-win situation with our profitable and long-term sustainable development as a company. Now, let's go a bit further and deep down to the marine business, to the marine industry, in order to explain what we really insure in the marine industry. So, first of all, the biggest part of our business refers to bunkering and lubricants trading. So, we either insure physical suppliers or traders in the market. Another segment we do insure is the spare parts. So, one example we can mention here is, for example, the scrubbers, which was very famous, if I can use this kind of word, 2-3 years ago, when we were discussing the transition to more clean fuels and options for the ship owners and the vessels. Some other business which is lower, but we do have cover, is on the general supplies like food and consumables. This is related mostly to cruise business, to cruise sector, while we do have cooperation with some banks or factory houses where we insure the non-recourse business of these financial houses. So these are the main categories in the marine industry. Now, I would like for you what credit insurance is covering with the credit limit decisions. So from this simple one-to-one relationship, as you can see, we have our customer who is selling to his buyer. In between the two parties, we have the risk, which is actually the credit risk. The risk of the buyer not pay the supplier on time, so to have a protracted default, or in the worst case scenario, to have an insolvency. Therefore, Atradius is covering this type of credit risk. And by doing so, we offer our customer the cash flow they need, because they know when exactly they are going to get their claim payment, their indemnification from Atradius. Also, they strengthen their balance sheet and they secure as well their cash flow, because they can discount the receivables from their buyers by using Atradius insurance policy as a collateral to the banks or the factory houses. And on top, we enhance their credit control procedures, because also from our own perspective and our own view, having risk underwriters in the several countries we operate, we give our personal estimation of the credit risk to our customers. In the next slide, we are going to see some main criteria that our risk people use in order to define the credit cover, in order to give the best credit limit decision. Far and foremost, the most important thing in the credit analysis, in the financial analysis, are the financial statements. Of course, here it's not easy, especially in the marine industry, when it comes to countries like Greece, Cyprus, Malta. It's not easy to find the financial statements from the shipping companies, but there are cases companies, or in other countries we do have financials, or in many cases we cooperate with companies and we do find the financials we need in order to evaluate the companies. Then we do have cooperation with report providers. Another important factor is the payment behavior, and this is something that we are going to discuss later in our panel about the morale, about the payment principles, and how important it is to have a clean track record, a clean trading experience report, as we call it in the insurance industry. Of course, we do evaluate who is the owner of the vessels and the shipping company, the family name, as we call it, which plays a very, very important role, and the track record and how many years they have present in the shipping industry. We do check several market resources. We do monitor the freight rate development in the subsectors of the marine business. We check for special negative information like detention, ship arrestments, or other negative figures. We do take into account the policy conditions of the contracts we have with physical suppliers or traders. And very important, we do cooperate closely, and we check the credit control procedures of our customers in order to get further confidence and trust on their own experience as well, which is very, very critical because they do the day-to-day business. Now, let's see together what are the benefits for suppliers and traders in order to have a credit insurance policy. First of all, as said before, they do enhance their credit control processes because they have a reliable multinational party to do the credit control assessment and provide the credit limit decision based on specific criteria. Secondly, a credit insurance policy can prevent losses from the suppliers and traders, and in case we have the losses, we are here to identify and to pay the claim, which of course secures the liquidity of the supplier and the trader. With the support of the credit insurance policy, as I mentioned before, they can get financing, and in many cases the interest rates are better by pledging our insurance policy as a collateral. We do have very, very big market knowledge. We operate in many, many markets, and we do have an experienced team in the main shipping countries, if I can use this term. And we facilitate the trade by providing speed of service in our decisions, which gives comfort to the suppliers and traders to proceed with the deals with their customers. And as said, last but not least, in case we have a negative scenario, we are here to pay a claim, to indemnify our customers, and to secure the long-term continuation of activities. In the next slide, I would like also to give some information why it is important for the shipping companies to disclose and to share information and financial statements with the suppliers and with the insurers. First of all, for the shipping companies, if the supplier can get credit insurance cover, then normally they are willing to provide better credit terms. Therefore, as a result, the liquidity of the shipping companies is enhanced because they pay the supplier with better credit terms. Another important thing is that they improve the liquidity. As said, instead of having to pay cash or in a short period, the longer credit terms provide them the liquidity they want in the market. We do have a sophisticated rating that we give ratings to the companies, and our customers can have these ratings. Therefore, if a company is rated from a multinational like Atradius, it is a very, very good benchmark which shows the credibility of the company, and they can benefit from this as a reference. And of course, considering the specific regulation and the local laws, we do sign confidentiality agreements in case we collect financials which are not publicly available. Therefore, we ensure that these financials are not shared outside Atradius, and they are used only for the purposes of providing credit limit coverage. Going to my last slide from the presentation today about Atradius and credit insurance, actually this is a very good map where a supplier and a physical supplier or a trader can consider why we need credit insurance and what are the main things they should reply, the credit control department, the CFO, or the owner of a company, in order to understand what is the importance of the credit insurance and how they can use it in order to establish credit insurance coverage. I will not go into all these details, but here are some questions that I'm happy to discuss at the end, if needed, on how to understand the role of credit insurance in this supply chain process and what are the benefits that they can get. So overall, this is actually all about Atradius in a nutshell. I would like to thank you very much for your attention. And in case there are questions, I would be more than happy to you. Thanks.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Irene Otias, and many of you know me as the bunker broker and owner of Prime Petroleum Services. I've been selling marine fuels to Greek owners for the last 22 years, mostly as a broker, as well as a trader and supplier when I worked for Island Oil and OW Bunker. In 2018, I renamed my company Primes Bunkers Plus to reflect our added value services regarding the prepping for the changes due to IMO 2020. Indeed, there have been many changes throughout the years. As we head towards decarbonization, the bunker sale process has become more sophisticated and efficient, and at the same time, consumer buying power has shifted from the end user to the middleman. The changes we see today are actually revolutionary, not only about the up-and-coming new alternative fuels, but also about the way we buy and sell marine fuels from digital platforms, alliances that are forming, and how we finance it. We all care about our companies and industry sustainability. Vessels don't move without fuel or some sort of energy, futuristically speaking. The bunker industry is a world of its own. It is as resilient as the Greek shipping industry has proven to be. In fact, these two industries share common threads. Suppliers are ship owners too, with crew, maintenance, and other running costs. Besides following same regulations, and most significantly, both industries depend on financing from banks or funds and credit insurance approvals. So where are we at and where are we headed? Financing bunker deals for the sake of sustainability, bunkering in times of euphoria shipping. Join me and my longtime colleagues from the bunker industry and from credit management, where we will explain the changes and what bunker buyers have to do to assure and secure bunker buying credit access for their vessels going forward. Let's briefly introduce them first. You can get more information from Despina's Slide to Open website on the bios, but I will briefly say that you already know Yannis Kounas from Atradius, who just gave us a wonderful presentation. Thanks for that useful insight, and we'll elaborate later, as he said. All the way from the UK, my co-moderator, Mr. Llewellyn Bank-Hughes. Llewellyn has worked in bunkering, oil, and shipping since 1980 as a journalist and broker before establishing Petrospot in 2003, which publishes one of my favorite magazines and portals, the longest-running, most informative, called Bunkerspot, and his latest creation, which helps me understand the growth of the alternative fuels evolvement, called Shipping Energy. Besides offering conferences, expert educational courses, expert books on the subject of bunkers. Then we have John Phillips. He's been in ship agency and shipping and bunkering for the longest time. I just recently found out from him that he actually worked with my uncle Greg, Captain Greg, in the 80s. So he goes way back. But I know him as a Chemoil's credit manager, and he has a lot to share about the credit management from the supplier side and trader side and outsourced credit management, which is what he's doing now. Then we have Anthony Mullett in the UK. Having started in Shell trading, he purchased bunkers for the Shell fleet. He worked in shipping operations and the bunker industry for a long time also. He has managed a global trading company and worked for a Maltese physical supplier that I use as a bunker supplier called IFS, International Fuel Supplier. And now he is executive officer of the new Marine Fuel Alliance. Without further ado, just like a price offer validity, we only have 30 minutes to offer you this information. So Llewellyn, you have the floor. Hi, Llewellyn.
Hello there.
Hello, gentlemen.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much for the introduction, Harry. Hopefully we have a very nice panel here. We do have some feedback, so hopefully the guys over here in Wales and England can listen and hear us.
Yeah, I was wondering where
Here we go.
where John was. He's in Wales still. That's great. We have an international European, I should say.
Well, you're very lucky. You actually have 3 Welsh people on this call,
And 2 Greeks.
and 2 Greeks, of course. Most
I am very
important.
lucky.
We're going to look at for the first question. We're going to start a discussion. A major determinant factor in shipping sustainability is the credibility of the bunker buyer. If an owner or charterer does not pay on time for bunker fuel delivered, or indeed for other services, no one will rush to offer them credit again, or credit will be harder to come by. What are the consequences of buying via a trader who will give an owner or charterer extended terms past the 30 days, but who also requires that owner or charterer to effect the payment within the agreed terms? Maybe we can pass that out straight away to Irene.
Thank you. Well, the consequences are that it's very hard to obtain credit sometimes, and it slows down the whole process of the inquiry. Around 2005, I remember I was able to call any supplier worldwide and just say the name of the company and that I know the track record personally as a broker from my own experience, and I would be able to get credit line right on the spot, offer the price, negotiate a little bit, and the deal was done. After that, slowly but surely and gradually, that doesn't happen anymore, as these gentlemen will explain why. It stunts the actual process of stemming because we have to have all these financial statements and get to know your customer better kind of information. So maybe we can track back that question back to you so we can have some of the gentlemen here explain why, because they're the ones that offer the credit lines.
With credit for a long, long time, and I can certainly say he's one of the world experts. So, John, can you come back on that? If people are not paying on time, what consequences are there?
If I can just pick up on Irene's matter first, 2005 was a little bit of a watershed. What we saw at the time was increasing oil prices and a market which was burgeoning under Chinese demand and the growth of those markets, and some absolutely ridiculous freight rates started to actually appear. Everybody started looking, everybody started checking and saying, well, hang on, what's going on here? How can we possibly finance a bunker stem on, say, a container ship which had previously been maybe only $1.5 million in price, and suddenly became, $3, $4, $5, $6 million. In fact, I can remember doing one at $8 million when I was at Chemog. These are massive numbers, and things had to change. So I think it was natural for the market to actually tighten and start to ask, who is the counterpart? Who are we dealing with? And it no longer became a matter of, I know this guy because I've known his family and we could go out drinking at the weekend, whether it's in Greece and we have maybe a nice meze, or if it's in Singapore and we go out and we have a KTV night. That all changed. You cannot rely on that anymore. Things had to be a little bit more rigid, and we saw the growth with that of the banks asking more and more questions. I was fortunate. I was working at Lloyd's at the time, MRC, and we watched this developing. What are the consequences? The consequences of non-payments. Non-payment can be quite dire on the physical supplier because it'll track right through. So if the end user isn't paying the trader and the trader then can't pay the physical supplier, that can have some quite serious impacts because even 1 or 2 day delays can actually upset a cash flow structure. And I see Yanis there nodding his head, and he knows it really well. These are the critical things. We have to have people paying on time. And the threat which we've always had there is the maritime lien, the maritime claim. I would sit here and say it's in our best interest to try and get the physical supplier closer to the end user. And that way you have the strongest possible maritime lien, the strongest possible claim. You also have less nodal points along, whether it's trader one who's buying off the physical supplier, trading it on to another trader who's working with the buyer. Each one of those nodes slows down the whole system. It also puts more risk opportunities in for default or delinquency. I mean, I split it into default when it's not paid, or delinquency when it's not paid now, but it is going to be paid. So yeah, that's my side of it. I think I'll go quiet now. I've talked long enough.
Anthony, you've been on both sides. You've been buying for Shell and supplying for the Maltese company. Presumably, when you're buying, you pay as late as you can, and when you're supplying, you're very keen to get the money in as soon as you can. What's your experience?
We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Unmute yourself. Anthony, unmute yourself. Yes. Okay.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
What I said was, when you start working for a company like Shell and you have the procedures and you have the obvious cash flow that a company like Shell does, when you're buying, the risk to your fleet, the risk to the operation is so grand. It wasn't necessarily a consideration for sitting in the procurement seat. It just happened. Through my career, having worked in GAC Bunker Fuels and then most latterly for a small supplier, I've seen the complete other end of the spectrum. We didn't use traders at Shell. We bought directly. We understood the benefit of the direct relationship with the supplier, and of course we were able to have that direct relationship with the supplier again because of cash flow. But what I particularly see is it's beyond the cash flow and the payment. It's also the relationship, the end user, the relationship between the buyer and the end user, the supplier, is critical. Especially when things go wrong. You want to build up a relationship, but it's not necessarily possible for a supplier to do that if he doesn't have the correct procedures in place to know his client, do all the checks. So, as we well know, traders provide an essential service and providing the credit. But of course, then there is that slight breakdown relationship between the two people that are the two counterparties in the deal. So I think that's something to be aware of. There's a magnificent difference between the companies that can pay and will pay and can deal direct and those that really can't. And then the impact on the supplier is huge.
The thing is, if I may say something, the thing is now that the suppliers are not really offering credit lines to small and medium-sized companies, and we'll get to that. Maybe John Kounas wants to say something, or Llewellyn, you take over.
Yeah, sure. Maybe a comment from my side about credibility. Actually, credibility is quite important in all trade sectors. So the same is obvious for the marine industry. And John spoke earlier about delay of payment for 2-3 days. We can imagine that with the volumes and the price of oil, which goes up and down, we can speak about some millions of US dollars when we speak about delays of 2-3 days. And then the problems start for the whole supply chain. And I'd like also to point out something about the reputation. Normally, what we have seen in credit insurance industry, it takes a long time, maybe years, to build a very good reputation in the market. That you pay on time and you honor the payment terms. But this can go the other way around very quickly, only in a short period of time, and then the problems could start. Of course, the shipping industry is quite cyclical. There are ups and downs. Therefore, there are periods of time that there are some delays, of course, within the sector norms, which are accepted and should be accepted to facilitate business, for sure. But I will also would like to, and I stop with this, to point out that on the contrary, even if we have punctual payment terms for a long time, this does not necessarily mean that the claim will not happen. And I would like to briefly remind you what happened 2 years ago when we as Atradius, we paid some big claims in the cruise sector just right at the beginning of the COVID outbreak. And cruise sector was one of the sectors which was heavily affected. And while we had very good companies, because they abruptly stopped the business, then their reputation went, on the other side.
Okay, thank you. Just looking at the, talk about traders again. Traders have their own schedule of outgoing payments, and traders always rely on their incomings. Trader hedges his fuel in order to remain competitive and hopefully to secure the deal. They also may pledge his invoices or factor the nomination. Is this something, basically, as a trader, you see a lot, and what impact does it have on business, and generally the flow of business?
You speak about the delays in payments and how this can affect Llewellyn, or
I'm speaking about people factoring their invoices, getting the banks involved to maybe try to protect themselves.
Yeah, actually, the credit insurance policy can be used as a collateral to get financing from the banks or from the factoring houses, so to discount the receivables. And this is something that I think also Irene mentioned, that we do not have so many banks, or banks are not willing to finance the banker deals, or especially for the small suppliers, it was mentioned that they don't get easily a credit facility. Therefore, the credit insurance policy, and by providing credit cover on the shipping companies, we can give this comfort that the factoring houses or the banks need in order to finance the deals. And this can provide the liquidity to the market, and up to a point to facilitate what Irene said about the small bankers who cannot find easily facilities in the market.
And this is a concerning matter for the Greek shipping industry, because most of the companies are small and medium-sized, or medium-sized. And what I foresee is like an Achilles heel situation. Everybody's not concerned about that because they're all looking at other expenses, but and they're not concerned about paying their bills within the agreed terms, because again, we're not talking about 30-day payments only. We're talking about 45 and 60-day payments through a trader or direct through a supplier. If we're not giving them the money that is due to these suppliers and traders, they can't perform. And like you said, John, it's a cycle, a vicious cycle. And at the end of the day, when alternative fuels come in, and we're going to have a question on that too, is how are we going to be prepared to get credit lines for that? And just recently, the markets went up $100 on a ton. We see $1,000 worth metric ton on fuel. And the money is so much for every trader, for every supplier, because the banks are not investing in the current industry, in the current situation with the fuel. They're all waiting, I guess, to see where they're going to invest their money for the green fuels, and that's coming up. But what do we do till then? And it is a very concerning matter, because if we don't get credit for these small and medium-sized ship owners, I don't know how they're going to move their vessels. I mean, I don't want to be a Cassandra, or I want a doomsday or anything, but I've seen it happen where we couldn't get credit line, and I don't know where these owners get the credit when we're so connected. We all talk about who has the better payment terms or not, who's within agreed terms, who has a good payment performance identity, I would say. So anybody want, should I go to the last question, because we have 14 minutes left and we have 4 people to speak.
Just a quickie back to Anthony about the small suppliers. He represents the small suppliers of the Marine Fuels Alliance. And I wonder if his members and the people he's speaking to are running into trouble at the moment because of the high prices of fuel and can buyers pay them?
Oh, don't tell me.
Yeah, sorry, Fwani, you just broke up there, but I understand your question. From my experience, most recently in Malta, and you know the guys there are just an example of many of the not just small but independent suppliers around the world, which the MFA is here to represent. And many of them don't have open credit lines and the ability to buy contracts of fuel in a week. They are 100% reliant on due invoices, getting paid, cash coming in, and a day or two can make a difference between your loading slot and your ability to reload your barge. The impact to the ship owner, the buyer, can be significant if you're in a port like Malta, like Gibraltar, or many of the other major transit hubs. Then you might have another ship coming along. You might have a deal in place. If you have not paid your last bill, not only might your existing supplier not be able to supply, but you know, reputation is what it is. Word gets out, and we know when people haven't paid, and suppliers are struggling. So I think what we've got to bear in mind is the impact, not just on rising prices, even in a low price market. Not paying a supplier is just not acceptable. We have terms and conditions for a reason, and we have to respect the supply chain. And whilst there are traders who can absorb some of the difference and can work across various regions, one supplier with a few barges, a few trucks is completely dependent on that invoice getting paid for him to be able to reload and keep his business going. He may perform extremely well. He's a good supplier. He's got a good asset, but he can't without the cash. What's happened this week is just going to make it worse, and one has to wonder, do you keep your barge going? Is it worth, what's it worth? And before we move on to the next question about new fuels and the assets you're going to need to supply those. So I think, the point for me for this meeting, this chat, is about the impact on the supplier of non-payment. It can be critical, and it will be.
Anthony, Irene, do you want to take the next question?
Sure. Thanks, Anthony, for that. It's something that we all have to think about. Also, as a solution, before I go to the question, some suppliers have decreased their credit terms to even 5 days recently. They went from 30 days to 21, 15, some are 5, and 2 years ago, before the IMO went into effect, the 2020 went into effect, I was hearing cash in advance. So, okay, the third question. How can the emerging new and alternative fuels market be financed? There is only so much money to go around. There are only a few banks willing to finance bunkering or even shipping. Will the number of willing banks continue to decline, or is there an opportunity with new fuels and new technologies to draw them back in? How do bunker suppliers and ship owners what do they need to do to bring the banks on board? What criteria is required for approving the financing in the first place? And just more questions, so when we're talking, we can discuss all this. Do banks insist on audited financial statements that owners do not like to reveal? And how can a supplier assess the viability of an owner who needs a credit line to buy bunker fuels for his vessels? And what changes are foreseen on the credit side for the business? I can repeat these questions, but I just said them now because we only have 10 minutes and 29 seconds. So if you think of anything you want to say, I see John smiling. I'm by myself here seeing everybody in little boxes.
I can have a crack at that one. I mean, there's a show in the UK
and then John Kunis.
Just a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
Just a minute certainly puts the stress on people to have to answer a lot of things very quickly without hesitation, reputation.
Yes.
Etc. So I failed already. But there's a little point from Anthony a moment ago. Yeah, it's about contracts. Okay, no ship owner would ever pay his charter hire late. unless he has a really genuine issue. But you know as well as I do, bunker is not seen as being a critical element, and that's what we have to change. We have to change that attitude, and I think the emergence of new fuels does give us a really good opportunity on this, because the metrics around it are completely different, and this now helps with Irene's question there. It's going to be very difficult for a credit manager to actually work out what is the correct credit limit to actually apply, because you're looking at different fuels and you're looking at different ways of coming to those prices. Are we going to be in a market where we say, yeah, for a very low sulfur, he can have mid six figures, but because LNG, he can have low seven figures, and this makes no sense. You're still assessing the company upon the capability of that company to pay. Now, in an ideal world, you would have a ship owner comes along and says, right, I'm shifting all my fleet over, and all my fleet is going to burn methanol. And you would then have methanol in your mind when you're looking to actually evaluate that entity. The reality is no ship owner I've come across so far is going to be exclusively with one fuel. They can't be, because we don't know what the future fuel is going to be. It's going to be a basket. And we're going to have to make sure, much the same as they do, that they've got all their bases covered. So I can see it being a very, very interesting period where there's going to be an awful lot of demand on people like Atradius and the other insurers which are out there, whether it's excess of loss, the whole of turnover products. I mean, there's plenty of opportunities out there to help the companies put it in front of the banks and say, look, we've got this insurance. This actually should help you finance it. We are meeting some of the actual requirements of ESG, because we're going out there and saying this is the correct thing to do. We're going to be burning LNG or methanol, and you build an argument at the banks. And I hope we're going to be able to get a lot of companies over the line. But I'll go back right to the beginning and say it all falls over if the ship owner views fuel as not being as important as paying his freight. The charterer.
Oh, no, very good, very good. Llewellyn, do you want to say something? We have 7 minutes now.
Straight back to Atradius.
I'm curious about something. Carbon credits. What does the insurance company say about that? Is that going to fall into play? Will it make sense for you guys? Does that make any sense at all?
Can you repeat it, Irene?
I was just wondering about the carbon credits. Will that have any impact on the credit insurance also? Because it's going to be going towards green, supporting the green, supposedly supporting the green environment, the green sea environment, and the green investment. And then will banks give money towards people? Will that affect?
Okay, just a step back from my side, Irene, to say that the last couple of years we have witnessed several traditional in the shipping industry banks either to sell their shipping portfolios or to exit completely. So the fact that we have now alternative fuels as such, I'm not 100% sure if this is the motivation for new players to enter the market.
Okay, right.
Okay, but for sure, the transition to the green economy is a quite hot topic, and I think that there are several interests on this. And for example, we have recently seen a lot of ESG-linked bonds, also in the shipping industry. It seems to be quite sexy, if I'm allowed to say this term, in the bond markets. Now, regarding Atradius, and as we are active in the trade financing, okay, not in the long-term shipping financing, but rather in the trade credit financing, in the short term, for sure, for us it is important the payment behavior, as you said, and as it has been mentioned in the panel, okay, and the payment morale. Because if the market is performing on a, let's say, scenario, or if we have a lot of claims, then obviously all players are more resistant, are less willing to provide extra credits. Okay, therefore it is important for the payments.
It's all about payment.
Another topic is. Sorry?
It's all about payment performance. It's all about behavior and performance, and respecting the contract.
For sure. For sure, there are difficult moments. Okay, for example, we can see what is happening now in the Black Sea. Therefore, we have to be hand in hand with the players in the market, with all involved parties. And there is tolerance. Everybody should understand what is happening in general, but it is important to have communication. To be proactive and inform in advance what is happening, to find common solutions and to work together.
This is the biggest challenge, and this is where we're going to all see how we handle it going forward now. Llewellyn? Yanis, thank you. Llewellyn, because we have 4 minutes.
I think from my point of view, we're looking at, we have a new portal called Ship.Energy. It's been around for a year or so, and we're finding it's all to do with tracking shipping's journey towards zero carbon future. But there's a huge amount of interest in this area. The banks seem to be interested in it as well. But I wonder about, say, for instance, bunker suppliers, if they're going to have to supply LNG or methanol or ammonia or hydrogen or whatever they're going to supply, they're going to have to somehow build the infrastructure themselves, find the money to do it. I just wonder if this money is available. Are there enough banks there to do it, and is there the interest? Or do the traditional bunker suppliers concentrate on the traditional bunkers and leave the new markets to other people with deeper pockets?
Are you asking, who wants to answer that question? I can answer a little bit of it, but Anthony, go ahead, please. And then John. We have 3 minutes.
Well, I was going to say that I think one of the biggest challenges in the next couple of years are new emerging players in the market. Okay, many of them may be linked or part of the existing oil energy supply companies, but when we look at the KYC, when we look at the credit of the buyer or even the people supplying it, we're moving into a whole new, potentially a whole new group of companies. So, the traditional bunker market is going to change purely because if it's ammonia, if it's LNG, etc., there's just different counterparties, and that's before even the pricing and the pricing mechanism. So I think, again, when we look at the small independent supplier, family-owned supplier, being in a port for many years, doing their service extremely well, how do they future-proof themselves? How do they build themselves up for what's next? What do they do with their existing bunker tanker? What do they do about storage? Where's the education for them? Where's the guidance? And these are critical. And for when you have ship owners who themselves have sustainability managers whose job it is to source new products, do it according to a procurement strategy, prove savings, etc. How do they do that if this is only available in certain ports? So we need the education from the buyers, we need the education from the shipping companies the small suppliers, the independent suppliers around the world, because without that they can't give the service. They may well be willing to invest, they may well be willing to be educated, and in fact they probably get guaranteed business, because if you say I'm going to supply this field to this large ship owner, then I'm going to get business. But the importance is going to be the education, the guidance, and the understanding of the counterparty
Anthony, we have 1 minute. I don't mean to interrupt you, but we have 1 minute. So John wanted to say something. John Phillips, please. Thank you for that.
I was just going to step in there and say very quickly that the banks want to make money. Banks have exited. Banks will re-enter. Why? Because there's margin to be made. It is our job to make certain we are presenting them with the best plausible case for continuing to support this industry, which supports a wider global shipping industry, which allows them to eat, drink, and drive their cars.
Thank you very much for that, John. Llewellyn, we have 32 seconds, so I think we have to wrap it up. I just want to say peace to the whole world, because it is a very, very bad time right now, and it's made us all solemn. I hope that all of you have good health. Thank you very much for being here with us, and we will continue it next time. Llewellyn, if you'd like to say something, and all of us to say something quickly, 1 second each.
Yeah, all right, 1 second each. Thank you very much. Pay on time.
We're like TV now. 1 second.
Ευχαριστώ πολύ.
Thank you very much, all of you. and keep on trucking. We keep on going. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining for this session of Words of Wisdom. It has a special weight to it and a special angle to it. Both our speakers here today are short sea owners, so it is a segment that's not always represented in conferences, and there are interesting angles. So here we are back again to discuss general themes that are relevant in today's markets, but with a particular focus on short sea shipping. And I would like to start this discussion by trying to educate our audience a little bit about what it is exactly we mean about when we talk about short sea shipping and its very important relevance in trade for the region where we are in. And if we could maybe give an angle to what we expect will happen in Black Sea and the region in general, given the unfolding crisis with the Ukraine. Elpi.
So, short sea shipping is mainly about European trade. Sorry, I'm looking at you. I'm really sorry. So we're talking about trades that happen between close ports, close in distance ports, and they are mainly in the European region area. In the past, we were called for the Mediterranean Sea, the shipping. So it was only in this part, but now it has grown to the Black Sea, the Med, and the European part. So this is what we say when we talk about short sea shipping.
And its relevance, its particular, its importance. Why is it important that we give it more weight and we have its voice heard?
It is important for us, being Europeans, because it's the main feeding type of vessel for the European Union and all the countries surrounding it. Therefore, it is important because we are not in the open sea. We are in smaller ports. Therefore, smaller vessels are needed. Smaller quantities. The capacities of the port are smaller. Therefore, this fleet is thriving in this area. And as you understand, it is important because we transport all the goods in the smaller scale for all our countries. And you asked something about the Black Sea. You want us to touch it now, or maybe Vasilis wants to add something on what I said?
Vasilis, would you like to add something on the relevance, the importance, and why it's crucial that the voice of short sea shipping be heard and the issues that need to be resolved and the segment to be assisted more? What's its relevance in the trading patterns in this region?
As you know, that the short sea shipping are moving in all Mediterranean ports and in Black Sea also. That is very important. And also this war in this area is affecting us a lot, because a lot of cargoes, they are moving back and forth from this region. And of course, it is giving us right now to think differently and what is happening in the near future.
Mm-hmm.
This is that I believe that we have to think seriously with what happened.
And if I may add, because
Please.
you talked about problems or that we might face, the EU regulations, because the EU is ahead of almost everybody, even the IMO, on regulating the environment of shipping. they do affect us because we do call European ports, so we are directly affected by them. And we are talking about smaller companies than the usual big ones with a smaller size fleet. And therefore, you understand the scales are different.
Absolutely. You touched on a key word, regulation. Certainly, there's a lot of regulation in the EU. But let's touch on ESG and environmental regulation. My understanding, but the two of you are experts on this, is that your particular field might come up with ESG productive solutions, realistic solutions, sooner than we will see in deep sea and in open sea ships, cargoes. And so the technology is probably there for you. And I'd like to hear whether this understanding we have on technological alternatives for short sea ships is something that we can expect to see unfold sooner rather than later. Vasilis.
Regarding the new technologies and how we have to adapt ourselves, we have to use the existing technology, because as the new fuels that everybody likes to understand what is going on in the future, what we have to use the hydrogen, we have to use LNG, we have to use whatever. Is this the decision that the owners and the smaller owners cannot decide what direction they have to get, how to invest and how to reach these technologies. Of course, there are technologies for the short sea, particularly for small distances, that you can use the electricity that we follow, and we are trying to adapt ourselves because we believe that the most of the facilities in the ports, they have to use the electricity for many reasons, not only for the pollution, is noiseless and many other benefits that you can get from electricity. Of course, with batteries, we can say we cannot go for long trips, but I'm sure that we have to start with batteries for short sea, and then we have to expand and to see how the technology can helping us to make longer voyages.
Can you make adaptations to the current vessels, or do you need to go and make special designs with yards and constructs new ships?
Definitely, you need a new design of ships and to be more friendly and less consuming in the sea, and the design must be very, very friendly to don't spend your energy for moving. So that definitely we need new designs, new building vessels with all this new technology, because the batteries is not something that you can make any conversion to existing vessels. You need completely new vessels for that.
Today, is it feasible to go to a yard and order a battery driven?
Yes, it is.
It
yes,
is?
It is. Yes, yes. We study this, and we are very close to do something on this way.
Level.
Yeah.
How about you, LP? Are you more driven to go for modern second-hand if you want to renew your fleet, or will you follow Vasilis in trying to explore alternative designs and propulsion systems?
It's been years now that we are trying to see what is out there that we can use for our vessels, for new designs, as you mentioned. Yes, battery is one of the maybe easiest solution, but again, still not very feasible because still the power of the batteries can last just for some miles, not for very long yet. And the port infrastructures are not there for batteries to be charged. Nowhere, almost. I mean,
almost no, okay.
Okay, or maybe in just, I mean, I've seen it in Norway in one port, but again, it is not very widely spread, not really. What we can do is, I heard in a previous panel, Mr. Rokos mentioning, what we can do to improve the existing fleet. and this can apply on all vessels, on long distances and short distances. Therefore, the obvious small changes that we can do to improve the vessels can be done.
But you raise an important point nonetheless, that sometimes the regulator jumps the gun and wants new technologies to be introduced, but then the infrastructure surrounding such investments is not there to really absorb such investments. And you say that ports almost universally are not up to speed in order to service battery-driven vessels, correct?
If I may add, not only battery, if you think about LNG, which is, we've been talking about LNG and it is there for so many years, and still there is no place, if I'm sure yet, in the Mediterranean to bunker a vessel on LNG fuel. So we talk about like everyday difficulties, and we want to protect the environment, we want to go ahead, but we need to find these ways sooner. And as I said, you need to have a big budget in order to invest in something like a sample vessel. But if you don't, you need to have technology there ready to go and get it, which is not the case yet.
Also, I want to add something that
Please.
The ports, they have to give us the facilities in order to follow them to invest, because if you like to operate in Piraeus port and there is no the facility there to recharge your batteries, and then how we can decide for that. As you can understand that the infrastructure in the ports must be going first, and then we have to follow them. We need to know that if I build a vessel, recharge your batteries. Some other ports, even they don't think about it. As you know, COSCO, it is only study. For the moment, they don't decide to, even for the cruisers that are reaching the Piraeus port, they cannot take this energy in order to don't use the generators in the port.
So okay, sounds to me like even your new building plans will probably take some time if you have to wait for port infrastructures to be able to support your business. So you raise interesting points which we've actually not discussed in previous panels. And although we have raised the issue of waiting time in ports and how ports are not well organized and how a lot of the pollution comes from the waiting time of ships before they load or offload. So interesting observations there. I'd like to shift gears a bit. I'm not sure you have to be a woman to understand female issues, but of course it helps. And LP is much involved with Vista International, and she has, rightly so, a sweet spot for issues relating to women in the shipping environment, not necessarily shore positions where we know that women are starting to be well represented, or at least the trajectory is good there. But in terms of crewing and other matters, LP, what's your feeling? What needs to be done? What issues are you faced with?
Well, there are many ladies, at least I can say that for Greece. I know that it is the same in other countries, that they have studied in the merchant marine. We have one with us here today, and they have went up the ladder and they've become captains, and they're very good at what they do. The thing is, it's not very easy on the situation. We do understand on a vessel is a close community with its own peculiarities, I would say. But it is time to change these behaviors, because we need these women. I mean, now with this problem we have with Ukraine and Russia, unfortunately, it will be another disaster for finding good crew members. So we do have a pool of people out there, and these are the women. Why not to give them a chance? And build the structure has to be built for them. It's not easy.
Of course not. But if you had to start from a couple of issues that need fixing in order to get this process started and include women in good numbers as they deserve, what one or two points would you tackle first?
First of all, we need to give them a chance to have the trips they need to do while they're studying. So companies have to give them this chance.
Internships for?
It is, in Greek, I can tell you the name. In English, I forget what it is. So the protobargo. So they need to give them this chance. Of course, out of these first trips, some kids leave, boys or girls, it doesn't matter. Not everybody likes the sea after when they tried it. But the ones that will remain will be dedicated, and they are good at what they do. The more we have on board the vessels, the more we build the environment for them. And I think that is the beginning. This is essential.
Okay. Vasilis, do you have have you tackled this issue in your company? Do you have women who you see have applied to your company to board your ships and serve your company? Do you see this, or is it still not something unfolding?
Yes, many years I was given the chance to the new generation, because I'm very friendly to the new generation, that some ladies that are coming from the universities to add to our crew in the office as DPA many years, and with a very successful career up to now. And also in our office we have a lot of women. I have one captain woman also as a DPA right now. And also we opened many years ago to have some ladies cook from Ukraine actually to our ships in order to serve our staff. And really we are open to that. I believe that the ladies can perform fantastic.
Okay, so we're seeing some first steps, but of course there's way to go yet in order to achieve that. Just as sort of a closing idea regarding short sea shipping, what will it take to make it more competitive? I understand you're faced with competitiveness issues with regions close by, whether it be crewing or other related issues. What are these issues briefly, and what will it need, what will it take to fix them and have your segment be more competitive? Vasily.
Okay. In order to be more competitive, first I talk about the Greek short sea shipping, because our main competitors is Turkish area and ship owners that are more competitive because they have a very low cost, and this is starting from the cost from the seafarers, that is almost a half. And of course they have also, as you know, very good shipyards that is giving a very low cost compared to the Greek ones. So that we have to think seriously how we can compete them. And one of the main reasons that our association trying many years to convince the syndicates to understand that with the way to force us so much and to don't give us the flexibility to have also foreigners in our ships, they don't give us the competitive advantage that we needed. But as you know, that this is very difficult. Many years our association trying to find a solution, but no one hearing, and we lose a lot of advantages for that.
Okay. Yeah, obviously that is a sticking point there, and obviously you would need to see it resolved. Elpi, other issues you see, or is that the main one that you see as a stumbling block towards your competitiveness?
The nature of our business is closer to the Greek reality. Therefore, all the issues that you might think that have to do with the governmental slowness in moving things ahead, we do face it very directly. It's not the same like the longer vessels, longer trip vessels. It is Greek reality. So I think everybody can understand who is based in Greece, these difficulties, how they can be. because we don't have time. I don't have time to elaborate, therefore.
But it's been, that summary is good enough for now. Really, thank you for your insights. You've introduced some new points of discussion, which are useful to leave with our audience. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Dear audience, thank you for attending one more Slide to Open session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank Despina Trablou for inviting me here to give the closing remarks. It's quite daring of her, actually, because this task of making the closing remarks sometimes can be the most difficult, because it actually means that one has to follow all the presentations throughout the last couple of days, or at least being advised of what's been said. I think it's remarkable what's been achieved. I understand there's been about 12 or 13,000 people who've actually participated in the conference. And quite frankly, I'd like to thank again Despina and all her team for this tremendous effort and tremendous accomplishment. The title, Euphoria in Shipping. I'm a bit concerned about that, because quite frankly, in my career, I find that sometimes when you have what I call the euphoria, where the market is too high or very affluent, too significant, you get the shipping community started going through what I refer to as being a form of commercial drunkenness, εμπορική μέθη. It is correct to say what John Aristides Pittas mentioned earlier, that effectively the market is good, but it was already quite high before we had this massive influx due to the coronavirus and, of course, during this war. The actual title concerns the finance in shipping, and here again, because a lot of the topics which were covered referred to environmental issues, I'll have to focus on one particular aspect which was mentioned by Michael Parker on the Poseidon Principles, and I'd like to make one remark which is not in the form of negativity, but just a form of minor criticism. The shipping industry at large has already been over-regulated. We have so many vast organizations, the IMO, Port State Control, the Classification Society, who monitors the situation about how shipping is regulated in terms of emissions. Now, to add yet a further in our organization, which we're checking or monitoring what the ship owner is doing in terms of being correct in terms of the environmental cover, I think it's a bit far-fetched, to say the least, and I'd say it's almost unnecessary. Because what we have here, quite frankly, is we have an organization which is comprised of the banking community, who will be there to go and check on what the shipping business or the ship owners are doing in terms of handling their environmental obligations. Quite frankly, I know a lot of companies in the shipping community in Greece and in Cyprus who not only maintain environmental compliance, but actually exceed it. They do far better than what is actually required from them. So I'd say words of caution in terms of forming an organization to represent banks, because I find it, first of all, it may be unnecessary. Secondly, it would add an additional financial burden on the ship owner over and above what he's already confronted with. And the other thing which is happening, of course, it happens a chain reaction. We already see in the insurance industry starting taking on board the principles of the Poseidon organization with a view of ratifying the same thing or having the same compliance, which in a way, ladies and gentlemen, there's a certain form of, I would say, I wouldn't call it hypocrisy, but it's verging on hypocrisy, because I find it's a way for the banking community to be seen to be concerned about the environment. And quite frankly, if the banking industry and the insurance industry, for that matter, wants to be concerned with the environment, they can actually use some of their own resources, and I can think of 100,000 ideas which I can propose to them to literally participate in a constant effort to fight the pollution or at least improve the fuels which are being made. I'd also like to remind you that the shipping community are not the people who are ultimately responsible for these issues. We have the builders of the engine manufacturers, and we have the oil companies. Now, quite frankly, to get a ship owner to install distillers or to scrubbers on his ship, which literally, or ask him to put distillers on his ship to maintain the aspects of environment, I think it's a bit far-fetched. Going to what I was mentioning also earlier is this crisis which we've been facing, which turned into euphoria or a very, very strong market. I'm concerned about it, first of all, because I feel there could be a certain element of what I feel guilt in the industry, because I don't particularly feel happy with the idea of money's being made which is based on warfare. We've had this additional feature, as we're aware, which is very traumatic. We've got innocent women and children being killed. We have a war which is, ladies and gentlemen, it's unreal, it's horrifying, and it was totally unexpected. And I don't know whether we're in a position now to have to just hope for the best or prepare for the worst. I don't really know what the worst is going to be, because for the simple reason that, as you know, in all warfares, especially this one, with the view of the characters involved and the company and the countries, I personally think there must be some hidden agenda with a transformation of power. It's a long story which is not really appropriate in this, finishing remarks in this conference, but I couldn't literally say a few words about the war because I think basically it's been horrific, and it also reminds us that one of the last things we have to, which is on our agenda, but the first thing which should be our priority, is to be care for our crew. As John Palatidakis mentioned this morning, or yesterday morning I think it was, is that for shipping company to progress, we should be close to our crews, close to the ships, and maintain the human element and be passionate and careful and cautious and covering and also protecting these crew members who literally, at the end of the day, are the human beings who are ultimately at risk. I don't know whether you're aware of the fact that we already have over 100 ships which are being detained in Ukrainian ports and also in the Baltic Sea. Now just imagine, with a number of people on board and the crew who are on board, how devastating it may be to actually be blocked into an area which is literally at war. Anyway, that's what I wanted to mention to you. I just wanted to thank all the audience for participating. I want to thank you all for giving me also the chance and ability to learn a bit more than what I knew when I came here. Because as I mentioned on prior occasions, I go to conferences, I attend conferences. It's part of the learning curve. And it also gives me the opportunity to be involved or to participate with younger generation who we have much to learn from. And as you probably know, as I've said before, we've got some more to learn from the younger generation than what we can teach them. Thank you very much indeed. Have a great evening. All the best. Thank you.
So here we are, ladies and gentlemen, the very end of a two-day, very successful Slide to Open conference. The ending, as always, we are indebted to Mr. Tsavlidis for giving his always useful insights and wrap-up. And just to mention a number that has been a cause of pleasant surprise to the Slide to Open organizer here, Mr. Stravlou, we reached a number of 15,000 unique viewers during these past 2 days. More details will be provided by Mrs. Stravlou. From my end, before saying thank you and goodbye for hosting me in this wonderful conference, I would like to say that despite the fact that we've had positive energy here and vibes and ideas, our hearts and thoughts are with the crews of the Ukraine and the people there and all the tragedy that's unfolding there. So it's important not to lose sight of these very crucial issues, and we have not lost sight, and hopefully we are all in this, in our thoughts and ideas as we move forward. So thank you, Slide Open. Thank you, Despina.
Thank you, Angela, for being once again the heart and soul of this conference as the co-chair and moderator. Thank you for the endless hours we've put together in this conference and for the result, the outcome that I think justifies for all our efforts and all our how tired we're feeling right now. Despite of feeling tired, numbers make us really happy, and not only numbers. This is the first Phygital conference that took place in Athens. Something between a conference and a movie, and I think that it proved to be very successful. This is not the ending. This is the beginning. All the conference will be uploaded, day one is already uploaded on the website, and it's there available for you to view, to review, to comment. So thank you for being with us, and we renew our appointment for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.